Lovely. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Shraddha Gole, your host for the day, and it is a great pleasure to welcome you all to the Maritime SheEO Conference 2023. A day filled with knowledge, networking, and inspiration. Let us begin this day, beautiful day, with Indian traditional ritual, that is, lighting a lamp before an auspicious event. I request our esteemed guests to come forward as I call their name. Mr. Saudin Haji, Chairman at SHM. Welcome, sir. Mr. Arne Flølo. Welcome, sir. Her Excellency Folakemi Akinle, Ambassador of Nigeria to the Philippines and Cambodia. Dr. Malini Shankar, retired IAS officer and Honorable Vice Chancellor at IMU, Indian Maritime University. I also request Sanjam to come forward. We will light a lamp now. In the glow of this lamp, we celebrate the light of innovation, resilience, and collaboration that shines bright in maritime world. Let it be a beacon for the empowerment of all, especially women breaking barriers. Thank you. Now I request my friend, the mentor and founder of Maritime SheEO to come. Okay, she's already here. Dear all, this is the moment to cheer louder and clap harder for this lady of the moment, Sanjam Sahi Gupta.
Hello everybody, it's an overwhelming moment to be here today, to see all of you here cheering me on. Thank you so much. So ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests and valued participants, it's with immense joy and gratitude that I extend a very warm welcome to each one of you at this year's Maritime SheEO conference. As the founder of this remarkable gathering, I am truly honored to address you today. Maritime SheEO was established in 2019, and since then we have hosted 3 conferences and engaged in significant initiatives. We conducted a study on the business case for diversity in India, which was featured by UNCTAD. This compelling data serves as evidence for the business case for diversity, encouraging companies to increase the hiring of women. The IMO has funded our Leadership Accelerator program for women in maritime, benefiting 90 women so far globally. Many participants have subsequently advanced in their careers, marking a noteworthy success that quantifies our efforts. We have formed a global community of women. The SheEO online group connects, guides, and mentors women at various levels. We thank the American P&I Club for supporting our mentorship program. Over the years, we have witnessed significant progress in gender diversity since 2019, when the IMO declared the theme Empowering Women in Maritime. The industry has taken substantial steps towards gender equality, and the conversations at this year's event aim to further promote gender diversity and inclusivity, sharing success stories, and fostering collaboration amongst industry leaders. For this year's conference, IMO's support includes speakers on biofouling and marine pollution reduction, shedding light on the diverse career opportunities for women. Sheryl Sandberg, the COO of Facebook, said, "In the future, there will be no female leaders, there will be just leaders." We hope through our initiative that this will be the case. Diversity is not merely a buzzword. It's the heartbeat of progress and the essence of innovation and the soul of a thriving society. While envisioning this conference, my goal was to create a space where individuals from all corners of the maritime industry could come together, share unique perspectives, and engage in meaningful conversations. As we embark on this journey today, let's open our hearts and minds to the richness found in diversity. Let's learn from each other, challenge preconceptions, and build bridges connecting us as a global community. I encourage active participation, engagement in discussions, and the exploration of the wealth of knowledge and experience surrounding us. Thank you for joining us on this transformative journey. Together, let's make this conference a catalyst for positive change, a beacon of inspiration, and a testament to the incredible strength within our diversity. I would now like to thank our sponsors, the Royal Norwegian Consulate, Transworld Integrated Logistics Private Limited, Subsea 7 all the way from the UK, Asiad Group all the way from Oman, HSBC, GMU, Seaspan Ship Management, Pacific Basin from Hong Kong, SHM Ship Care, GAC Shipping, Maersk Fleet Management, SAGT, Odex India Solutions, MSc, AMET, DNV, American P&I Club, Ganpat University, JWC, Anglo-Eastern Maritime Academy, the Indian Maritime University, Goodrich, North Shipping, Diabos, HIMT, JBS, Marshall Islands, the Maritime Union of India, PDP, Bangladesh Maritime Academy, the Rastec Group, the Port of Antwerp, Bansal Shipbreakers, Centrum Marine, and SR. Welcome to the Maritime SheEO Conference 2023. May our time together be enlightening, empowering, and filled with the promise of a more inclusive world. Thank you.
Thank you, Sanjam, for a beautiful start. I welcome our esteemed guest who has just arrived, Shri Sham Jaganathan, IAS, Director General of Shipping, Government of India. Thank you. Now I request our esteemed guest to say a few words. Please welcome Mr. Saifuddin Haji, Chairman at SHM.
Respected dignitaries and speakers, esteemed audience, and dear friends, good morning, namaskar. I'm thankful to Sanjam Gupta the contributors and organizations of the Maritime SheEO conference for inviting me today to speak on this subject of diversity for innovation and growth. A very well thought over subject which I would like to share my personal experiences and give you an insight of how a small family business eventually grows into an important stakeholder and a corporate sector. Well, as she said, diversity is not a buzzword. Diversity actually is inherent in the human life. The biodiversity maintains the ecosystem and also sustains the resources which are supporting to life. The varying landscapes, the forests, the deserts, the water bodies, the diaspora of flora and fauna is the essence of our existence, creates the balance in nature and makes the world a beautiful place to live in. It would be extremely monotonous if life had no diversity. Imagine living the same lifestyle, wearing the same clothes and having the same food. It would indeed be very monotonous. So likewise, I believe that diversity is definitely important for any businesses. And the reason for that is that diversity fosters creativity and innovation which lies in the heart of any enterprise. Diversity in gender, diversity in age, diversity in skills, and even in knowledge generally provides a different thinking process. And I've seen in my experience over the years that companies which embrace diversity seem to be more innovative. They increase employee engagement and also foster thinking and bring in better responses to challenges, build relationships and create a better working environment. But out of these, the most important aspect of diversity is the diversity in thinking. And generally, we talk about thinking out of the box. In the words of our good old Shakespeare, it is great and diverse minds which discuss ideas and not events and people. Today, standing here, I would like to briefly share my journey in the maritime industry and how inherent and acquired diversity of business profile and the people has resulted in the growth of our enterprise. SHM group of companies today is foremost in the maritime logistics, safety and security domain. And after graduating from IIT Bombay in 1982 and infused with values of excellence and integrity and with the penchant to build relationships and contribute to the growth of our nation, set up SHM Shipcare with a view to protect life, environment and property. With a small, humble beginning of ship supplies, the SHM profile today is extremely diverse. It consists of high-speed boat building, boat operating, ship repair, servicing and manufacturing of safety equipments, and the online platform for procurement of maritime stores, which is accessible worldwide. Our vision of safe seas and safe shores is focused on creating safe and secure environments which enable freedom at sea, freedom to operate, freedom to excel, freedom to add value, creates freedom, adds value to our customer and creates a positive social impact. Our hearts and minds are at sea, but feet are firmly on the ground. और वो कहते हैं कि बैठ जाता हूं मिट्टी पे अक्सर क्योंकि मुझे अपनी औकात अच्छी लगती है और समंदर से सीखा है जीने का सलीका, चुपचाप से बहना और अपने आप में रहना. This is the basic philosophy of SHM today. With pan-India and global operations and almost 600 employees, we are proud to be an integral part of the maritime industry today. Talking about diversity, I look back at my formative years in IIT and I realize that it was the convergence of students from diverse backgrounds, cultures, languages, etc., which created this powerhouse of thoughts, of ideas, of creative knowledge. And it is the strength of this diverse mix, as I see, definitely enhanced my analytical prowess and also infused the ability to apply the minds. And today the IIT is proud of its distinguished alumni, and it is this strength of diversity that has led to the IIT students excelling in their field of activities diverse besides engineering. If I can cite a few examples of students of my time, then I would recall the late Manohar Parrikar, astute politician and ex-defense minister. We have Nandan Nilikani, who is the founder of Infosys. We have Ajit Ranade, who is the economic advisor to the Birla Group. We have Narayan Das, the Associate Dean of Harvard University, and this bearded gentleman who has been an entrepreneur in the marine industry. So you can see how diversity has actually led to the creation of such people who have gone ahead and excelled in their lives. Our own country, in fact, is a prime example of growth, strength and unity in diversity, and has resulted in our country emerging to be the second fastest growing economy and wielding substantial influence in the political arena. Talking on the subject of diversity, the SHM growth story primarily is based on building relationships and partnerships and leveraging the same. As you will agree with me that different customers, different vendors have different needs, different aspirations, expectations, etc. And I can tell you with a lot of certainty that it is the diverse team of the SHM group which has been instrumental in building this relationship, addressing the needs of the customers, and also building the relationship surely but surely. Can we have the slide, please? Our profile today is a result of our endeavors to identify opportunity, innovate and diversify, and upgrade our existing. It has been a journey of 30 years, exciting, challenging, and humbly satisfying. If I look back, my family business started in 1885, which is well over 100 years, a ship chandling company in the heart of Mumbai at Muhammad Ali Road. And then on, my father shifted to Calcutta in 1950 and set up the same business. And then I passed out in IIT, and overlooking the desire or the thought process of that time of going off to the United States, stayed back in India and joined the family business. In 2001, we set up SHM Shipcare, a company which is primarily focused on supplies and services of safety equipment, and set up the largest infrastructure network of service stations all over India, and providing safety solutions on a single point turnkey basis since 2001. Then our urge to diversify and propel the growth of the company, we acquired Homa Engineering Works in 2007 and entered the field of ship repair. And I am delighted to see, we built up a team of almost 150, 200 people from different regions, languages, and it is amazing to see them work together when they actually refit a ship, complete it. And I've seen actually personally myself when the Ministry of External Affairs handed over a project of Barracuda, a Mauritian Coast Guard vessel in Calcutta, and we completed that project in 90 days. We had almost 100 people from UP, Bihar, Rajasthan, Gujarat, and you can talk about all the regions where we were there. We successfully completed that project and handed over to the government. Moving ahead, in 2008, the requirement came for depletion of ozone substances, and we needed replacement for halon, and therefore we ventured out into the firefighting business, providing turnkey solutions, bringing in innovative products, which today are totally upgraded technology, which improves the aerosol systems. Then moving ahead came the 9/11 attack on the Twin Towers, brought in the ISPS code and a huge demand for high-speed boats. We looked around and eventually decided that instead of going to the Middle East and Singapore and buying ships, it is best that we build the boats in India. And we bought over Craftway engineers, set up our yard, and then slowly we won the contract for the immediate support vessels which we built for the ONGC and Indian Navy. And those vessels are inducted as warships, moved on to build bulletproof boats, moved on to build high-speed boats for the Coast Guard. The boat building industry has now become very interesting because we have new projects such as solar boats, electric boats. And more importantly, we've looked at, we all believe life is meant to be enjoyed and pleasure. And this is one area where we are now looking at. Probably you will see in the near future, we are building the pleasure yacht, making it more affordable. In future, instead of buying a high-ended car, you will possibly be interested in buying a luxury boat and exploring the seas. In 2013, we decided to, move on because we were totally exhausted, and not only we felt that there is a need now, we no longer wanted to, sell products for others and started to set up our own brand, and we moved on to restructuring our company, and you see the change in logo. 2014, we set up the manufacturing industry and started making all the safety equipment products, for example, life rafts, rescue boats. The entire profile of safety equipments is now manufactured under SHM brand, and today we can comfortably state that we have got products of international standards, और हम चाइना के टक्कर ले सकते हैं. We are able to bring products at prices competitive to China. And our products you will slowly see going into the international market. In 2018, we stepped beyond the Indian shores and set up operations in Singapore, Malaysia, Colombo, Middle East, and Africa. And today we have successful operations going on in these regions where we provide our services. From the traditional family business of ship supplies, we saw that the industry is innovating and transforming, and therefore we also needed to change. And in the lines of Amazon, we are glad to inform you that we've set up an online platform for procurement, maritime products at your doorstep. 2,000 products of 300 brands are available online on a single point source. A master or an officer from a ship can order anywhere in the world, track their progress, and get it delivered at any port in the world. And today these products are online, and as you can see, we have recently set up stores in Visakhapatnam, Port Blair, and in Cochin. We will follow this up with the other areas as well. But friends, all this has been possible because of the diversity of our team. We have 600 employees from 25 different regions, speaking different languages, age groups of 20 to 70, bringing in a lot of skill and experience. And as Sanjam wants, we have 21% women employees in our organization. Diversity, they say, is a confluence of business ideas, skills, etc. And when we talk about women, when I entered the industry, it was predominantly a male-dominated industry. But over the years, we've seen that stakeholders in industry have changed. and today we have women in leadership position. We are privileged to have in our presence Malini Shankarji, who was the ex-DG Shipping and now Chancellor of IMU. And I don't see Mrs. Joshi, who was the ex-chairwoman of Shipping Corporation of India. Both these ladies I have the privilege to work with. They have a different perspective and definitely, as you can see, a diverse convergence of ideas. But one of the reasons why our diverse team has succeeded is because in SHM, we've allowed people to be heard. We've allowed ideas to be safely and securely being professed, forming small group of people who have been given the responsibilities and accountability and authority. And eventually, they are also given the credit and they feel more valued. So in short, this is the story of SHM. As you've seen the diversity in our business profile, diversity of our people, growing from a small business into now providing a product profile which is very diverse. It has been growth which has been propelled, which has been supported by diversity. But as they say that times change is an hackneyed saying. And moving forward, we talk about celebrating the increased push in diversity and inclusion in the maritime industry is a subject very close to my heart. And I'm confident that with our strategic advantage, which India today has, vast coastline, young population, the ministry and our Honorable Prime Minister's vision for the growth of the maritime industry, focus on increasing shipbuilding and ship repair, and of course the growing demand for seafarers globally, the push for accessibility and diversity in the Indian maritime space will certainly lead to its exponential growth. Thank you, and let's hope we have a great conference. If there are any questions, I'll be pleased to answer. Thank you.
As Mr. Haji rightly said, company which embraces diversity is the one to excel overall. And sir, your journey in the maritime world since 1885 is commendable. Now I call our next esteemed guest, Shri Sham Jaganathan, IAS, Director General of Shipping, Government of India.
Namaskar. At the very outset, I commend and appreciate Maritime SheEO organizers and founder, Sanjam Sai Gupta ma'am, for having put together this platform, which we seek to engage on diversity for innovation and growth. I extend my warm respects to my co-speakers, Mr. Saifuddin Haji ji, Chairman at SHM, Mr. Arne Flølo, Consul General at the Royal Norwegian Consulate General, Excellency Flokemi Akinle, Ambassador of Nigeria to the Philippines and Cambodia, Excellency Cecilie Myrseth, Minister of Trade and Industries, Norway, other leaders and speakers who are participating in the multiple session of the Maritime SheEO Conference 2023. Today there would be sessions on power of media in elevating women role models, sustainable shipping practices, and a very special session on maritime education that is being led by a stellar personality, Dr. Malini V. Shankar, Honorable Vice Chancellor of the Indian Maritime University, and as has been mentioned, a leading light herself, having so ably shouldered the assignment of DG Shipping and a very profound career in public service, which is providing guidance to us all. I wish the other sessions the very best, because the cause of diversity for innovation and growth needs deliberation. And if you permit me a few minutes, I will put forth how the Directorate General of Shipping is negotiating this very core objective. Globally, in September 2015, governments united behind the ambitious agenda of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. The aim is to end poverty, combat inequalities, and promote prosperity while protecting the environment by 2030. If you look at the present times, the climate emergency, rising economic and political insecurity, illustrations of the Russia-Ukraine conflict, the situation pertaining in the Middle East. There's a video which is going viral on what happened with a ship very recently, the Galaxy Leader. This shows in what kind of a context are we looking at the challenges of a fast-paced transition, and how does that need to be tempered with justness and equity. In terms of political empowerment, India, as the wonderful big story happening globally, has made strides with a parity rate of 25.3%. Notably, women now represent 15.1% of the parliamentarians. The path-breaking legislation of the historic Constitution 106th Amendment Bill, which was introduced symbolically in the new Parliament complex as the first legislation, and was tabled as the Nari Shakti Vandhan Adhiniyam, Salutation to Women Power Bill, is a glowing testament to the nation's commitment to gender equity and parity. Our nation is among one of the top 5 contributors in terms of trained seafarers. Out of around 2.58 lakh seafarers, women seafarers are around 0.5% of the share in this onboard seafarers. The Maritime India Vision Document 2030 focuses on building a strong ecosystem for seafarers in order to nurture world-class seafarers. Alongside, we need to build an ecosystem that encourages participation of women, developing an effective e-governance and recruitment system, which will increase the ease of access for seafarers and improving transparency. The Maritime India Vision 2030, an official document of the Ministry of Shipping, Ports and Waterways, talks about 4 specific prongs: awareness and marketing, increasing awareness regarding women seafarer roles through career counseling, marketing campaigns, and publicizing women seafarers' success stories to improve the market sentiment towards recruitment of women more and more in the seafaring ecoverse. Incentivization on the supply side by leveraging scholarships and promoting participation through waiving tuition fee, and on the demand side by evaluating and nudging domestic ship companies to hire women seafarers. From the Directorate General of Shipping, we have a pilot training program for gender sensitization for the benefit of management, faculty, and support staff of pre-sea and post-sea maritime training institutes. The DG Shipping has issued Order 1 of 2023, dated 20th January 2023, on gender sensitization training for candidates undergoing pre-sea and post-sea competency courses. I will leave you with a thought. There are a few pamphlets. Two of my eminent colleagues, Shri Ashish Sinha ji and Captain Manish, who are shepherding this in the directorate. The initiative is entitled Sagar Mein Samman. It is honor at sea. The objective is chartering a course towards an inclusive future, championing the role of women seafarers in India, in shipping, and in the entire stakeholder universe of maritime scenario, from academia, policy framework, industry, training institutes, media, all congregating around honor at sea. People come from diverse backgrounds. The entire emphasis of Sagar Mein Samman is to ensure honor and dignity to any woman, seafarer or an onshore staff who looks at career in this wonderful maritime engagement professionally. From the Directorate General of Shipping, we are advocating a 5-pronged strategy. The first, we institutionalize a policy of zero tolerance for any hindrances. Our institutional issues on recruitment or placement of women seafarers, issues such as harassment while they are on board ships, and these would be monitored by engaging with shipping companies, with other stakeholders on a basis of metrics and review of cases. Secondly, we deepen the gender sensitization module during trainings with maritime training institutes. We have 166 training institutes. The Indian Maritime University, so ably led by the Honorable Vice Chancellor herself, is setting a stellar course for ensuring more and more women participation so that you have more women colleagues working shoulder to shoulder when you're out at sea. The third pillar is of leading and nudging maritime training institutes and recruitment placement agencies in providing admissions for preparing women for a career in maritime excellence and for onboarding them on ships or for offshore engagements. I am really grateful to lead initiatives like has been mentioned here by Shri Saudin Haji ji, wherein he made an emphatic statement. 21% of his workforce is women. We salute you for that. And this is the last pillar of what the DG Shipping is doing. We are engaging with shipping management concerns and other stakeholders to push them for a progressive engagement on diversity, inclusion, and equity. I remember meeting Sanjam ma'am during one of the earlier occasions where Myrseth had put forth an amazing diversity, equity, and inclusion platform called Equal at Sea. These need to be replicated and made industry standards. Lastly, although DG Shipping has been working rather on a quiet profile basis, purely being a regulator, we do need to leverage social media to celebrate women in seafaring and to ensure that necessary halo around how an inclusive career in the sea is basically a possible potential for aspiring women candidates. I keenly seek the guidance and support of the stakeholders participating herein to institutionalize the central core of diversity for innovation and growth for Indian seafarers. I am grateful for this very kind opportunity and wish the deliberations the very best. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. We are elated and look forward to multiple initiatives run by DG Shipping, including gender sensitization and Sagar Mein Samman, that is honor at sea. Now I call our next distinguished guest, Her Excellency Folakemi Akinle, Ambassador of Nigeria to the Philippines and Cambodia. Please welcome Her Excellency Folakemi.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, everybody. First, I have to say that I'm standing here not as an ambassador. I'm standing here because I'm a woman. And also because today, after this, I'm going to change into white and white and become a cadet. Because I'm going to learn from everybody sitting here. I don't know anything about maritime. When I met Sham in Manila, and she said to me, come. I said, I don't know anything about maritime. Come. It's women's affairs. So I'm very happy to be here this morning. And once again, I say thank you for inviting me, Samjam. I'm going to speak because I was given a free hand to choose a topic. And I said to Samjan, I'll say something about gender equality. But I put a twist to it, and I said the importance of gender equality, work in progress. It's actually quite interesting to hear when Mr. Haji said that the family business started in 1885. I almost fell off my seat. It's amazing, but I'm sure there were no women in those good old days. Yeah, so the next time we meet, I want to hear that you now have a woman CEO at the end of affairs. I am indeed privileged to be addressing such an eclectic array of brain and beauty, and the E for she women in this room this morning in Mumbai, India. It is indeed my first time in this glorious subcontinent of Asia, and I intend to take so many nice memories and momentums with me when I leave. I must thank Samjan for inviting me, and I hope we can work together post-conference to achieve favorable outcomes in the overall theme of the importance of gender equality across the board. The topic I'll be speaking is one after my very heart, having benefited from the gender equality permutations in my country, Nigeria, when our set of ambassadors were nominated 2 years ago. But the tour of duty is over. I'm almost on my way home now. I must say, adopting and strengthening policies for gender equality is still somewhat weak, but in the right direction in Nigeria and in Africa by extension. Being born and bred in Africa meant that I grew up in a social, economic, and cultural setting where gender equality conversations were not encouraged or actively promoted by advocacy. We had a rather tame women empowerment in civil rights movement in the late 1950s, because the first woman that drove a car in Nigeria was in 1951. And if we have a business that started in 1885, you can see the gap, but we are moving. And in the early 60s, before the Biafran Civil War broke out in Nigeria in 1967, my understanding of gender equality was doing well in school, beating the boys academically, since examinations are not gender sensitive. Girls were renowned to be quite equal to the boys in qualifying exams, and we made sure that our top marks spoke for us resoundingly. And I'm sure that's why many women are sitting here today, because it's quite competitive out there. It's not because you are just a woman, it's because you can do it. Lately, the advent of social media has been a lightning rod in the evolution of gender equality adoption by national and sub-nationals, culminating in an enshrinement in the UN-led Agenda 2030 Sustainable Development Goals. Borderless social media platforms have unwittingly exposed how basic human rights are ruthlessly abused and ignored in the real scheme of things. The advent of UN post-Second World War is a clear indication for the urgent need to leverage geopolitical outlooks for a more cohesive world if lessons have indeed been learned. There were outcry for political correctness in bilateral and multilateral relations and dealing between national and subnational entities. It became necessary to have a loose template for cross-border acceptable behavior and human rights. Hence, the consciousness of gender equality is very much a contemporary issue rightly facilitated by the United Nations. After the success of erstwhile Millennium MDG, which ended in 2015, the UN consolidated against further by facilitating Agenda 2030 Sustainable Development Goals, SDG, in the same year, also known as Global Goals. SDGs are inherently transformative in nature and have a veritable voluntary guide to a more cohesive world in terms of sustainable existential basics of life. The 17 interlinked goals are global partnership between the developed and developing nations to eradicate poverty and other deprivations. The process involved is 193 member states and global civil society. The resolution is the broad intergovernmental agreement that acts as post-2015 development agenda. These lofty goals are a value chain of strategies to improve health and education, reduce inequality and spur economic growth. Climate change and marine and the blue economy feature quite prominently in the mix. And I'm sure that's one of the reasons why we are here this morning. Membership of the UN means that you are judged by voluntary compliance and regulatory issues which have far-reaching implications for multilateral and bilateral relations. The UN SDG are a step in the right direction. According to UN goals, at least entitled SDG 5, Gender Equality, which is an umbrella dedicated exclusively to the ultimate empowerment of all women and girls, it broadly aims at ending all forms of discrimination against all women and girls everywhere, ending violence and exploitation of women and girls, eliminating harmful practices such as child early and forced marriage and female genital mutilation, increasing value of unpaid care and promoting shared domestic responsibilities, ensuring full participation of women in leadership and decision-making, ensuring access to universal reproductive rights and health. Unfortunately, political watchers believe the SDG, generally speaking, have had limited transformative political impacts thus far. At the very least, they have affected the ways actors understand and communicate about sustainable development. I submit that the nature of gender equality or sexual equality is very much about the sensitivity of the marginalized gender when equal ease of access to opportunities is systematically denied. In a highly geopolitical and divisive world, gender equality has become a very inclusive phenomenon due to the timely and intervention of the United Nations, although in a non-binding way. With 7 years to the year 2030, not much headway has been made in the achievement of these desirable SDGs, specifically lack of effective political will, and there are pockets of spluttering speeds in aligning with the evolution of the notion of gender equality, due mainly to socioeconomic and both geopolitical and subnational cultural issues. It also does not help that the developing world is not quite comfortable with the developmental aspect of gender equality against the backdrop of patriarchy, fledgling feminism movements, and other wider issues. After all said and done, the measuring indicators of progress in gender equality in the 16 other SDG are not cherry to say the least. In fact, the 2030 deadline is very unrealistic, and there have been calls for tinkering with some of the goals in order to reflect the realities on ground. All in all the SDGs, including gender equality, are work in progress. However, while it remains work in progress, whatever happens, I hope that in the developing nations like the Global South and most of Asia, these three means of implementation targets will remain. This includes fostering equal rights to economic resources, property ownership, and financial services for women, promoting empowerment of women through technology, adopting and strengthening policies for gender equality, supporting legislation to enforce it as well. The journey of gender equality is a marathon, and we demand that all women folk and the girl children continue to equip themselves of the awareness and advocacy needed for a sustainable focus. My conclusion is that women will have to take the driver's seat, and I say thank you to Samjan. I think she deserves a round of applause for what she's doing. We need sisters to allow sisters to stand on their shoulders to reach the sky. We have to lift each other up when we fall, support, encourage, pave way for one another. After all, the ant that rocks the cradle rules the world. We are champions.
Thank you, Her Excellency. We can do it is the attitude, but more than that, we can do it together is the attitude that we are looking for. Joining us virtually is Her Excellency Cecilie Myrseth, Minister of Trade and Industries, Norway. Thank you.
Dear maritime friends, I'm very happy to send you a greeting from Norway. A special warm greeting to you, Sanjam Gupta, for your determination and your tireless efforts to put gender equality on the agenda year after year. It is incredibly important. We must never stop fighting for women's rights. The gender gap in the maritime industry is striking, particularly amongst seafarers. Therefore, I'm happy to see that some progress have been made. The recruitment of women seafarers in India. However, we must continue to work to increase the proportion of women in the maritime sector, in Norway, in India, and in the rest of the world. There are many and complex factors that influence the level of gender equality in the maritime sector. Working environment, attitudes, harassment, adoption of equipment, and working conditions, just to mention some. So, what is Norway doing on this field? This year, we launched a gender equality strategy for the maritime sector. The strategy consists of 4 focus areas and requires close collaboration with the industry. The first area is recruitment and role models. We need to encourage more girls and young women to apply for maritime education programs and maritime professions. They can become good role models and ambassadors for the maritime industry. The second area is to have a working environment that benefits everyone, that the working place is seen as inclusive for both men and women. The third area is to have a working life free from harassment. That is everyone's responsibility. Managers, organizations, educational institutions, you and me. We all have a duty to work actively to prevent harassment. And the fourth area is to have an adapted workplace. More flexible solutions for maternity and parental leave can, for example, help to get more women into the maritime industry. It can also be the physical organization of the workplace. I will follow up these areas with great commitment. However, the work on equality does not stop there. The Norwegian government will also take the initiative to sign a declaration of cooperation with the maritime industry to promote gender equality and inclusion. Dear all, gender equality is not only ethical rights, but also an important tool for meeting the green and digital transition in the maritime industry. We need the whole workforce to find solutions to the enormous challenges we are facing in the world today, not only half. In addition, we need collective determination and international partnership. So let's join forces. Let's step up for gender equality. Let's step up for women's rights. Let us inspire and encourage diversity in everything we do and everything we say, every single day. With these words, I wish you the best for today's conference. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you. We are happy to see how Norway is leading by example. And now I welcome our next distinguished guest, Mr. Arne Flølo, Consul General at the Royal Norwegian Consulate General, Mumbai.
Thank you. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to you all. I'm delighted to take part at another edition of the Maritime SheEO conference here in Mumbai. This is the third time I personally take part. The first one was online during the pandemic, but then we happily have met physically after that. This conference is the largest global conference of its kind, and the Norwegian government and the Consulate General here in Mumbai is very proud to be the main platinum sponsor, as we have been since its very inception. As was underlined by the Minister for Fisheries and the Sea, Her Excellency Ms. Cecilie Myrseth, there is a gender gap in the maritime sector. Only 11% of the seafarers on board Norwegian ships are women. One of the main objectives of the Norwegian government's gender equality strategy for the maritime sector is to work together with the industry to close this gap. Indian seafarers are the second largest contingent on Norwegian-owned ships. Any progress with regards to recruiting more Indian women seafarers on Norwegian ships will contribute directly to the implementation of the strategy. Training of seafarers is one of the agenda points in the bilateral joint working group Maritime between Norway and India. Under this agenda point, a number of issues relating to training of seafarers is discussed, and one of them being recruiting more women. We collaborate closely with the DG Shipping in Mumbai, and here I would like to recognize the Director General, Mr. Sham, Jaganathan, who spoke before me. We also work together with other key stakeholders here in India, as well as with the industry itself, both here in Mumbai and in Norway, including the Norwegian Ship Owners Association. As was highlighted by the Minister, one of the action points of the gender strategy is to sign declarations of cooperation with the industry. And I look forward to discuss, or to continue to discuss and collaborate under the umbrella of the Joint Working Group Maritime on how we concretely can work together to bring this important agenda forward here in India. The Maritime SheEO conference is discussing a number of important issues relating to inclusion and diversity in the maritime sector, and I look forward to take part in today's discussions. I would like to thank the organizers, with the powerhouse, Ms. Sanjam Gupta, at the front, and for continuing to drive this important agenda forward. Thank you, Sanjam. Thank you. Thank you for inviting me and for paying attention and for giving me this opportunity to give an address. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Arne. Now, we welcome our sustainability partner who has come all the way from Oman, Imad Al-Khuduri, Chief Commercial Officer, CCO, for Asiad Shipping Company. Please welcome Mr. Imad. While Mr. Imad joins us, I would like to first thank you all because you're the only audience that claps without me requesting you to do so. And I really want to connect this way that henceforth I've decided, and it's a decision already made, that I'm not going to request you to clap. I'm just going to take a pause, smile at you, you smile back and clap. All right? Is that done? Is it a deal? But don't use my other pauses. Be mindful. Sometimes I may forget and I take a pause. That's not for clapping. Okay, so let's connect this way. We shall be a very good audience and host, I'm sure. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for having me here in the SheEO program or conference. I find it a truly honor to take this opportunity and to present to you Asiad Group, which is a group established in Oman, mainly looking at the logistics sector and progressing forward in terms of the development of Oman. To start off with, next slide. Yes, to explain in terms of Asiad Group, the group consists of Asiad Shipping, the three ports, the main ports that we have in Oman, where we have a substantial shareholding in the management of these ports, the postal and express services in Oman, the free zones and economic zones in Oman, and also in terms of the dry dock services. So you can see that the group itself is very much focused on having a maritime presence. In terms of focusing on Asiad Shipping and the establishment of Asiad Shipping, in 2003, Asiad Shipping was established mainly to transport LNG from Oman. At that time, there was an LNG plant that was established, and there was a direction from the government to go ahead and establish a company in order to transport LNG. And then that grew from having 6 ships in the LNG vertical all the way to having 85 ships between owned and chartered in. In terms of Asiad Shipping and what the group comprises of, so Asiad Shipping comprises of Asiad Ship Management, where technical management takes place, and also in terms of having a container line business and also a chartering division. So, in terms of the highlights of Asiat Shipping, on the 85 vessels, the main highlights of the portfolio and what it consists of is one, the LNG carriers. We have 6 LNG carriers. We have 12 VLCCs. We have 4 of the largest oil carriers in the world. And also, we have grown in our tanker division in different segments of the Suezmax and the Aframax segment. So these are the main highlights of what our portfolio comprises of. So here in more detail, the different verticals that we have in our company. So we have a vertical in the crude segment. We have a vertical in the clean products. We have a vertical in LNG. We have a vertical in dry bulk and in the liner desk. So this comprises of the business that we do and the activities that we conduct in terms of chartering, operations, and value-added services that we offer towards our esteemed clients. And our clients consist of the main oil majors, companies from all over the world, be it from Japan, Europe, and the US. So an area to focus on and to bring the theme of sustainability into this forum is to focus on what are we doing in terms of sustainability. So from a sustainability perspective, the areas that we look at and we see that we can improve in terms of reducing the CO2 emissions. One is in terms of having a paint scheme within our ships to reduce the consumption of fuel, having rotor sails on our ships, ultrasound propellers on our ships, in order to reduce various CO2 emissions into the environment. So to highlight in terms of, let's say, the opportunities that are presented to us, one is in terms of, let's say, looking at what are the new fuels or the fuels that we need to embrace, be it ammonia, be it methanol. LNG is a transition fuel. So all these things are things that we're looking at in order to improve our sustainability and our growth within the shipping sector. To highlight, we have retrofitted one of our ore carriers with a rotor sail, and the ambition over here is to monitor and see how much of the fuel consumption that we consume with having a rotor sail. We are anticipating to have at least 6% reduction in the CO2 emissions by having a rotor sail. So this is something that we have embraced and are working with our partners Valley with these ore carriers. In terms of where we see the industry on the maritime side, especially in shipping, having a few challenges. One is in terms of having seafarers and the areas where seafarers can be recruited from. Unfortunately, certain conflicts in the world causes a lot of obstacles for us to recruit seafarers. You have a changing trend in people moving from the seafaring industry to other industries, be it in IT, be it in finance, whatever it may be, that are pulling people away from the industry. So this is one of the challenges that we're facing. Obviously, with ship prices being where they are, this is something that also poses another challenge in terms of our growth and our growth strategy to be one of the major players, at least in the region of shipping, and of course the technological changes that we're witnessing, be it in fuel, be it in different engine manufacturers, and where do we want to position ourselves. So this is where we see the industry moving towards growth, but with certain changes, and this is the learning curve that we have to embrace and grow on. And in terms of having a forum like this, where we have ladies that are absolutely, pinnacle to our business. And what I can tell you, in all honesty, from my experience, in the past few meetings, even yesterday, we had the meeting in terms of growing our business, and we had the meeting with fellow lady colleagues from different companies and partners that could grow with us. So in terms of the relevance of this forum, by all means, We see that this is something that is absolutely essential, and we as ASIAD group are definitely supporting this, and I'm here joined with a couple of my colleagues. Next year we will be more in terms of having a delegation here and more of a presence, and this is something that we support. And thank you very much to all the ladies in this forum, and thank you to the founder of this forum. It's a great honor and great privilege for me to offer a small highlight of our company and what we do. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Imad, and thank you, ASIAD, for your support. We have lined up some interesting and engaging discussion rounds, with the first one, which is about the power of media in elevating women role models. And the speakers are Rika Roy, consulting sports editor of NDTV and lead special projects Aspire for Her. The next speaker is Chris Hall, Managing Director and Lawyer at Shipowners Claims Bureau, MCS Lawyer at Shipowners Claims Bureau, MCS. Please welcome Rika and Chris. We also request all the speakers to take a seat just below your picture that is displayed on the screen, as your picture speaks louder than words.
Good morning, everybody. I'm privileged to be here with Rika Roy, who some of you may know from her job as a sports journalist for literally decades in India. And this is, like shipping, a field that has historically been dominated by men, not just in India, but literally the world over. So it's a very unique path that Rika has charted, and she's here to share with us some of her journey and tips and tricks and other interesting things, including a new initiative that you've been working on recently. So to start, one other thing, you might share with us some information from the latest cricket match, which I think is on everybody's head.
Well,
sorry to bring that up, but it's you got to the finals, and no doubt you might have some comments.
Well, thank you very much, Chris, for having me here. And firstly, Sanjam, big thank you for getting us here into this room and inspiring us. I have been reading a World Economic Forum report which said that it'll take 131 years to bridge gender equality. And this report came out on 1st of August this year. And I believe it all starts here. Thank you for starting the journey, Sanjam. And so far as, us in the room is concerned, I am so happy to see so many women out there in an industry that truly, as you spoke, is male-dominated, like the industry that I am in, sports journalism. Well, you reminded me of the cricket match. I am still wiping my tears. I was there in South Africa in 2003 in Ahmedabad 2 nights ago. I still can't get over it. India couldn't cross the finish line, but I still would say it wasn't a heartbreak. It's sadness because they played very, very well through the tournament and exceptional performance. It was just that one match that we couldn't win.
I saw in the airport when I arrived a sign that said, "You are still our champions." So I think that's what you're saying right now. Rika, you've had an exciting career and a very unconventional career, as we mentioned. Can you tell us about the various hats you've worn over the last years?
Yes, I have been a journalist for 23 years, and 18 of those 23 years I've spent in NDTV, New Delhi Television. Few of you may know about New Delhi Television. It is one of the top 3 English television broadcast channels in India, and for 7 years I have been the sports editor. And in a very unique space, I would say that I have been the only woman sports editor in the country. As proud as I am to say that, I'm also a little sad because I would like more faces to, kind of be my rivals, kind of be in my space, more women sports journalists. We are on a WhatsApp group actually, and I know there are 52 sports journalists in India across the length and breadth of the country, and I refuse to believe that women don't understand sports, because that's the first thing we are told. Do you know you're offside? This is a question even today I hear after so many years of being in the profession. I know my offside. And there are several other sports that we play in Commonwealth, in Olympics, which a lot of these so-called sports fans may not know the rules of, but when it comes to a woman, she's often questioned whether she knows what she's doing. And I think one of the things that I have learned in my 23-year career, which has been very a journey that has completely been charted in a way that I didn't set out having role models. Today, I think a lot of young girls have role models in this industry, and it is important to have role models because I think you can she it, you can she her, you can be her. It was interesting in the beginning because I only used to see men who would talk differently, their conversations were different, perspectives to the same story were different. But when a woman comes in to tell a story, I think there is a new perspective that comes in, a new way the story is told, and that's diversity, that truly is diversity. And you would like to look, I'm sure all of you sitting in this room would love to tell a story or look at a story when it is told from 360 degree.
You're obviously, 52 journalists on your WhatsApp group, and you're the one woman, so you've worked a lot.
No, 52 women sports journalists in India,
very good.
As against thousands and thousands of men sports journalists. Yeah.
Okay, very good.
I mean, I think the fraction, if you look at the fraction, we would be about 2%. 2%. Yeah.
Similar to shipping in some ways. Working with men for so many years, what have you learned as a woman in charting that path, and how have you added value in your unique way to the field and to your colleagues' efforts?
I think 2 things I would like to say here that, despite all the, I couldn't be where I am today without the support of a man. So the editor who supported me and boosted my confidence, gave me that motivation to go on, was a man. He wasn't a woman. So I found a very good supporter in the newsroom, and he was almost my ally in progress. Secondly, what I learned was, despite all the successes that may come yesterday, and broadcasting is a profession where you pretty much live every day, I would say, every second, because every second of your journey is told on TV, and thereby you have to be the best man in the room every second. Because what happened yesterday, what happened the previous moment is history, and there's no room for history in news journalism, in broadcasting, in the stories that you say. It is all about present. It is all about being in the now. The other thing that I have really learned from my male colleagues is to, work in a team. Teamwork is something that I have learned, and I'm saying I've learned from my male colleagues, because it's essentially the male colleagues that I have worked with. So, I have learned from them to work in a team. And sports, I think, as a universe, when you work in sports, when you live a life in sports, It teaches you to be a good winner. It also teaches you to be a good loser. I think that's been my biggest learning from sport. The other thing, on the flip side, I would say that, you know, when a man tells a story often, and a story that is, that's a success, but when a person has not come from a very well-off background, the story that often is told after the story of the success is the background that person comes from, and hence, say, an Olympic medal. What does it mean to he or she? And then it follows with a story, with a sad ending that what next? You know, he or she has got an Olympic medal, but what next? His career is over at 25, 35. And then the rest of the life, you know, I've heard these stories of what next all my life. And I think all of us hear these stories of Olympic athletes, Asian Games, and all other athletes. They end their careers at between 25 and 35, and what next? You know, as a journalist, I have been thinking about this, what next, for a very long time. And I don't think a man thinks this way, or I don't know if he thinks this way and wants to find an answer. But as a woman, the whole concept of what next has rankled me for a very long time. And as a result, in addition to my role as a journalist, earlier this year, we found a non-profit. It's called Her Sport Ki Champion, with HER. Her Sport Ki Champion literally translates to champion in a sport. And it is about helping sportswomen find jobs and opportunities at the end of their sporting career. We are finding we are actually finding opportunities for girls who've been a part of a certain state government called Odisha in the eastern part of India. And we plan to expand this program to other states. We've had a very successful pilot in Odisha, and I am lucky, I'm grateful that DBS Bank is supporting our initiative that answers what next.
That's fantastic. It's a great initiative. And also, it's interesting that we as men here, I think we're about 50% of the room, we're an important part in the journey as well. I'm hearing that from you and your experience. And I can also see that you've added a lot of value, unique perspective to what you've done over the last years, and I think that's amazing. Despite having accomplished all that and doing all these things, I understand that over the course of your career, you've also come across some people, some men probably, who have doubted your ability on the offsides rules and other things like that. So how could you explain how you've overcome and proven wrong your doubters, how you've broken the glass ceilings that you have, and how you have sustained for so many years in this challenging environment?
Chris, I think I never thought of proving anyone wrong. It's about what is right, and it's in many ways it has also been about making my own rules. And as I said, I was very lucky to have found an editor who trusted in my abilities. And I think for all the women in this room, whether you find a man or a woman in the system, find a trusted ally, find good friends, find girlfriends. And I think girlfriends can be the biggest anchors. Not to say that the men around you can't be good anchors and supporters, but I think it's very important to find those good allies, and I was lucky to have found them. Yes, there have been doubters, and there were many, many more doubters than allies. Doubting from the point of how you're dressed to how you present yourself. See, at the end of the day, I'm a woman. I don't want to turn up in a room looking like a man. And in my initial years, that's what I was expected, that, if you are going to be in a press box, in a man's arena, behave, talk, dress like a man. Those were some of the rules initially in my career that I had to break. But today, I think with a lot of us having broken those rules, it doesn't matter anymore. Obviously, the next generation will have their own challenges, they will make their own discoveries. But I think with, every successive generation, when the challenges come, opportunities also come with it. For me, because I've been one of the, first movers in this field, not having role models, not knowing, where I was going next was one of the big things. Till I found, till, my vistas opened, I went abroad, studied, I went for fellowships to other countries where I found women who were working at my level, and I could see women who were even more successful, and I knew what the path I could chart. And for me, thereafter, with the experiences that I gathered, breaking the glass ceiling was easier, because with the knowledge came the opportunity.
Again, it's if you can see it, you can be it, and,
Yeah.
and going abroad and broadening your horizon helped with that.
Yeah, collaborations, associations, and yes, at the end of the day, finding allies.
Yeah, that's great. We've got about 2 minutes left, so I think all of us in the room, including the men, would like your tips and tricks for overcoming obstacles, both as a woman, but perhaps even more broadly than that, just as somebody charting their own path, making their own rules, breaking some of those rules. What tips and tricks do you have to share with us?
Someone asked me not too long ago about confidence. How do you be confident in front of a room full of people, in front of billions of audience? I didn't start out confident. I didn't start out the way I am in front of you today. I was a girl who used to stammer. So one of the exercises that I was given by my therapist was to stand in front of a mirror and speak to myself every day for 10 minutes. And that was an exercise I was told would help me overcome a lot of my fears, apprehensions about myself, and I think I also took up broadcasting to challenge myself. So that was an exercise in building confidence. I think anyone who wants to try out building confidence, speaking to the public, I think a lot of times we are our biggest challenge. And if we try out this exercise maybe for a month, every day 10 minutes, I'm sure all of us will see that change in ourselves. And it all starts with you being confident in your skin. And once you are confident, the clarity automatically comes. Clarity follows confidence. And whether it's a man or a woman, these two are integral parts of your journey, clarity and confidence. Build these two, I don't think there is any stopping anyone.
I can't imagine you stammering or being fearful of anything.
Yeah, I was.
But I can imagine, yeah.
I couldn't string together a sentence till the time I was about 15 or 16, and I would stammer.
Wow.
Yeah.
We've said it a couple times, if you can see it, you can be it. But I think we've also heard it, and we've gotten some very good tips and tricks from you.
For me, it is all about inspiring and being inspired. And once again, to you all, Sanjam, I'm really inspired to be in this room. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rika. Thank you, Chris. Please stay here. We'll click a picture together. Chris and Rika. All right, what we have lined up next is very important because it is about me. I am Shraddha Gole and I have spent 20 years in shipping and this maritime industry. I have worked with largest shipping company, Shipping Corporation of India, and post that I was with DP World Nava Shiva, heading their HR. Today, I want to promote my book, which I've authored for Mumbai Port, which covers 150 years of glorious history of Mumbai Port. It also talks about how Mumbai city developed because of the presence of the Mumbai Port. We have showcased these books outside, and I want you all to buy a copy for your own collection and also to gift it to your stakeholders and encourage the author in me. Thank you so much. It's time to quickly energize with a hot cup of tea and coffee. Thank you.
gifts are very special. You open them at a leisurely pace and savoring them all by yourself without any haste.
Taj Mahal Gift Box. 3 unique flavors, 1 special gift.
Oman is on a mission to become a global investment powerhouse, spending $26 billion on infrastructure upgrades across the country, spanning international airports, interconnected roads, major ports, and free zones, building a resilient supply chain to export to the world and enable international businesses to unlock their potential.
The location helps a lot in terms of the outlook to the Indian Ocean, the proximity to Africa and the proximity to India as well, 2 of the fastest growing economies in the world. And of course, we provide a whole host of incentives, tax breaks, bonded storages, fast turnaround of decision, lands at competitive price, of course, energy at competitive price.
Tourism industry is rapidly growing, with $7.8 billion invested here in 2023 alone. The country's natural beauty, from mountaintops to rare marine life in its surrounding oceans, makes it a year-round tourism destination, with historic landmarks and rich cultural heritage offering an added appeal. The tourism industry here is projecting more than 11 million visitors by 2040.
Today, the contribution of tourism in the GDP is around 2.5%, and we would want to see this grow to anything between 7 and 10% by 2040. So this requires a great deal of investments, whether from the private sector here in Oman or even the most welcomed foreign direct investments into this sector.
Muscat International Airport welcomes up to 20 million passengers a year, and that number is set to nearly triple as the airport
Good morning and welcome back.
6 million per annum in later phases, testifying that whether it's land, sea, or air, Oman is ready for liftoff. Connect to Oman, connect to the world.
To get where we are has been an incredible journey. As pioneers who set off into the unknown, as innovators who uncovered new paths, as achievers always hungry to go one step further. We are the sum of decades of experience, achievements, and successes. Through the continuous evolution of lower carbon oil and gas to enabling change through renewables and emerging energy, this is how we differentiate ourselves. By early engagement and system innovation, leading to optimized solutions and predictable project delivery. through collaboration and partnerships, which are locked into our DNA. We operate on a global scale while building strong local relationships and partnerships. Our integrated services make standardization and optimization of systems across the full subsea spectrum possible. Through our commitment to sustainable delivery, we mitigate the impacts our activities may have on the environment, and we treat people and communities fairly and with respect. Using digital solutions across the full energy life cycle puts us at the cutting edge of efficiency and competitiveness. And through a market-leading portfolio of advanced enabling products that builds on 50 years of experience, ensuring we are uniquely positioned in the global marketplace to adapt. At Subsea 7, we create sustainable value by delivering offshore energy transition solutions for today and tomorrow. And so our journey continues, making possible a future as dynamic and exciting as the past.
In the quest for a sustainable future, the maritime industry finds itself at a defining moment. The 2020s has emerged as the decisive decade for the decarbonization of shipping. The action we take now will determine our future success. Together, we must create sound and sustainable decarbonization strategies that consider all available options and technologies. A fast-evolving greenhouse gas regulatory framework is already taking shape. It brings about accelerated cost pressures on ship owners, reinforcing the importance of short-term energy-saving strategies. While the new regulatory initiatives are bound to speed up the production and use of sustainable fuels, infrastructure development is still in the early stages. This year's Maritime Forecast to 2050 dives into different options that can propel maritime decarbonization forward. We analyze how new regulations will shape the future fuel market and calculate future fuel demand.
I
We
request all
explore
to
selected
please be
technologies
seated.
that can enhance energy efficiency right now. We investigate technologies that can help alleviate future demands for carbon-neutral fuels. And we outline a three-step approach to creating green shipping corridors, facilitating the adoption of carbon-neutral fuels by addressing barriers on a manageable scale. The possible routes to decarbonization are multiplying, and ship owners should consider all available options when they map out their own optimal journey. The 2020s is a decisive decade for all of us. The quality and effectiveness of the plans we put in place today will dictate how successful we will be in reaching our decarbonization goals tomorrow. Dive into the Maritime Forecast to 2050 and embark on a voyage towards a sustainable future. At DNV, we help you turn uncertainty into confidence.
Dive into the world of ODAX, a trade facilitation platform that is revolutionizing.
We request all to come inside and please be seated.
Experience the ease of seamless transactions, the secure transfer of
Please be seated. Thank you. Please be seated. Moving on to our next session, Sustainability Yard Score. We are very excited to know about Yard Score. Curious? Do you want to know what is Yard Score? So let's hear it from Pia Melling, Managing Director at Grey Green. Oh, here you are. I'll just... It's not working, I think.
Okay. Thank you so much for welcoming me. I will give you a few minutes presentation about an important ESG initiative that our company is starting. So, Grey Green, we're a Norwegian company. We've been around since 2010, and we are experts in ship recycling. And as many of you know, India is a very big supplier of ship recycling yards. Together with Bangladesh and Pakistan, it's definitely recycling most of the world fleet, and also Turkey is quite significant. So we have been surveying 150 recycling projects all around the world, many of them in India, in Alang, and in other areas in Asia and in Europe. We advise ship owners on how to select a yard that has good practice, both in terms of safety and environmental protection. And we've also done more than 2,000 inventories of hazardous materials. And you know, the world fleet is growing rapidly and is also aging rapidly. So this is a very complex slide, but it shows that there's going to be a wave of ships that need to be recycled over the next 10 years. BIMCO has estimated that there's going to be 15,000 ships globally that reach their end of life, which is double of what happened the last decade. And there is an issue here that we might not have enough capacity of really good yards to recycle all these ships. And we are also worried that when the yards get very busy, that there are more risks of accidents and incidents. Because this ship recycling industry is actually one of the more hazardous jobs in the world. It's a lot of risks, both in terms of hazardous materials and in general health and safety risks while you're working on dismantling a ship. There is finally the Hong Kong Convention for Safe and Environmentally Sound Ship Recycling was ratified this year. The convention was adopted in 2009, and only now it's been ratified, and in 2 years it will enter into force. But this convention, it gives you a statement of compliance if you reach a certain minimum standard, but it does not cover everything. And it's a binary, it's a yes or no. You have a statement of compliance with the Hong Kong Convention or you don't. And we know the world is not binary, it's gradually developing, so we believe it might not be sufficient to say what is the real quality of these yards and how do they relate to each other and how can they actually improve continuously. But there's also other legislation, especially in the EU, that is kicking in now around transparency, and Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directive, which is really pushing the shipping industry and ship owners in general take responsibility in their whole supply chain, and especially around workers' conditions and human rights. And yards then come up quite high on that list of suppliers where the ship owners do spend a lot of money, but also where there is a certain risk of disadvantages on the working environment. We also see that a lot of charters and the banks and the private equity funds and capital markets in general really start to care about not only the emissions of the ships, but actually the supply chain of the shipping companies and how they are working with the whole ESG agenda. And these last points, apart from the Hong Kong Convention, also applies to other yards, not only recycling yards, but repair yards and new building yards. So that leads me to what we call Yard Score, which is something that our company just initiated, but we would like to be like an industry-wide initiative to really measure ESG performance for recycling and repair yards as a start, and then hopefully later with new building yards. Then we can really bring transparency into how the yards are operating and make sure that those yards that invest in good infrastructure and in good processes and health and safety and protection of their workers actually get more business. That is very important. And today there is no such a yard score available as to our knowledge on a global scale. So we believe that then the ship owners and the banks and the insurance companies and every stakeholder in our maritime industry can actually, enable their ambitions on ESG, because this is an area where it's not very costly or very difficult to make a difference. You actually just need to make some informed choices, and you need to pay attention to what's happening, and that's as easy as that. So you only care a little bit, and then you will actually make a big difference. Both for the environment and for people who work in the yards. And of course, also for the yards, it can be very important to benchmark against other yards in the same region or globally as well. For example, we think that some of the Indian ship recycling yards are better than some of the yards in Turkey that EU has approved. So this is important to show how they compare to other yards and in different aspects. And the last point is that if all of us, as ship owners, we go and do our own due diligence on the yard, like let's say one yard has to accept 100 companies to come and ask more or less the same questions and report 100 times to different companies, that's just a waste of time for everybody. So we think we should do this together, and we should share data and then work on improvements rather than just collecting the data. So we have developed a questionnaire together with many industry partners to cover these 4 areas, environment and climate, which includes CO2 emissions on the yard, but also the material flow. Where does the material come from? Where does it go to? And this is where India really has an advantage, because it's a truly circular economy. It's a lot of steel that's being reused here with very little emissions in the production. And actually most of the ships' equipment is being reused, upcycled, converted into new products in India. So that's really an advantage compared to Europe, where much more is waste, basically. Of course, we're looking at the social responsibility, human rights aspects, workers' conditions, health and safety, and technical efficiency. You need a certain infrastructure, of course, to do a safe and environmentally sound job. So, as I mentioned, we will start doing this for the recycling yards and the repair yards globally, and it's quite an undertaking, and eventually we might move into new building yards. But we are working also across the industry, as I mentioned, and here in India we have a partner, Nivyash, who I will also meet on Thursday, to help us do also the yard audits, because we want to do physical audits in addition to self-reporting from the yards to actually verify that what they're claiming is true. And then we believe, we could share this data into many systems, and we could also offer with our network in the industry improvement and training and help the yards get to a better level. This is just a mock-up of how it might look, where you can actually, as a yard, see how you score on these various 4 items that I mentioned, and how you rank according to other yards in your region or globally, and also perhaps who's actually been, what potential customer group has been looking at your yard and could bring business to your yard. These are some of the reference group or first customers that we work with. There's a lot of Western European, Northern European ship owners that are very interested in this, and of course all the banks that have signed both on the Poseidon principles and in general to offer responsible financing. And we are developing this also together with BIMCO and the Norwegian Ship Owner Association and many other ship owner associations. So it's work in progress. We're just starting this questionnaire and testing with some yards, but we are very keen to collaborate with more companies, and we really want this to be an industry movement towards more transparency on the ESG subjects for yards, so that basically business can flow to the yards that invest in this, and that it can just become better and better. So that was my introduction. I think now we are going to have a panel discussion as our next point of the agenda. Yeah, are you introducing that? Thank you.
Thank you, Pia. I see that now we have a great advisor in Greg Green. The yard score, the analytics, they are not only fascinating for eyes, but they are going to be very useful in coming years. Thank you. Moving on to the next session. In the world of shipping, sustainable practices are steering us towards a future where our seas and ships coexist harmoniously, fostering a healthier planet. More on this is our next session, Sustainable Shipping Practices, Best Practices and Case Studies from the Industry. And this session will be moderated by Pia Melling, and the eminent panel includes Captain Milind K. Patankar, Head Ship Owning Division, Transworld Group and MD SSLL. Daljit Singh Kohli, India Representative for Port of Antwerp and Bruges. Kaylee Murphy, Head of Corporate Communications at Atlas Corp and C-SPAN Corporation. Her Excellency Yasil Burillo, Ambassador and Consul General for Government of Panama. Please welcome the eminent panel. As mentioned earlier, all the speakers, please take a seat just below your photograph so that this frame is perfect.
Good. Thank you for joining. Now we're seated in the right order here as well, so you could keep track of who we are. So we discussed a little bit in the break, this is a diversity and inclusion conference, so why do we talk about environmental sustainability? But of course, that is the big challenge that our industry is facing. We need to decarbonize our vessels, we need to work smarter and differently, and definitely we also then need to have people from the whole talent pool and not only one part of the population. So we need diversity, definitely, to solve these challenges. So today's topic is sustainable shipping practices. We want to go through some best practice examples from the industry, and we are focusing mainly on the environment because that is, of course, the biggest challenge that we are facing right now. So thank you all for joining, dear panelists. I think I will start with Captain Milind Patankar. You are both the ship owner, operator, and logistics provider in Transworld. Could you maybe explain a little bit about what you are doing in terms of decarbonizing your fleet?
you hear me? Yeah. Morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, rather. So, is it morning or just about on the clock? Okay. Thank you for this opportunity, Pia, and for getting me into this. Did I get you right by saying you wanted to know more about the decarbonization?
Yes.
The sound isn't very clear.
Was the sound not clear?
A lot. Yeah.
Oh, it has to be closer. Okay. Yeah.
Okay. So if you permit me, I'll just like to take the journey of Transworld through the process of decarbonization that we're all talking about in today's shipping world. So to begin with, I think I'll make a comment is that roughly it's about 16% of the global GHG contribution or emissions that we do is from the transportation sector. I believe it's close to 3% only that is being done by the shipping industry per se. So it's quite a small segment to begin with. I think we all from the shipping industry must be proud that we have embraced this on a global platform to see how this could be reduced, whether it's the Paris Convention that we all hear about or whether anything that happens on the maritime sector. I think we have embraced it very challenge. This challenge has been taken up very well by the shipping industry. At Transworld, we always had the awareness about the GHG emissions and the pollution that was caused not just by the fuels but also by the sewage, by the garbage and various other things. But I will not shy away from saying that it was essentially the regulations that came in which has prompted the entire industry on a fast track to deal with this kind of an menace as the whole world today looks at. So how did we begin with? I think first and foremost there was a will from the topmost level to deal with this complex problem that the industry was suffering. We started off essentially by through a mechanism of data gathering. We based it on the year 2020-21, and we gathered a lot of data in terms of emissions. The data itself was gathered on 3 distinct platforms. To begin with, we set scope 1, which is to deal with the emissions from the ships. The scope 2, we thought about the purchase power that we use in our business, and the scope 3 had to do with the emissions by our stakeholders. So a lot of data was gathered, this was crunched, this was analyzed, and this provided us a kind of a baseline for the year 2021-22. And based on this baseline, we could then draw up the targets. Some of them were driven by regulations like SIM, EXXI, and CII. Many of you must be familiar with these. And these did put some kind of a target that the shipping industry and the individual companies needed to achieve. So once the targets were set, Transworld, I'm proud to say, has also voluntarily reached a target. They've declared a target to be carbon neutral as an organization by the year 2043, which is far ahead of the regulatory benchmarks which the IMO has raised. Now, having laid the targets, of course, the next plan was how to go about meeting with those targets. So we had a mechanism whereby everything gets driven from top in terms of the strategy at the board level. Then we have cross-sectional functional heads who actually draw the action plan to deal with the strategy as to how these targets would be achieved. Then it comes to the business heads and the financial heads of each one of the units to kind of mentor, to kind of educate the staff therein. And then we also identify champions in this particular area to take this whole thing forward. So that has been the methodology. I will not delve into the common technical various energy efficiency measures which the industry has adopted in terms of the hull painting, hull cleaning, and of course, the various things that we are all familiar with. But in particular, I'd like to take an example of our partnership in collaboration with Wärtsilä, whom again many of you all would have known. So in December 22, we signed up an agreement with Wärtsilä for doing a decarbonization modeling on one of our ships that we chose. And this ship has been monitored now close to a year now. This is monitored very closely in terms of our emissions. And a kind of a profiling or a decarbonization modeling has been now created for this particular vessel. And the energy saving various measures, these are now being superimposed on this model to see what would be their effect. So there are 2 or 3 alternatives that we have been looking at very closely, and the ship is then coming up for dry docking in the month of February 24, when these modifications would be done. And this would be our experiment that we did. Independently, we also partnered with a couple of organizations. I would name them as Storm Geo, who do a lot of in terms of compliance with EXXI and CII for us. And there's another organization by the name Zero North, who do voyage optimization and such other things to increase the energy efficiency on board our ships. So there's a lot of collaboration that happens across the industry through various stakeholders. And I'm proud to say at Transworld, in the last 1 year, on a year-on-year basis, we've achieved to reduce our greenhouse emissions by close to 6% on a year-on-year basis as compared to our benchmark in the last year itself. So that's our journey.
That's good, thank you. And collaboration is, yeah, we do a round of applause? Yeah. Collaboration in the value chain is, of course, super important here. So I wanted to ask you, Kaylee, on behalf of C-SPAN, how are you collaborating with your partners to make this difficult challenge solved?
Indeed it is. So thank you, Pia. So for those of you who don't know, C-SPAN is the largest independent operator owner of and lessor of container ships. With our very aggressive and ambitious new build program, we'll be having around 200 vessels with a capacity of 2 million TEU by the end of next year. So very exciting. And decarbonization is at the top of our mind as we continue to grow out our fleet. And so for C-SPAN, decarbonization is not just about meeting internationally regulated targets, but it's really about exceeding them. And so we are attempting to do that with our decarbonization strategy, which is based on 4 really important pillars. The first of which is continuous efficiency improvements. We're also looking at transition pathways, fleet insights, and market-based initiatives in order to achieve these goals. So for continuous efficiency improvements, this is known as our SAVER concept. And so C-SPAN operates vessels on time charter, and we work with our liner customers who manage the speed and the trade routes, and so we don't control that. So we need to look at other opportunities to reduce our emissions, and we do that by vessel modifications and retrofits and vessel design as part of our asset development program. And so the SAVER initiative was established way back in 2011. It was our first sort of foray into this. SAVER stands for C-SPAN Action on Vessel Energy Reduction, and it looks at reducing our fuel usage as well as our cargo loadability. So trying to move more cargo with less fuel. Since we've implemented the SAVER program, we've seen approximately a 25% reduction in our emissions, which equates to about 9 million tons of abatement. So it's very exciting. And today we build all of our ships based on our SAVER strategy. The second pillar is transition pathways, and this is our Clean Blue initiative, which is looking at fuel transitions and what transition opportunities are available to us to explore them and see what approach is going to be appropriate for us going forward in partnership with our customers. So we work really closely day to day with our customers to discuss their decarbonization journey and how we can facilitate that with the goal of developing a fleet of and a portfolio of vessels that is really alternative fuel customer inspired. An example of this is our LNG vessel delivery. So we have our 15,000 TEU and our 7,000 TEU LNG dual fuels that are being built currently. In partnership with one of our customers, Zim. The first one was delivered back in February. That was the Zim Sammy Ofer. Since then, we've seen 5 more 15,000 TEU vessels and 2 7,000 TEU vessels join our fleet. The most recent of which actually was the Zim Coral, which just embarked on her maiden voyage last week. So very exciting. These vessels are 25 vessels of our overall 70 vessel new build program. And last I checked, that ratio is higher than the global order book for proportionality of dual fuel versus conventional fuels. And so that's terribly exciting. But we are, of course, seeing a general trend of shipbuilding looking at all sorts of other lower carbon fuel options and alternative fuels such as methanol and ammonia. And we too are collaborating on future fuels. So we are working with partners such as the Maersk McKinney-Moller Center for Zero Carbon Shipping. And we recently commissioned a company called 4Ship to design a very innovative 15,000 TEU ammonia-fueled ship that did receive an approval in principle from the American Bureau of Shipping back in July. And quite proudly, earlier this month, that ship design received an award at the Green for Sea Europort conference as the ship design of the year. So lots of exciting things happening there. Pillar number 3, of course, is fleet insights. And this is all about the data. And my colleague here talked a lot about the data, and it's incredibly important because if you're not measuring and monitoring your emissions, you can't improve what you can't measure. So we are looking at, of course, also our Scope 1. Scope 1 is those emissions that are company-owned and controlled resources. So things like engines on board and auxiliary equipment. And then Scope 2, of course, those indirect emissions generated from purchased energy. And so C-SPAN has got a plan in place to look at reporting out on those Scope 2 emissions in the near term. Beyond that, pillar number 4 is our market-based initiatives, and these are really the business and financial levers that are available to us. Things like sustainability-linked financing, blue and green bonds, and other types of financial levers. So sustainability-linked financing are financial instruments and loans that are tied to the sustainability performance of the borrower. And so there are financial incentives or financial penalties that are associated with the terms and tied to the borrower's performance against these preset sustainability targets. C-SPAN has been a leader in this area and was one of the first entrants in our sector into this type of financing. In our 2022 sustainability report, you'll see that we had reported out on $500 million worth of sustainability-linked loans, including the first one that was issued in the container shipping sector. Also, $750 million of blue transition bonds, and these funds were used to facilitate our LNG dual fuel program that I mentioned. And that included the largest blue transition bond issued globally, which did win an award as the largest blue transition bond in 2021. And then, of course, we have our $2.5 billion sustainability-linked financing program for our overall new build program. So there's a lot of really exciting things going on there. Part of the market-based initiatives pillar is also we recognize that if we're going to be creating lower carbon vessels for our customers, we're going to need to facilitate accessibility to those lower carbon fuels as it relates to their availability as well as their costs. And so we have created what's called the Chase the Molecule initiative, which is a deep dive on the production and supply chains related to alternative fuels. So that we can build up the sort of knowledge base and partnerships required to make those accessible for the future of the industry as we see more and more vessels looking to transition. So those are the 4 main pillars. Just to recap, we've got continuous efficiency improvements, transition pathways, our fleet insights, as well as a strong market-based initiatives program.
Thank you. You're doing a lot. It's impressive. Yeah. So let's move to you, Yaciel, because as a representative of the government of Panama, you're basically representing 3 different roles, right? You're a ship registry, you're operating the canal, and you are also a country. Could you say a little bit about how you work to support this decarbonization journey that the shipping industry is undertaking?
Yes, thank you, Pia, for the question, and thank you, Sanjam, for the invitation to this distinguished panel. I would like to begin first by saying that if you Google Panama, you will know that Panama is a carbon negative country already. And as a carbon negative country, and our commitment is to support in all our service through our worldwide maritime services through the Panama Ship Registry, the Panama Canal, and our internal laws as a country. Being known as the supporters of this carbonization transition, and we want to support all our customers in using our products and services with this. So let's begin by the Panama Canal. As some of you may know, the Panama Canal is through a very tough situation of drought. It's not a surprise for us. Already the Panama Canal, when it was constructed in 1914, it was constructed in such a way that when we have these kind of conditions, we can use more water and by recycling it and by many other ways. I will explain later what we are doing, but let me first talk about how we use sustainability and to move in this. So we have like different kind of plans, plan A until plan D, to make the Panama Canal operational still. So the plan A is that when the Panama Canal was constructed, and it was protected by law by the Panama Canal watershed, which is like, and every time you pass through the Panama Canal, you will see it's surrounded by woods. All the road is green. So it is green because we need the forests and the woods to attract the rain and the precipitation. Panama is one of the 5th countries in the world with more precipitation according to the World Bank. So this is an advantage for us. It's such an advantage that last year we used 82% of our energy consumption by renewable only, by hydraulic electricity. So that's a blessing for us as a country. So our plan A is to make this huge reservoir called the Lake Gatun to attract all this water and always count with 50% of the water for the population and 50% for the Panama Canal operation. Our plan B was in 1950, we passed through a drought also. And what we do is something called the cross-filling process. So we have the first lock of the Panama Canal in which ships are going from the Atlantic to the Pacific and vice versa. So we do like a coordination of recycling water between both locks. And with this simple methodology, we can save 5 transit of ships, like 5 transit of waters. And this is already used in this rock too. Also, as a plan C, when we do the second lock of the Panama Canal, this second lock, which is for post-Panamax especially, and was constructed with 16 basins that recycle 60% of the water. So imagine, right now we are passing through a truck, and we have already recycled so much water because of the very intelligent engineering beside the Panama Canal. And still, we are until this situation that we have to reduce the ships that are passing through our land because we have to save this water for the next year. It is important to mention that also in August, we just have a challenge. And our plan D, again, is our multimodal system. We have this big Neo-Panamax passing through the canal. It's called the Evermax. It's a brand new ship. And this Evermax doesn't have the draft that it was needed to pass through the Panama Canal. There is a minimum of 45 feet draft that every ship have to comply to pass through the Panama Canal. So what we do to transit this super huge ship is to use our multimodal system. Our dry canal is about 1,500 TEU that has to be passed through the land. So by highways, connected highways from Colón Container Terminal to the Balboa port in the Pacific, from the Atlantic to the Pacific, and through the dry canal at the same time. So we have a multimodal system. It's not only the Panama Canal. We have to think about, extra ideas to move all the containers, because actually the Panama Canal is a reduction of CO2 emissions to the planet. It's so important that all the ships are just passing this shortcut, because if they use other routes, the emissions will be higher. So actually we are reducing so much in East Trench the emission for a ship. And yes, that's the idea of these all plans together. And of course we have as a country the National Water Program, which will reserve the water not only from the canal, but for the whole country and the save of all. And we have this program until 2050. We have talked about that already, and the Panama Canal has some incentive for ships that are transiting through our land. So let me just mention one. It's just to share best practices, because this is about decarbonization. So the Panama Canal doesn't make a discount in money, but what we do is incentives encouraging all the shipping companies that are really working on this, and your companies of course do. So the one is the online emission calculator that was launched in 2014, in which every ship that passed through the Panama Canal know how many CO2 emissions they have reducted. And every ship has a measurement, and every company can use this data to show themselves how are they saving the planet. So another thing is the Green Connection. Green Connection is a program that manages efficient routes by its emissions, operations, environmental ship index, and their design, and use of eco-friendly fuels. So we have awarded already 1,500 ships since 2016 that we opened this incentive program, and around 10,000 transits have passed through the canal by these Green Connection standards. So giving awards to ships and companies that are really making into the target is something that the Panama Canal wants to reinforce and encourage. We have an example of a catamaran called the Energy Observer that passed through the Panama Canal with 0 emissions. And that's amazing. We have already done so. And there is another program called Environmental Premium Ranking, which 73 clients of the Panama Canal are under this database program, in which by hierarchy they can transit through the Panama Canal, because they are such a good customers and they have reduced so much emissions that we consider as a benefit for us to pass them through the Panama Canal. So this is regarding this area of my country that is very important for the maritime sector, and 6% of the world goods pass through the Panama Canal, it is estimated. So another service in the portfolio is the Panama Ship Registry. The Panama Ship Registry was founded in 1920, so we have more than 100 years in this business. What we have done is that we want to support the ship's owners in the construction of new eco-friendly ships. When a ship owner wants to register through the Panama Ship Registry, we have 2 different kind of incentives to motivate ship owners to continue on this transition. The eco ships and the new construction ship incentive. So base it on 60% of efficient energy design included. Number 2, the ship is powered entirely by liquefied natural gas as fuel. And number 3, energy efficiency operational indicators. So we just evaluate and measure these 3 categories in a ship, and we give incentive according to how many reductions and use of eco-friendly components, and then do the incentive as soon as they get into our flag. The discounts can be renewed indefinitely based on the information provided by the vessel. So these are some practices we're doing in our business itself, like in our services.
Thank you so much. A round of applause, please. And as you mentioned, the canal is really quite important to cut emissions, so appreciate all the work you're doing on that. Okay, Daljit, you've been patient, waiting, and could you tell us about the Port of Antwerp? What are you doing concretely in terms of environmental protection?
Thank you very much, Mia. I think most of you may know Port of Antwerp, but Port of Antwerp last year merged with the Port of Zeebrugge. Now we are 2 locations and 1 port. In terms of environmental, I think when you talk about decarbonization or the carbon neutrality, I think we look at the overall ecosystem. We are a port, and we are not just a shipping line. We have a lot of ships coming to our port. So we look at carbon neutrality from 2 perspectives. One is how do we actually help shipping lines or reduce the carbon footprint for those people. And also we look at the carbon footprint onshore, which is basically what we have on site at the port. So if you look at the idea, Port of Antwerp, if you know, Antwerp is the largest chemical cluster in Europe and 2nd largest in the world. So we have multiple problems in terms of carbon footprints, carbon emissions that are already there. One is obviously the ships that berth in, they actually emit a lot of carbon dioxide. We have the chemical industry, which actually emits a lot of carbon dioxide. So the solutions that we are working on is actually a multifold thing. For example, one of the solutions on the shipping side we're working on is how do we actually make sure that the ships, when they berth in, they get onshore power supply. And that is where we are trying to work with different ports all across Europe. And I think everyone is committed, including Port of Antwerp, Bruges, Port of Hamburg, Port of Rotterdam, all have committed together to make sure that we supply them onshore supply and the engines can get shut off by 2028. So that's not very far from now that we're talking about. The second is also we are the 5th largest bunkering port. So till now we've been bunkering, ships with conventional fuel, but we tend to become the multi-fuel port. And by next couple of years, we'll be bunkering low carbon fuels, including methanol, ammonia, and hydrogen. Also giving ships which come in barges and all, which work on electric things. Coming also on our portfolio, as I mentioned, we are a port authority. We don't own much of the operations ourselves, but we have a few tugs. The first hydrogen tug that we've built has just been commissioned, and it runs purely on hydrogen. We do also have something which is methanol-based tugs, so we are operating a few of those operations. When it comes to the land-based decarbonization, we actually talk about how do we make sure that the industry is protected, plus the footprint actually gets reduced. I mentioned that we have a chemical cluster and the carbon emissions that we do. Just to give you an indication, last year we emitted around 18,000 million tons of carbon dioxide in the port area itself, which is huge. And coming back to the Paris deadline, we actually have a commitment for ourselves to reduce that carbon footprint at the port by 50% till 2030. How do we do that? One is the use of renewable resources. We have, till date, we have almost 130 wind turbines in the port area, and we have capacity to increase more. And these energy is used by companies operating in the port. Could be warehousing companies, could be these chemical companies which are operating. They use these renewable energy sources. The second is, because of the chemical industry, there is a lot of steam that gets generated out. We are not wasting that steam. We are actually using that steam back into heating up buildings in the area, residential area. So we're capturing that. Not only steam, we are actually also capturing carbon dioxide, and we actually capture the carbon, and then we store it in empty gas fields in Norway. We also are using that captured carbon dioxide along with renewable hydrogen generated in the port area to build up a project which is called Power to Methanol. So we'll be building methanol plants in the port. One of the other things what we have as the port is a big land bank, which is approximately 90 hectares of land, which used to be an old General Motors factory. And once this factory shut down, the land is completely flattened out. Now, as a port, we would have looked at more commercial angle, like giving it for companies, setting up more warehousing. But we've completely dedicated that space for companies who want to set up in circular economy. And as we speak, we have 5 concessionaries that have signed up. Including one which is a US-based company called Plug Power, which is setting up a hydrogen plant in the port. We have another company called Boulder Industries, which is a tire recycling company, and they will be almost recycling 98% of the tires that are coming in, making Boulder Black and Boulder Oil, which could be used for petrochemical industries, plastics, and rubber. So those kind of initiatives we are completely taking at the port right now.
Thank you so much. You're doing a lot as well. Huh? Yeah. We are kind of running late on time, I see. We started later than we should, but I think to respect the rest of the program, actually we cut it here. But you wanted to show a small film, right? Because, of course, we're talking about protecting the environment and decarbonization, and as mentioned by Captain Patankar as well, data and digitalization is kind of the starting point here to measure that we're improving. And you have a 1-minute film showing what the port is working on that I think could be nice for you to see as a wrap-up.
Just before I just played that film, it's a 1-minute video, but I'd just like to brief you what it is. It's a real-time mapping of the Port of Antwerp, what we've done, and what do we do with that is basically, this is not just a software program, it's actually done with the help of sensors that are placed in the port area. And if you just have an idea of the port area, we are 14,000 hectares of land. Which means approximately 140 square kilometers of area that we're talking about. But this video talks about the Antwerp port. It also talks about how we monitor various leakages with the help of drones, with the help of sensors, with the help of cameras. So we know when the water level is rising, when it's decreasing, what's the cause of the delay of particular ships. So I'll just request that to be played, if that can be done. Hope I'm not blocking it.
My name is Mick Kinwell.
We can go to the side if it works. Yeah.
Good morning and welcome back. General status report. Today is an overall sunny day, with a light breeze from the northwest. Port traffic is busy as usual at this time of day, with 221 barges and 180 seagoing vessels in port. We're expecting 95 new arrivals and 73 departures today. Road mobility is within efficiency norms. There are 2 INOS quality alerts and 1 ongoing event. Would you like to investigate? At 8:51, INOS 22 detected possible hazardous compounds. Analyzing. According to historic wind data and ship tracking, a possible cause might be the chemical tanker My Fair Lady. Would you like to collect an air sample? Please select available UAV. Calculating flight trajectory. ETA in 1 minute 30 seconds. Initiate. Confirmed. I am Apika. Welcome to the port of the future.
Round of applause for our great panelists, please. Yeah, let's take a group picture. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you all for this enriching session. Moving on to the next session. Gender diversity is not just good for women. It's good for anyone who wants results. That's a quote by Melinda Gates. And I'm sure it resonates with all of us. I now request Alison McDougall, HR Director at Subsea 7, to dwell on the topic, Diversity Ambition to Life. And Subsea 7 is our diversity partner. Please welcome my audience. I'm telling you, you are great. Welcome.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. As it says on the screen, my name's Alison McDougall, and I'm the Human Resources Director at Subsea 7 for the Projects and Operations Division. But before I discuss how we're bringing our diversity ambitions to life, let me introduce you to Subsea 7 with a short video.
Through the continuous evolution of lower carbon oil and gas to enabling change through renewables and emerging energy, this is how we differentiate ourselves. By early engagement and system innovation, leading to optimized solutions and predictable project delivery. Through collaboration and partnerships, which are locked into our DNA, we operate on a global scale while building strong local relationships and partnerships. Our integrated services make standardization and optimization of systems across the full subsea spectrum possible. Through our commitment to sustainable delivery, we mitigate the impacts our activities may have on the environment, and we treat people and communities fairly and with respect. Using digital solutions across the full energy life cycle puts us at the cutting edge of efficiency and competitiveness. And through a market-leading portfolio of advanced enabling products that builds on 50 years of experience, ensuring we are uniquely positioned in the global marketplace to adapt. At Subsea 7, we create sustainable value by delivering offshore energy transition solutions for today and tomorrow. And so our journey continues, making possible a future as dynamic and exciting as the past.
We're a global organisation with almost 6,000 crew and a fleet of nearly 40 vessels that operate globally. The makeup of our crew is different to many of you in the room today, as only 35% of our crew are mariners. The rest are what we call project crew, who execute our energy projects. For example, technicians, divers, ROV pilots, surveyors, engineers, and many more. However, our overarching commitment to our whole team is to ensure that we have a culture in which we can all work and thrive in. That's our Being 7 promise. At Subsea 7, we appreciate and are very proud of our diverse team, and that's why we're very happy to be the diversity partners for the event today. So thank you for the opportunity. This is our first time attending the event, and we look forward to networking with many of you. We started our journey seriously about 18 months ago by looking at the gender imbalance across our fleet. We also made the decision to stop theorising and explaining to everyone just how difficult it was and to start taking some action. So here is our story of the bringing our diversity ambitions to life. A question that we get asked regularly is why now? Internally, we have been very clear. The diverse teams not only perform better, make better and quicker decisions, have a more engaged workforce and less recorded injuries. And with regards to culture, it is a far more positive one, but perhaps we just all behave better in diverse teams. Safety is one of the values at Subsea 7. And psychological safety is paramount, particularly due to the remote nature of our workforce. This is not just the view of us, it's backed up by theoretical studies that are relevant to all industries, not just ours. As I've already said, we have multiple nationalities across our fleet, and we have had for many years. So this is not our primary focus. Gender balance is where we have a lot of work to do. So, our starting point in April 2022. Our global offshore population was 97% male and 3% female. And of that 3% female, only 1% were seafarers and 2% were project crew. So as a comparison, according to the survey completed in 21 by the IMO, less than 2% of the global seafaring workforce is female. So to help the female representation, we have focused on 5 key areas. Make possible, which allows us to concentrate on our external influences to support a more gender balance within our sector. It takes time, a lot of time and effort, to increase our underrepresented groups. So we need to be sure that we have an inclusive culture and a working environment in which we can all thrive. And as I've said, gender balance has been our major focus, not only across our crew, but also in leadership positions on our vessel. And while nationality balance isn't our main focus, we do recognise that we have to increase our underrepresented nationalities within the vessel leadership team. And finally, we have to ensure our recruitment pipeline policies and processes underpin the ambitions that we have for the future. I don't expect you to be able to read what's on the screen, certainly not all the words, but hopefully it will give you an idea of the level of activity we have undertaken in 2023. And it will be interesting to see what impact that has had on our number of female on their fleet, but that's to come. Before that, I do want to highlight some key initiatives that we've had a great impact. The first are Respect in the Workplace audits, which are carried out on an annual basis on all of our vessels and concentrate on 2 main aspects: the facilities provided on board and the softer things like female PPE and female toiletries. Recruitment and selection is also, I've mentioned before, has also been a key area. We've given our teams clear direction to enhance the focus for underrepresented areas in the recruitment process, but also ensuring fairness to all and not just those underrepresented groups. Let me give you a little bit more information about our Women's Offshore Forum. We hosted 2 informal events, specifically to understand what it was really like to work for Subsea 7 at sea. We wanted to have an open and honest conversation with around 40 of our female crew, and we wanted to hear and discuss directly with them. We got a lot of information about facilities, the culture on board, what hurdles they have to overcome on a day-to-day basis, but we also wanted to be sure that our women felt psychologically safe in their working environment. The attendees also got benefits from attending the forum: professional development, a support network of colleagues and mentors, and increased confidence. Before I go through what the outputs we got, here are some direct quotes from the attendees, which I'm sure you'll agree are all very positive. So what did we get from the events? Well, this has helped us shape our plan for the rest of 2023 and beyond. Firstly, we now have a network of ambassadors, which was really important in helping us review and develop our policies and some of the actions that you can see on the screen, including a published, updated family leave policy. We also busted some myths about working offshore and the career options available to both on and offshore teams, and what transferable skills they all had. We created a first-time offshore guide, again with the help of this network, and this can be used for anyone who is going to sea for the first time, but it does have a bias towards women. This has also helped us plan new development programs, some which have started and some which will come next year. These include an Offshore Women in Business programme, Offshore Management Development programme, 7 Ally training, and Managing Difficult Conversations. All in all, it was really worthwhile event for both attendees and the company. So all that said, how does that translate into the numbers and progress? Just build the suspense. We went from 97 women in April last year to 123 women in August of this year, which is an increase of 21%. I appreciate that we're working with small numbers, but we're very proud of this achievement. It's been exhausting and a lot of hard work by our team. We had to think differently about most things. Recruitment had to be done differently, vacancies had to be written differently, and a lot of effort was placed on bespoke talent attraction. And in 2024, we will continue to focus on attraction and also increase our emphasis on culture to ensure retention. Now knowing the effort that it takes to increase the gender imbalance within our crew, we want to keep the momentum for our progress this year, as we're very proud of how far we've come. We haven't done anything out of the ordinary, but it has been targeted, and there have been some things that we won't do again. We have also made some mistakes, and we certainly don't have all the answers. I strongly believe that we can all help each other. I'm very happy to share things that we have done, and I'm equally happy to use ideas from others. So, 2024 and beyond, we all have barriers to entry and a problem with attracting female talent into our industry, something that we all have to play a part in. We also have to focus on the next generation, the early years, especially from school age. We work with crewing agents, who we call our third-party crew, and we aim to have a focus on this in 2024, to engage our crewing agents to increase our third-party female representation on our vessels. And as I said, I personally don't think we should be precious, and we should share our learning. We have a great opportunity to benefit and learn from each other and make progress. I'm very happy to take suggestions and learn from each of you and your experience. I've spoken so much today about inclusive culture, and it really is the foundation to a positive and diverse workforce. It's also key to retaining talent, so we will continue to focus on our culture and make sure it's inclusive for everyone. And finally, if you want to learn more about working at Subsea 7, please scan the QR code or seek me out in a break. And I'd like to thank you all very much for having us at the event today as diversity partner, and I also appreciate you listening to our story, and it's one that is most certainly going to be continued. Thank you.
Thank you, Alison. We see remarkable growth when we saw 21% growth in total number of females offshore. Also would like to know, maybe later, how the myth busting happens at Subsea 7. We wish you the best for your future path. Moving forward, if you think education is expensive, try ignorance. So to know the importance of education and to deliberate on charting the course for maritime education, empowering the future of the industry, I call our next session, the session partner for this session is JBS Group. And now I request the panel to come forward, which includes Dr. Malini V. Shankar, IAS retired officer, Honorable Vice Chancellor at Indian Maritime University, Marine Engineer Atika Rahman Chaudhary, who is Business Development Officer at Bangladesh Marine Academy, and this session is moderated by our very own Gillian Carson Jackson, who is Managing Director at JCJ Consulting. Thank you.
Hello. Just before we pass over, I do believe you have a short presentation to present. Is that correct, Mr. Attica?
Yeah. Distinguished honorable speaker, distinguished guests in person and virtual, and attending all attendants, good afternoon. I am grateful to Maritime SheEO to facilitate me to be part of this event. I want to show a PowerPoint presentation for our Bangladesh Marine Academy. It will take only 5 to 6 minutes. I think you will enjoy it. Then we'll, attend the panel discussion.
Thank you so much. Could I ask that you manage it to take about 3 to 4 minutes because we are running a bit
5
late.
minutes, maximum.
3 minutes. We'll negotiate. I'll give you a warning at 3 minutes, okay? If you could try and keep it to that.
Females, yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. That's the Bangladesh Marine Academy developing world-class maritime leaders since 1972. Fostering the marine generation next. Our Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Rahman was the father of the nation, founder of the Maritime Bangladesh, and founder of the Bangladesh Marine Academy. Our mission is developing the world-class maritime leaders, vision emerging as a leader maritime education and research provider. Inspiration is Allah, who has subjected the sea to war. Education program, yearly recruitment 180 cadets, including 2 females, but the female numbers are increasing day by day. Pre-sea nautical cadets, marine engineering and nautical science, and Bachelor of Maritime Science honors degree by the university. And we have got recognition from Saudin University, Southampton, UK MCA, MOU with MAP Philippines in process, UKMNTV, World Maritime University Sweden, Myrseth London and Nautical Institute London joint recognition, EUEC Erasmus scholarships, and more recognitions to follow. The British Prime Minister James Callaghan first came to Bangladesh and visited Bangladesh Marine Academy in 1978. And IMO Secretary General CP Srivastava visited Bangladesh Marine Academy on 3rd June 1980. Even then, IMO Secretary General E.E. Mitropoulos, he also visited 13th Jan 2011. Our Honorable Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina was in the graduation parade in 2011. IMO Secretary General President Kitak Lim also visited our academy. These are our prospective employers across the globe. And we have got the full mission breeze simulator. We have got the full mission breeze simulator, engine simulator. We have got the distance learning, on-campus training, and during the COVID, it was quite useful. You see, equality and the equity. Smart and skilled maritime leaders for world shipping, economically useful elements for the family, society, and country worldwide. Our female cadets at sea crossing the furious waves and equal worlds is an enabled world. She is the lady. Now he is serving in the Carnival Cruise as the 14th year. She has been awarded the President's Gold Medal. It's a milestone for the BMA. And you see, this female cadet, she served in ASP Ship Management, and Missions to Award goes to her. Last year in Singapore, James Frederick of Singapore Maritime Academy presented this award. So this is our female cadet. And these 2 female cadets have been recruited sponsored by Pacific International Alliance PIL last month. Norwegian High Commissioner visited our academy. And I think we are already at the end of the finish and the Nautical Institute. Yeah, thanks. That's all, and thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, that was amazing, and thank you so much for keeping it to my limit of 3 minutes. I think it was 3 minutes and 22 seconds. So very well done. And that's a really wonderful start to our panel, actually, because we have a really critical topic that we're talking about today. Now, originally, the moderator for this session was going to be the one and only amazing Bridget Leodin. I'm not her. In case you hadn't recognized. First off, I sound different. But we have actually her notes to help us guide on our way because she had a vision for this session, and I want to keep to that vision. This discussion is timely. We saw the Seafarers' Happiness Index for Q2 of 2023, and the response to the question, how happy are you about the training you receive, fell. Specific comments related to the practical aspects of training. And really, from that point of view, maritime education and training is the core. This discussion is also timely with the recent International Maritime Simulation Forum, the IMSF, that was held last week at Chalmers. And we saw about the simulator. Thank you so much. And simulation is one of the core areas. I'm going to take a second here with a side note just to plug my book. Other people can plug their books. I can plug mine. My book on the Simulation Instructor's Handbook has been revised and will be relaunched at the Nautical Institute event that's happening in Singapore next week for simulation instructors. And please contact me afterwards if you're interested in work the Nautical Institute is doing on effective simulation. There is a questionnaire, a survey being run right now that will also be announced, and the initial results will be presented at that forum in Singapore next week. So over the years, the future skill sets of maritime professionals has been a topic of many presentations, many of which has been presented by both of you. And I know that I've participated in discussions with Melanie as well on this very topic. So I'd like to invite the panel to present a bit about themselves. I think you've already done yours. Adikar's already presented. So Melanie, I'd love to invite you to present on a little bit about yourself and your passion for this topic, this concept of charting the maritime, using maritime education to chart our course for the future.
Good afternoon, everybody. And at the outset, I would like to express my admiration for Sanjam for actually conceptualizing and implementing the Maritime SheEO conference. This is the 3rd edition. And I've been associated with her from the beginning. So I think most of the people here would know about the Indian Maritime University, which was established in 2008, subsuming 6 pre-existing training institutions. And we cater to 6,000 students who are studying either marine engineering or nautical science, ocean engineering, and logistics related to maritime. So when it comes to the evolution of maritime education and what we need, I think all of us in this room who are involved in the maritime sector are aware that there are 2 things that, is pointed out. It's a feedback coming from the industry. One is how futuristic is our education, our curriculum, our syllabus. Are we keeping up with the trends, with the changing technology, which is changing extremely rapidly, and what are we doing about it? So one of the things with respect to this is the involvement of industry is highly essential to shape and to influence the curriculum. As a university, you can't change the curriculum overnight, but I think there are methods by which you review it and reach out to, it's a joint effort. So we did that. We revised the syllabus a couple of years ago, 2 years ago. It's a continuous process. But I think greater the involvement of the industry, greater the benefit for the entire future seafarers. The second thing is, a university by its nature is about knowledge. But Previously, when it was just STCW and there was no degree being awarded, it was more about skills. Can you go on board and can you steer the ship? Can you repair the engines? Can you correct the faults, etc.? Once you move to a degree awarding institution, then it's a lot of theory which is involved. And now the shift is going back to skills. How do you put skills back into that knowledge so that it's just not theory, it's also giving them the adequate skills to go and run the ship backed by the knowledge that they have. And in this respect, the knowledge needs to be highly conceptual and not an analytical. How do you give them the analytical skills? It's not just exam orientation. Our fear in India is our education is so exam oriented that we forget the analytical skills, and that's what we are striving to work for. But here again, I think it's a joint effort by the institution, by the industry. We would like industry to come forward and look at case studies, for example, which will give them, short of going on board and having on-board experience, the case studies are a very, very vibrant way of discussing how to develop the skills.
Thank you. And I'd just like to pick up on that case study as one, because it links back into the simulation that we spoke about. But I would like to highlight the focus that you've mentioned. It's so important to think about the knowledge and the skills and how they go together, the attitude, and as we've heard before, the values, the way that we can instill a value, an ethical value for the future. I think that's wonderful. I'd like to explore that question about simulation and this idea of the future vision, case studies and simulation and training. I'm wondering, would you like to start that one off? Just to find out a little bit more about what you envision the role of simulation and case studies working together to provide that future for the seafarer training.
Evidently, there's no doubt that you need, different methodologies and different ways of translating the knowledge to, translating it in such a way that the student is able to absorb the concept. Okay, so I think these are not mutually exclusive. Simulators are necessary. The best way is actually to go on board and have training and trading ships, which used to exist, but which became very expensive for most of the nations to bear the cost. So simulators actually replace the trading and trading ships or the training ships, but the case studies would, in my opinion, complement the simulators. Okay, there's always a question, the industry says when it comes to curriculum, we should not be talking about charts. We should be looking at how to operate the EGDIS. But in fact, both are necessary, because without a conceptual knowledge of what the charts are about, an EGDIS would just be like a computer operator, but not somebody who understands what goes behind it.
Thank you. And then maybe I could ask Atikar if you could talk a little bit about the technology, because everything is just linking into technology. So the EGDIS that was mentioned, the simulations. As technology is changing, how can we, as educators, what's the industry's role in focusing and to help prepare our seafarers, our future seafarers, within this ever-changing technical environment?
Thank you, Gillian. It's a very nice question. Actually, education and skill is two things. So in the maritime industry, what we oversee, skill gap is becoming a industry topic. So fostering the next generation cadets, we must focus on the skill. Say about, I have done my certificate competency from MCA UK. It's written there, I am competent on this particular job. Why nowadays the recent trends, IMO and the regulatory framework body, the regulations they are uploading to us, we have to abide by all these things. But the automation, digitalization, and the AI, and the mass, and the autonomous ship, and the decarbonization, and the climate change, all these things are related. Very important is that at the moment is decarbonization and parallel with the diversity and inclusion. So our cadets must be trained with these recent trends of technology. And I'm sure
2/3 of the seafarer recently working on board the vessel across the globe, there need to be special training to embrace these upcoming rules being adopted to us, to be adopted by us, given by the IMO and the special regulatory framework and the local Department of Shipping. So, to be skilled enough, our cadets need to go some special training. This special training includes, this already being discussed in the IMO, and we always follow by IMO 7.03, 7.04 for the cadets. So we cannot bypass the special training. A special training for the special vessels. Say about if I train up a cadet for the chemical tankers, he must undergo the chemical tanker basic safety course and the advanced firefighting. Otherwise, he cannot do job. So we must prepare our next generation cadet with the appropriate training and the as per IMO criteria, what they want, what the global maritime industry want, and the skill is needed is very much important.
Thank you so much, and so well said. And as we're sort of thinking about that, empowering and charting that future for the road for the future with our seafarers, how can we support this vision? What are some practical elements that we can take from an educational point of view that might actually go beyond what is in the STCW, noting that the changes are happening so fast? If we go back to the technology thoughts, what are maybe one or two practical things that we can do in the maritime education and training environment to actually future-proof our seafarers for an environment that we probably can't even imagine right now because the world is changing so fast?
Yes, it's a very nice question. Practical training on board. Say about we have got the full mission breeze simulator, we have got the full mission engine simulator. Before I depart from Dhaka, we installed the high voltage. So actually, I was a cadet, that's a different scenario. Recent cadets now, 2023 is different. Because there are a lot of technology already arrived. And to embrace this one. If I cannot make my cadet overnight chief engineer. I cannot make my cadet overnight master. But what I can do, I can make him prepared for vessel with basic and deep knowledge, which is very much important. So if I take the advantage of simulation as the, say about as a case study, okay, do it and give it to me, I'll see, I'll give you the mark. So here is a big role of, simulation. Simulation will play a vital role for the practical training for our future cadets to be on board accordingly. And STCW matters. STCW is there, and we are hearing this also would be amended. I don't know. But currently we follow STCW as well as the IMO rule.
Thank you. And Melanie, could you tell us some of the things that you're doing with IMU to future-proof your students?
So, I think, there's a basic 3-year or 4-year degree course. There's only so much you can give in terms of, as I said, knowledge and skills. And what is necessary and what we are attempting to do is to see how many short-term courses we can give, post-C courses, that they can come back and do at their convenience, so that they fast-forward their knowledge rather than wait very long time. And I think we need to encourage the seafarers, as my colleague mentioned, to do these courses so that they are, they mentally have to be agile and prepared. It's not that I know this, I've done this course, I've got this degree, and I keep sailing for 10 years without constantly renewing my information and knowledge.
And that constant renewal of information and knowledge is where we're at. It's almost learning to learn continuously, because we will never stop learning. And you brought in a very interesting comment about on-board ship and ashore. So when I went to sea, it was you went to sea and then you went ashore. And that's the way the route was. But we're now seeing more moves between, almost a flow between some time on board ship, working ashore, and then the opportunity to go back on board a ship. How could we, from an educational point of view, provide the best environment to support a more flexible approach, perhaps, to seafaring that would support all well, diversity. It would support both genders, not just women to come ashore, but men as well.
Yes, it's a nice question. The flexibility. In our academy, we have got 4 years course, 2 years at the pre-sea cadet, 1 year at the theoretical internship on board the vessel. 4th year, they are coming for the Bachelor of Engineering, Marine Engineering, and the Bachelor of Maritime Science under the Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Rahman Maritime University. Here is a flexibility. I see few cadets, or few female cadets or male cadets, they want to continue with the short job. So what you mentioned, what are the necessary courses, necessary subject to be prepared for them so that they feel comfort and easily perform their task at shore. So I can say the port and logistic, it may be a subject. Port management, it must be, can be a subject. Environmental science, it can be a subject. It's a very, very hot issue. Because I always, advise my cadets, okay, sir, in which subject I will, sir, do this master's. Okay, go for environment science. Because now the global scenario, what happens in 2023, in April, the hottest month have been felt. I don't know how many times this will record, the record will be broken. We are in such an awful position if we don't mitigate these issues, and we will be in, the world will be in great turmoil, and maybe world will not be destroyed, but it will be very difficult to survive. So in my perception, for this flexibility for the shore-based cadets, we must look into 5 or 6 category special courses that university can conduct.
Thank you. Melanie.
So I will give a very specific response to that. The Indian Maritime University, we are formulating an MBA program, which is a flexible MBA program specifically intended for COC holders. We're starting with an MBA first for the nautical side, and this we hope to launch as early as February of 2024, which will help them transfer to shore jobs. We'll soon follow that up with a course for COC for the engineering side. The second thing is faculty. They have sailed the seafaring faculty and they've come to teach. We have now tweaked the rules to allow them to take a semester off and actually go back to sailing. This is mutually beneficial for both the faculty because they update their knowledge, and immensely beneficial to the student who will be gaining information and sharing of knowledge which is very recent and not outdated. So these are some of the initiatives, and going forward, we take many more such initiatives.
So we are seeing some really great examples of actual practical approaches to how we can chart the route for the future for seafarers. Really wonderful to hear. When I first wanted to come ashore as a navigation officer, it was really hard to consider transferable skill sets. I had a certificate so I could sail on a ship. How could I work ashore? So this is a really wonderful opportunity. And I guess it goes back to this supporting the future vision. So taking into consideration all of this training that we do, what are some ways that we can help support a future vision for a diverse workforce within the maritime that does have this flow? What are some your thoughts on that aspect? It's not just they have to maintain their certificates, they have to go back and keep all their HSEQ requirements, but what is the opportunity for us to promote, to inspire, to pave the way so that we will have a long-term sustainable workforce in the maritime industry? I think I'll go to Melanie first for this one, and then I'll come.
Okay, so since we are in a Maritime SheEO conference, I'm going to focus on diversity. Very, very happy to share that in 2008, the proportion of women entering the Indian Maritime University for technical courses, the deck and engineering side, was 2%. And this year, we had 9%. I think that's a quantum leap. And if we look at naval architecture, which is an allied field, and we don't talk about it because they don't go sailing necessarily, they don't necessarily get a COC, 27% women. And we
Amazing.
actually ran out of hostel accommodation. Now, looking at how to encourage women, I think there's a mindset issue among most of the industry. It's just, I mean, we've gone through this. I'm sure, Gillian, you've gone through this. We all entered, whether it's civil service or engineering service 30 years, 40 years ago. The mindset is, can we have more women crew managers? Can we have more women seafarers who come to teach? In fact, the latest advertisement of the IMU, I have said, let's just say women are encouraged to apply because they think this is a completely male field, this university will have only males, or this field will have only males, and they don't even apply. And the result, I think we are getting more women in just by putting this little a phrase in the advertisement saying women are encouraged to apply, because it gives a feeling that the women are wanted. And I think the crew management also should do that, because I'm not saying that it is only women who can support women. None of us would have come up just by women's support. We've all had at some point of time the other gender helping us and mentoring us. But it is necessary to have a certain critical mass of women who can just push the agenda a little bit. The third point I'll make, and it's the last point, is women, when they enter this profession, unlike the traditional professions, they come with a certain passion. And I've said this ad nauseum, ad infinitum, that they come with a passion, and the industry will be the loser if we don't capture that passion and retain them in the industry. Going forward, looking at how automated the ships are becoming, you are not even going to have them, have to lift equipment. This is people say, okay, marine engineering, it'll be too hot, you'll have to stand near the engine, all those things. But once it becomes more and more automated, it's going to be electronics-based, sensor-based, and the women will not even have to think about these things. They can operate the ships from the shore, for example. So why not, if information technology industry today has about 30 to 40% women in India. I don't see why shipping cannot reach that percentage.
30 or 40%, wow, wouldn't that be amazing? And I get excited when I hear numbers like 16 or 19 or... Thank you, some very good ideas. Atikar, what would you like to add to that?
Actually, very good discussion in my point of view. We promote female cadets in our academy since 2011, once Honorable Prime Minister instructed. And we are happy to share with you that 85 female cadets have been passed out till now, and 50 female cadets serving on board the vessel across the globe in various kinds of vessels. And our female cadets are serving in passenger ships, our female cadets are serving in the LNG vessels, our female cadets are serving in the oil tanker, VLCC, including all types of vessels. And 15 or 20 female cadets, they didn't leave the profession. They are in the maritime industry. What Gillian told that in the crew manager, in the shipping company, even some other cadets are doing the masters in Norwegian Eastern Solent University in Norway. And same thing, somebody is teacher in the Canadian University. So only fraction of 5 to 6% they left due to their marriage or so and so. But at the national I am telling, this year we have got 30 female cadets in junior batch. This is really thrice time more than the last year. So our target is 50-50. 50-50, let's see. And one thing, equity, I love that. Equity and the equality is different thing. So if our target is the equality, the media should be the equity. So I should assist, all should assist the pipeline being created for the female cadets, women at maritime, women at maritime, at ship, in ship. We should assist together so that they can climb or they can go up to their apex of their journey. What I mean, a cadet from a captain, a cadet, a chief engineer. Hope so. In our country, we will be able to see a female master and female chief engineer at the end of 2027. Hope for the best, and this is incredible. So diversity, inclusion matters. And diversity is just nothing, but it's not the diversity the female cadets will be in. It's unlocking the whole potential.
Unlocking potential, yes, that's so critical.
Unlocking the whole potential of the workforces. That's what we need. That's what we need. We work together. And I would tell, we don't address a female, a woman. Why not we address a person? That's all.
Addressing the person,
Person,
definitely.
yes.
I think Melanie
Yeah,
has
Jibril,
something
if
she'd
you
like
will
to say.
With your permission, just two more, for sustainability of inclusiveness. One is I should acknowledge the contribution and the involvement of the industry in India in actually promoting women in seafaring, whether it's because of a policy of inclusion or whether it is coming right from their own policies and principles. So the number of scholarships for women who are pursuing technical courses in the university has increased tremendously. There's several companies which have come forward, and that helps, especially because more and more women come from the interiors. They come from small families, not very well off, and it has really enabled them to confidently say, okay, I have the financial support, and if they do well, the companies are actually absorbing them into the, employment force. The second thing, very, very encouraging, which is very recent now, there's a company which is actually floated in collaboration with a private maritime institution, a full-fledged course only for women in ratings. That is something. And it can happen because in India, India has one of the highest proportion of women airline pilots in the world. We have about, it was 19%, it's now about 17 or 16%. It's absolutely the highest in the world. So women will come forward if they have the financial support, the mentorship support, and a certain guarantee, if they do well, of an employment at the end of it.
That's all wonderful. This is such a passionate subject, and I think that the concept of thinking of the person and not the gender, normalizing women in these non-traditional roles. We've seen some great examples of the work that's already going on in that area. But time does fly, and it's really time to bring this session to a close. A couple of the key points that have come to me, though, is the amazing work that's being done by maritime training institutes to really provide and to prepare the seafarers for the future of both genders. And if we can normalize at the cadet level the role of women in all positions, as engineers, as ratings, as navigation officers, then that will take forward that vision for the future of the next generation. Thank you very much.
Quickly, a group photograph. Moving on, someone special has sent a video message all the way from Australia. I know our heart aches when we hear Australia, as the memories from cricket finals are very fresh in our minds. But with Akinle, it's different because he's our long-time supporter and a friend. Let's play the video.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Mick Kinley and I'm the Chief Executive Officer of the Australian Maritime Safety Authority. We're Australia's national agency responsible for regulating commercial shipping and maritime and aviation search and rescue. It's an honour to be invited back to speak at this conference once again. I'd like to begin by acknowledging the Ngunnawal and Ngambri people, who are the traditional custodians of the land from which I'm speaking to you from here today in Australia, and pay my respect to their elders past and present. Now, the conference theme this year is Diversity for Innovation and Growth, and it's one I feel strongly about. For many years, I've been advocating for diversity in the maritime industry. Building a diverse organisation is the right thing to do, and it also improves the performance of organisations. Diversity is a benefit to the maritime industry, and we can't afford to lose this benefit and miss out. The maritime industry is changing rapidly, and there's no signs that this is going to slow down. New challenges require new ways of thinking, and workforce diversity has been proven to drive innovation. For a global industry like the maritime sector, it's essential that we make a concerted effort at an international level to foster diversity and inclusion for a sustainable industry. The World Economic Forum's Global Gender Gap Report, published this year, states that gender equality is not only a fundamental human right, it is linked to overall economic performance. And research conducted by the Australian Workplace Gender Equality Agency echoes this. Their research found that not only does gender equality improve productivity and economic growth, it also enhances an organisation's ability to attract talent and retain employees. This in turn sets up organisations for continued success. Employees at diverse organisations are more engaged, creative and innovative because the diversity provides a wider range of ideas. This in turn cultivates original ways of looking at problems with new and unexpected solutions. People working in these environments have higher levels of well-being and are less likely to demonstrate unacceptable behaviours like bullying and harassment. It is in everyone's interest to ensure our workplaces are diverse and inclusive, and that diversity is reflected at all levels of our organisation's hierarchies. The Australian Maritime Safety Authority participates in the Diversity Council of Australia's annual Inclusive Employer Index. This involves an independent body surveying employees from organisations around Australia to identify their organisation's strengths and weaknesses in being an inclusive workplace. And I'm thrilled to report that this year we were listed as an inclusive employer for the second year in a row. The first time we participated in 2022, our organisation was one of only 30 Australian organisations to be listed as an inclusive employer. I'm immensely proud of these results, and I'm proud to lead an organisation with a commitment to diversity and inclusion, and to know that investing in our employees' well-being makes us more effective as an organisation. Our efforts to build a diverse and inclusive workplace makes us a respected employer and allows us to attract new talent and to retain existing employees. It helps us with our business as well. We're more equipped to reflect the people in our communities we work with and to promote diversity and inclusion more broadly across maritime industries in Australia and internationally. Now, it's taken many years of investing in our workplace and in our people to make AMSA a diverse and inclusive organisation. After consulting our employees and running surveys and workshops and focus groups, we launched our Gender Equity Action Plan. The plan targets key areas for women's participation in our workplace and how we can influence the maritime industry more broadly. AMSA executives sponsor a diversity working group. The working group's a passionate group of employees from all levels that work to develop, implement and monitor our diversity and inclusion policies and initiatives. The Diversity Working Group has rolled out unconscious bias training to all staff with hiring responsibilities, and we do this to ensure that those recruiting and interviewing in our organisation are aware of the biases that negatively impact women and other marginalised groups, so that we can have equitable hiring at all levels. We've also established a working group to consider gendered language, which is common throughout the maritime community and is reflected in our communications, regulations and guidance documents. We hope this will enable AMSA to choose gender-neutral language and influence external stakeholders to adopt unbiased and non-discriminatory language. We make gender inclusion courses available for employees to deepen their understanding of gender diversity also, and we've implemented additional support for people experiencing family and domestic violence. This includes providing leave for employees dealing with family and domestic violence. We can see the impact these choices have made. In 2012, only 32% of our employees were women. By 2022, 43% of our employees were women. We've also seen consistent improvement in the number of women in leadership. In 2002, 11% of our leadership team was women. By 2012, it was 22%, and by 2022, it was 33%. This is especially a meaningful improvement, as studies have shown that it's only when the number of women in leadership reaches over 30% that they are able to influence decision-making and be heard. Boards which pass this 30% have also been shown to be higher performing. Our board has improved its gender balance. While for many decades, only a third of our board positions were held by women, now 63% of our board members are women, and the board is chaired by Captain Janine Drummond, who's an inspiring and capable leader. All these actions help build a better workplace for our employees and for the people relying on our services. We take our role as national leader and role model for gender equality in maritime seriously. We actively participate in IMO's International Day for Women in Maritime each year. We worked with the Nautical Institute of Southeast Asia and the Women's International Shipping and Trading Association to run a successful in-person and online panel event in 2023. We sponsor several scholarships for women. We've sponsored women from the Indo-Pacific region to complete graduate studies in maritime affairs, as well as scholarships through the Australian Maritime College supporting women in engineering. We've also sponsored 25 positions at the World Maritime University, 10 of which went to female students to complete a Master of Science in Maritime Affairs. We hosted the 2023 Pacific Women in Maritime Association Conference in Cairns. Following the release of the IMO's Women in Maritime Association Strategy and the commencement of the Pacific Women in Maritime Association and Strategy, we're currently investigating how we can support Pacific states to develop national strategies that work to address local goals and targets. We do these things because it's important to encourage diversity, not only in our workplace, but across the maritime industry. And we strive to use our influence to ensure our industry shares its strengths and builds the skills and experience of a diverse workforce for a shared outcome. So in conclusion today, I would like to thank Maritime SheEO for inviting me to speak again this year, and I wish you all the best for the rest of this conference. Thank you.
Now we will play our sustainability sponsor, Transworld Group's video. A slight correction, Transworld is our interactive booth partner. We had an interesting selfie quest, and now I invite Shipra from Transworld to announce the winner.
Sorry for standing in between lunch and you all, but I have an exciting announcement to make. You must have seen the interactive booth right outside when you entered, where you're taking lots and lots and lots of pictures. So what we've done is we've we are running a social media campaign where you can take pictures and upload them on social media, tagging Transworld Group and Maritime SheEO, showcasing your commitment towards the cause and just speaking about diversity and sustainability. And we are announcing 3 winners through the day to showcase your commitment. So we have now the first winner, and I've invited Ms. Namrata Malushte, Chief Governance Officer, Transworld Group, to give out the first winner's prize. So the winner is Ms. Tanisha from Amit. So for all those who've taken pictures and not uploaded them, this is your chance. Keep uploading them, sharing them, and congratulations, Tanisha. We will be announcing next 2 winners at the end of the conference, so please keep uploading and showcasing your commitment. Thank you.
Thank you, Shipra. I really admire this audience, and listen to me carefully. When people you greatly admire appear to be thinking deep thoughts, they probably are thinking about lunch. And it's lunchtime. Thank you.
Some gifts are very special. You open them at a leisurely pace and savoring them all by yourself without any haste.
Taj Mahal gift box. 3 unique flavors, 1 special gift.
Oman is on a mission to become a global investment powerhouse, spending $26 billion on infrastructure upgrades across the country, spanning international airports, interconnected roads, major ports, and free zones, building a resilient supply chain to export to the world and enable international businesses to unlock their potential.
The location helps a lot in terms of the outlook to the Indian Ocean, the proximity to Africa and the proximity to India as well, 2 of the fastest growing economies in the world. And of course, we provide a whole host of incentives, tax breaks, bonded storages, fast turnaround of decision, lands at competitive price, of course, energy at competitive price.
Its tourism industry is rapidly growing, with $7.8 billion invested here in 2023 alone. The country's natural beauty, from mountaintops to rare marine life in its surrounding oceans, makes it a year-round tourism destination, with historic landmarks and rich cultural heritage offering an added appeal. The tourism industry here is projecting more than 11 million visitors by 2040.
Today, the contribution of tourism in the GDP is around 2.5%. And we would want to see this grow to anything between 7 and 10% by 2040. So this requires a great deal of investments, whether from the private sector here in Oman or even the most welcomed foreign direct investments into this sector.
Muscat International Airport welcomes up to 20 million passengers a year, and that number is set to nearly triple as the airport aims to become a critical hub for long-distance stopovers and a gateway from Asia to Europe and beyond. With direct flights to 93 destinations, a state-of-the-art expansion could see passenger growth to 56 million per annum in later phases. Testifying that, whether it's land, sea, or air, Oman is ready for liftoff. Connect to Oman. Connect to...
To get where we are has been an incredible journey. As pioneers who set off into the unknown, as innovators who uncovered new paths, as achievers always hungry to go one step further. We are the sum of decades of experience, achievements, and successes. Through the continuous evolution of lower carbon oil and gas to enabling change through renewables and emerging energy, this is how we differentiate ourselves. By early engagement and system innovation, leading to optimized solutions and predictable project delivery. Through collaboration and partnerships, which are locked into our DNA, we operate on a global scale while building strong local relationships and partnerships. Our integrated services make standardization and optimization of systems across the full subsea spectrum possible. Through our commitment to sustainable delivery, we mitigate the impacts our activities may have on the environment, and we treat people and communities fairly and with respect. Using digital solutions across the full energy life cycle puts us at the cutting edge of efficiency and competitiveness. And through a market-leading portfolio of advanced enabling products that builds on 50 years of experience, ensuring we are uniquely positioned in the global marketplace to adapt. At Subsea 7, we create sustainable value by delivering offshore energy transition solutions for today and tomorrow. And so our journey continues, making possible a future as dynamic and exciting as the past.
In a world driven by connections, Oman beats at the heart of global trade routes, using integrated logistics solutions from coast to coast to bring every opportunity to your doorstep, connecting you with the thriving global markets through one of the world's fastest logistics hubs and the most efficient ports, making Oman and its ever-expanding operations a smart choice for global trade and businesses. Connect to the world. Connect to Oman.
Some gifts are very special. You open them at a leisurely pace and savoring them all by yourself without any haste.
Taj Mahal gift box. 3 unique flavors, 1 special gift.
Oman is on a mission to become a global investment powerhouse. Spending $26 billion on infrastructure upgrades across the country, spanning international airports, interconnected roads, major ports, and free zones. Building a resilient supply chain to export to the world and enable international businesses to unlock their potential.
The location helps a lot in terms of the outlook to the Indian Ocean, the proximity to Africa and the proximity to India as well, two of the fastest growing economies in the world. And of course, we provide a whole host of incentives, tax breaks, bonded storages, fast turnaround of decision, lands at competitive price, of course, energy at competitive price.
Its tourism industry is rapidly growing, with $7.8 billion invested here in 2023 alone. The country's natural beauty, from mountaintops to rare marine life in its surrounding oceans, makes it a year-round tourism destination, with historic landmarks and rich cultural heritage offering an added appeal. The tourism industry here is projecting more than 11 million visitors by 2040.
Today, the contribution of tourism in the GDP is around 2.5%. And we would want to see this grow to anything between 7 and 10% by 2040. So this requires a great deal of investments, whether from the private sector here in Oman or even the most welcomed foreign direct investments into this sector.
Muscat International Airport welcomes up to 20 million passengers a year, and that number is set to nearly triple as the airport aims to become a critical hub for long-distance stopovers and a gateway from Asia to Europe and beyond. With direct flights to 93 destinations, a state-of-the-art expansion could see passenger growth to 56 million per annum in later phases. Testifying that, whether it's land, sea, or air, Oman is ready for liftoff. Connect to Oman, connect to the world.
To get where we are has been an incredible journey. As pioneers who set off into the unknown, as innovators who uncovered new paths, as achievers always hungry to go one step further. We are the sum of decades of experience, achievements, and successes. Through the continuous evolution of lower carbon oil and gas to enabling change through renewables and emerging energy, this is how we differentiate ourselves. By early engagement and system innovation, leading to optimized solutions and predictable project delivery. Through collaboration and partnerships, which are locked into our DNA. We operate on a global scale while building strong local relationships and partnerships. Our integrated services make standardization and optimization of systems across the full subsea spectrum possible. Through our commitment to sustainable delivery, we mitigate the impacts our activities may have on the environment, and we treat people and communities fairly and with respect. Using digital solutions across the full energy life cycle puts us at the cutting edge of efficiency and competitiveness. And through a market-leading portfolio of advanced enabling products that builds on 50 years of experience, ensuring we are uniquely positioned in the global marketplace to adapt. At Subsea 7, we create sustainable value by delivering offshore energy transition solutions for today and tomorrow. And so our journey continues, making possible a future as dynamic and exciting as the past.
In a world driven by connections, Oman beats at the heart of global trade routes, using integrated logistics solutions from coast to coast to bring every opportunity to your doorstep, connecting you with the thriving global markets through one of the world's fastest logistics hubs and the most efficient ports, making Oman and its ever-expanding operations a smart choice for global trade and businesses. Connect to the world. Connect to Oman.
Some gifts are very special. You open them at a leisurely pace and savoring them all by yourself without any haste.
Taj Mahal gift box. 3 unique flavors. 1 special gift.
Oman is on a mission to become a global investment powerhouse. Spending $26 billion on infrastructure upgrades across the country, spanning international airports, interconnected roads, major ports, and free zones. Building a resilient supply chain to export to the world and enable international businesses to unlock their potential.
The location helps a lot in terms of the outlook to the Indian Ocean, the proximity to Africa and the proximity to India as well, 2 of the fastest growing economies in the world. And of course, we provide a whole host of incentives, tax breaks, bonded storages, fast turnaround of decision, lands at competitive price, of course, energy at competitive price.
Its tourism industry is rapidly growing, with $7.8 billion invested here in 2023 alone. The country's natural beauty, from mountaintops to rare marine life in its surrounding oceans, makes it a year-round tourism destination, with historic landmarks and rich cultural heritage offering an added appeal. The tourism industry here is projecting more than 11 million visitors by 2040.
Today, the contribution of tourism in the GDP is around 2.5%. And we would want to see this grow to anything between 7 and 10% by 2040. So this requires a great deal of investments, whether from the private sector here in Oman or even the most welcomed foreign direct investments into this sector.
Muscat International Airport welcomes up to 20 million passengers a year, and that number is set to nearly triple as the airport aims to become a critical hub for long-distance stopovers and a gateway from Asia to Europe and beyond. With direct flights to 93 destinations, a state-of-the-art expansion could see passenger growth to 56 million per annum in later phases. Testifying that, whether it's land, sea, or air, Oman is ready for liftoff. Connect to Oman. Connect to the world.
To get where we are has been an incredible journey. As pioneers who set off into the unknown. As innovators who uncovered new paths. As achievers, always hungry to go one step further. We are the sum of decades of experience, achievements, and successes. Through the continuous evolution of lower carbon oil and gas to enabling change through renewables and emerging energy, this is how we differentiate ourselves. By early engagement and system innovation, leading to optimized solutions and predictable project delivery. through collaboration and partnerships, which are locked into our DNA. We operate on a global scale while building strong local relationships and partnerships. Our integrated services make standardization and optimization of systems across the full subsea spectrum possible. Through our commitment to sustainable delivery, we mitigate the impacts our activities may have on the environment, and we treat people and communities fairly and with respect. Using digital solutions across the full energy life cycle puts us at the cutting edge of efficiency and competitiveness. And through a market-leading portfolio of advanced enabling products that builds on 50 years of experience, ensuring we are uniquely positioned in the global marketplace to adapt. At Subsea 7, we create sustainable value by delivering offshore energy transition solutions for today and tomorrow. And so our journey continues, making possible a future as dynamic and exciting as the past.
In a world driven by connections, Oman beats at the heart of global trade routes, using integrated logistics solutions from coast to coast to bring every opportunity to your doorstep, connecting you with the thriving global markets through one of the world's fastest logistics hubs and the most efficient ports, making Oman and its ever-expanding operations a smart choice for global trade and businesses. Connect to the world. Connect to Oman.
Some gifts are very special. You open them at a leisurely pace and savoring them all by yourself without any haste.
Taj Mahal gift box. 3 unique flavors. 1 special gift.
Oman is on a mission to become a global investment powerhouse. Spending $26 billion on infrastructure upgrades across the country, spanning international airports, interconnected roads, major ports, and free zones. Building a resilient supply chain to export to the world and enable international businesses to unlock their potential.
The location helps a lot in terms of the outlook to the Indian Ocean, the proximity to Africa and the proximity to India as well, 2 of the fastest growing economies in the world. And of course, we provide a whole host of incentives, tax breaks, bonded storages, fast turnaround of decision, lands at competitive price, of course, energy at competitive price.
Its tourism industry is rapidly growing, with $7.8 billion invested here in 2023 alone. The country's natural beauty, from mountaintops to rare marine life in its surrounding oceans, makes it a year-round tourism destination, with historic landmarks and rich cultural heritage offering an added appeal. The tourism industry here is projecting more than 11 million visitors by 2040.
Today, the contribution of tourism in the GDP is around 2.5%. And we would want to see this grow to anything between 7 and 10% by 2040. So this requires a great deal of investments, whether from the private sector here in Oman or even the most welcomed foreign direct investments into this sector.
Muscat International Airport welcomes up to 20 million passengers a year, and that number is set to nearly triple as the airport aims to become a critical hub for long-distance stopovers and a gateway from Asia to Europe and beyond. With direct flights to 93 destinations, a state-of-the-art expansion could see passenger growth to 56 million per annum in later phases. Testifying that, whether it's land, sea, or air, Oman is ready for liftoff. Connect to Oman. Connect to the world.
To get where we are has been an incredible journey. As pioneers who set off into the unknown, as innovators who uncovered new paths, as achievers always hungry to go one step further. We are the sum of decades of experience, achievements, and successes. Through the continuous evolution of lower carbon oil and gas to enabling change through renewables and emerging energy, this is how we differentiate ourselves. By early engagement and system innovation, leading to optimized solutions and predictable project delivery. Through collaboration and partnerships, which are locked into our DNA. We operate on a global scale while building strong local relationships and partnerships. Our integrated services make standardization and optimization of systems across the full subsea spectrum possible. Through our commitment to sustainable delivery, we mitigate the impacts our activities may have on the environment, and we treat people and communities fairly and with respect. Using digital solutions across the full energy life cycle puts us at the cutting edge of efficiency and competitiveness. And through a market-leading portfolio of advanced enabling products that builds on 50 years of experience, ensuring we are uniquely positioned in the global marketplace to adapt. At Subsea 7, we create sustainable value by delivering offshore energy transition solutions for today and tomorrow. And so our journey continues, making possible a future as dynamic and exciting as the past.
In a world driven by connections, Oman beats at the heart of global trade routes, using integrated logistics solutions from coast to coast to bring every opportunity to your doorstep, connecting you with the thriving global markets through one of the world's fastest logistics hubs and the most efficient ports, making Oman and its ever-expanding operations a smart choice for global trade and businesses. Connect to the world. Connect to Oman.
Some gifts are very special. You open them at a leisurely pace and savoring them all by yourself without any haste.
Taj Mahal gift box. 3 unique flavors. 1 special gift.
Oman is on a mission to become a global investment powerhouse, spending $26 billion on infrastructure upgrades across the country, spanning international airports, interconnected roads, major ports, and free zones, building a resilient supply chain to export to the world and enable international businesses to unlock their potential.
The location helps a lot in terms of the outlook to the Indian Ocean, the proximity to Africa and the proximity to India as well, 2 of the fastest growing economies in the world. And of course, we provide a whole host of incentives, tax breaks, bonded storages, fast turnaround of decision, lands at competitive price, of course, energy at competitive price.
Its tourism industry is rapidly growing, with $7.8 billion invested here in 2023 alone. The country's natural beauty, from mountaintops to rare marine life in its surrounding oceans, makes it a year-round tourism destination, with historic landmarks and rich cultural heritage offering an added appeal. The tourism industry here is projecting more than 11 million visitors by 2040.
Today, the contribution of tourism in the GDP is around 2.5%. And we would want to see this grow to anything between 7 and 10% by 2040. So this requires a great deal of investments, whether from the private sector here in Oman or even the most welcomed foreign direct investments into this sector.
Muscat International Airport welcomes up to 20 million passengers a year, and that number is set to nearly triple as the airport aims to become a critical hub for long-distance stopovers and a gateway from Asia to Europe and beyond. With direct flights to 93 destinations, a state-of-the-art expansion could see passenger growth to 56 million per annum in later phases, testifying that, whether it's land, sea, or air, Oman is ready for liftoff. Connect to Oman. Connect to the world.
To get where we are has been an incredible journey. As pioneers who set off into the unknown, as innovators who uncovered new paths, as achievers always hungry to go one step further. We are the sum of decades of experience, achievements, and successes. Through the continuous evolution of lower carbon oil and gas to enabling change through renewables and emerging energy, this is how we differentiate ourselves. By early engagement and system innovation, leading to optimized solutions and predictable project delivery. through collaboration and partnerships, which are locked into our DNA. We operate on a global scale while building strong local relationships and partnerships. Our integrated services make standardization and optimization of systems across the full subsea spectrum possible. Through our commitment to sustainable delivery, we mitigate the impacts our activities may have on the environment, and we treat people and communities fairly and with respect. Using digital solutions across the full energy life cycle puts us at the cutting edge of efficiency and competitiveness. And through a market-leading portfolio of advanced enabling products that builds on 50 years of experience, ensuring we are uniquely positioned in the global marketplace to adapt. At Subsea 7, we create sustainable value by delivering offshore energy transition solutions for today and tomorrow. And so our journey continues, making possible a future as dynamic and exciting as the past.
In a world driven by connections, Oman beats at the heart of global trade routes, using integrated logistics solutions from coast to coast to bring every opportunity to your doorstep, connecting you with the thriving global markets through one of the world's fastest logistics hubs and the most efficient ports, making Oman and its ever-expanding operations a smart choice for global trade and businesses. Connect to the world. Connect to Oman.
Some gifts are very special. You open them at a leisurely pace and savoring them all by yourself without any haste.
Taj Mahal gift box. 3 unique flavors. 1 special gift.
is on a mission to become a global investment powerhouse. Spending $26 billion on infrastructure upgrades across the country, spanning international airports, interconnected roads, major ports, and free zones. Building a resilient supply chain to export to the world and enable international businesses to unlock their potential.
The location helps a lot in terms of the outlook to the Indian Ocean, the proximity to Africa and the proximity to India as well, two of the fastest growing economies in the world. And of course, we provide a whole host of incentives, tax breaks, bonded storages, fast turnaround of decision, lands at competitive price, of course, energy at competitive price.
Its tourism industry is rapidly growing, with $7.8 billion invested here in 2023 alone. The country's natural beauty, from mountaintops to rare marine life in its surrounding oceans, makes it a year-round tourism destination, with historic landmarks and rich cultural heritage offering an added appeal. The tourism industry here is projecting more than 11 million visitors by 2040.
Today, the contribution of tourism in the GDP is around 2.5%. And we would want to see this grow to anything between 7 and 10% by 2040. So this requires a great deal of investments, whether from the private sector here in Oman or even the most welcomed foreign direct investments into this sector.
Muscat International Airport welcomes up to 20 million passengers a year, and that number is set to nearly triple as the airport aims to become a critical hub for long-distance stopovers and a gateway from Asia to Europe and beyond. With direct flights to 93 destinations, a state-of-the-art expansion could see passenger growth to 56 million per annum in later phases. Testifying that, whether it's land, sea, or air, Oman is ready for liftoff. Connect to Oman. Connect to the world.
To get where we are has been an incredible journey. As pioneers who set off into the unknown, as innovators who uncovered new paths, as achievers always hungry to go one step further. We are the sum of decades of experience, achievements, and successes. Through the continuous evolution of lower carbon oil and gas to enabling change through renewables and emerging energy, this is how we differentiate ourselves. By early engagement and system innovation, leading to optimized solutions and predictable project delivery. Through collaboration and partnerships, which are locked into our DNA. We operate on a global scale while building strong local relationships and partnerships. Our integrated services make standardization and optimization of systems across the full subsea spectrum possible. Through our commitment to sustainable delivery, we mitigate the impacts our activities may have on the environment, and we treat people and communities fairly and with respect. Using digital solutions across the full energy life cycle puts us at the cutting edge of efficiency and competitiveness. And through a market-leading portfolio of advanced enabling products that builds on 50 years of experience, ensuring we are uniquely positioned in the global marketplace to adapt. At Subsea 7, we create sustainable value by delivering offshore energy transition solutions for today and tomorrow. And so our journey continues, making possible a future as dynamic and exciting as the past.
In a world driven by connections, Oman beats at the heart of global trade routes, using integrated logistics solutions from coast to coast to bring every opportunity to your doorstep, connecting you with the thriving global markets through one of the world's fastest logistics hubs and the most efficient ports, making Oman and its ever-expanding operations a smart choice for global trade and businesses. Connect to the world. Connect to Oman.
come back and occupy your seats. I request all to please come inside and be seated.
अच्छा वाला लो. Thank you. Hi, welcome back. Please be seated. Thank you. Okay, in the meantime, people join us. My question to you, which session is challenging? Before lunch or the one after lunch? And I want some honest answers here. Good one. Any more answers? Any more prompt answers? Anyway, thank you so much. They say change is good. Change is must. But I will add that the change is beautiful as I hand over the mic to Siv Remoy, who is Managing Director at Norwegian Electric Systems, NES. And please do the same thing that you did with me.
when she smiles, just clap, okay? Thank you so much.
So I had this big ambition that maybe I would try to implement the strict Norwegian rules of entering into a room upon time, but I think I failed, so we'll see how it goes. But that said, thank you so much for having me here, Sanjam. It's very nice to be here, I'm very glad. And to start off this part of the session, I would like to start with a quote that has I would say that it has hit me over and over again, especially throughout the last years, as we stand before great changes. And it's a quote by Albert Einstein, who once said, "We cannot solve our problems with the same thinking we used when we created them." Shall he get an applause? I think so. So with that in mind, we are now entering the conference where we will shed some light on a different angle, but still within today's topic. So during the next sessions, we will get personal stories, we will learn more about strategies and lessons learned, the legal framework, culture, and the CEO commitment. And to start off this session, it is my great pleasure to welcome, virtually though, on stage, IMO Secretary General-elect, Mr. Arsenio Dominguez.
Sorry, can you hear me?
We can hear you. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much, and apologies for this. Part of the still learning with and dealing with technologies. First of all, let me start by thanking Sanjam for the kind invitation, and also congratulating her for all the great work that she continues to do, and it's actually testament for the success of the Maritime SheEO, which right now is on its fourth session, and it's the second event that, of course, that it's taking place in person. I'm really sorry that on this occasion I'm not able to be there to share all these different stories and experiences with you, but of course we are just about to start the next session of the IMO Council, followed by 2 weeks of the biennial IMO Assembly. But I think that it's also important to recognize not just the success that you are having, for example, on this fourth session and throughout the day, but the outreach of this event with over 2,000 attendees from more than 80 countries. And also testament to actually the theme that you're working on today. We are continuously evolving, and this is a fast-paced technology sector, and a global pandemic have proven that traditional workplace should not be the similar way that we were used to, and that the future, it's actually for us to shape. With staff selection decisions made now a lot more based on the psychometrics, the experience, and the ability that the people have, rather than the demographic facing, or the way that a name sounds, or the way that we are used to see each other in different offices. The reality is that the change is happening and taking place. The theme of this conference is diversity for innovation and growth. And one of the key areas to highlight here is gender within diversity. Now, one of the fundamental aspects of human interaction and understanding each other is at the heart of the work that we carry out here at IMO as part of the United Nations. And we stand all by these principles. And this is the essence of our work, as we focus on the skills of listening, empathy, respect, comprehension, eloquence, and compromise. And IMO, in its 75 years history, has achieved many successes, but we still have not been as successful as we could have been when it comes to diversity and inclusion. And of course, there's always the stigma that shipping is a very male-dominated sector. And because it's very technical, it's probably more difficult to actually achieve more diversity. Now, I, in reality, do not share that, because nowadays it has been proven that we can all embrace change and we can all actually be as diverse and successful. So there's more that can be done. And we don't always need someone from a minority group to actually provoke this change. What we need is champions of change, those who do not only celebrate diversity and inclusion, but also understand diversity and inclusion and the benefits that it's bringing. And all of you participating right now are those champions. And in the same line, you have my commitment for change and a plan for change that, with regard to diversity and inclusion, IMO will change, and those changes will be in the short term and deliver long-term benefits. So when it comes to diversity, my objective is to build on the progress that we have made throughout the history of the organization, and in particularly in more recent years. But I will not focus only on statistics. Competency is key to demonstrate that we all have the same abilities. And this is something that I will encourage and support fully at the organization, inwards first, and then of course demonstrate it in an outward way in order to continue to enhance those goals of diversity that we all share. Enhance and building more partnerships of engagements with IMO. And here Maritime SheEO and all of you present and participating play a pivotal role. An example of this is that we're about to launch the second IMO Vista International Survey to measure the progress and guide our future actions. Now, I will exhort you to actually take active participation, not only yourselves, but promoting others to also be part on this survey, because that's what we need, the feedback on how to make change. With Maritime SheEO in particular, we have supported several activities, and we have had activities related to women in biofouling and grow litter, which are some of the main flagship projects where IMO is also enhancing environmental protection. We had activities related to decarbonization, digitalization, and diversity. And you will hear later on this afternoon from my colleague Helen, who is gladly participating there with you, on the work that IMO is carrying out on Sustainable Development Goals, on MARPOL at 50, which we're celebrating this year, and on decarbonization in more detail. Now, innovation is another subject on this conference. And what a better way to highlight here the success and participations of IMO in relation to innovation than with the recent adoption last July of the 2023 IMO GHG strategy. This adoption, this commitment, highlights what IMO is seeking for a better future in relation to all the agenda that we share of sustainable development and protection of the planet. Yes, there will be challenges, but it also comes with several opportunities, and they go from education and training, which is pivotal to achieve this decarbonization transition, new technologies and new fuels, and of course, better ways to operate ships and the operation of in general to become more efficient. And next year, the IMO theme will focus on navigating the future, safety first, creating a more than appropriate continuation from our theme this year, and in that way also enhancing the synergies between safety and the environmental agendas of the organization. Please allow me to highlight that yesterday was the UN Observance Day for the World Children's Day, which promotes international togetherness, awareness, and improve children's welfare. And of course, we need to accept and recognize that they are our future. And just as much as we need to engage more with the new generation, probably need to start explaining to the children what is the work that we do at IMO and in the maritime sector, its importance, and of course, how we can better achieve sustainability. And last week, I had the opportunity to welcome a class of 6 years old at IMO headquarters. It was a great experience to, again, hear what are their views from someone so young that it's also very interested in actually protecting the environment. And of course, prepare me better in the future, not only to asking questions regarding plastic pollution of how we actually are planning to protect our oceans, but needless to say that I now know that I need to also learn about how many teeth a shark has or how fast they can swim, because it's also important for the children and that engages them into the work that we do in protecting the oceans. So I once again want to thank Sanjay and the organizers for the opportunity to speak at this conference. It is through essential platforms such as this one and contributors such as yourselves that the future talent emerges. It is our collective responsibility to demonstrate leadership, celebrate difference, and show how powerful a tool appreciation and awareness can be. Whilst not unique to gender, the topic of diversity is critical to advancement of women and all minorities in shipping. And my target is to look back in the future and see a new generation of talented women inspired to study, to contribute to this globally important industry, and to help to find some of the solutions that are critical to the success of the maritime community and the health and well-being of our planet. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak again. I hope that I can be with you in future sessions of the Maritime SheEO, and I wish you a very successful for the rest of the day of the conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Yes. Are you here, Sanjam? No. Thank you very much also from me and us to the Secretary-elect. We will definitely continue to challenge the status quo and drive change to increase our knowledge with new thinking together. Our next contributor is Cristina Sáenz de Santa Maria. Cristina is a naval architect and engineer, but she's also the VP and Regional Manager of Southeast Asia, Pacific and India Maritime from DNV, where she has spent her career. Today, she will be joining us virtually, where she will share her thoughts on the what's and what's not to when entering a male-dominant environment and implementing a change of mindset. So please welcome Cristina.
Good day, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here speaking to you. Apologies that I cannot be there in person. I am Cristina Sáenz de Santa Maria. I'm a regional manager for Southeast Asia, Pacific, and India for DNV in Maritime. And yeah, it's a privilege actually to have the opportunity to share a little bit my views about being a female in a male-dominant industry. So I have been in the maritime industry for 18 years, and it is really a male-dominant industry, but I think I got a bit mentally prepared for that already from university when I was studying naval architecture, and there were a lot of male students. But I have to say that with its challenges, it has been really a great journey for me. I started in DNV right after university, and always it has been intimidating in the sense that the environments that you are in, be it in on board a vessel or in a shipyard or in a meeting room, is with other male colleagues or people around you, and that makes you stand out, and that is always a little bit intimidating, I think, especially if the less experience you have, right? But I've always tried to focus on that. The fact that you stand out, it is a challenge, but it's also an opportunity because you do stand out. You are different, meaning that if you really want and try to contribute and add value, you can easily be more heard. So I would really, this has really served me well and I would, encourage you to try it out and use that standing out as an opportunity for you in the environments that you might be in. Now, obviously, there might be situations, right, where you might feel more uncomfortable, and that you have heard. I have heard certainly diminishing comments about me, even these stereotypes, and oh yeah, she got promoted because she's the woman, right? They need to have it. I think you just need to move forward and again focus on adding value, because if you add value as an individual, forget about female or male, people would like to have you in their teams, whatever that is, if it's a leadership team or a project or a survey on board a vessel, right? So focus on adding value. For me, it has been really my guiding star in my career. But obviously, as I said, and I think that goes very linked to experience, to navigate this journey, you need self-confidence, and that you created throughout the years, and hopefully through the successes, also standing up from the failures or things that don't go that well, but having resilience and having a goal, saying, hey, I want to have that position because I think I can contribute and I can help the company become better. With my views and opinions. I think that's extremely important. So having a clear goal, it's key. And for that, obviously, you need to be given chances, and you need to be able to develop as a person and as a professional, right? So talent development and upskilling is really key, and that is not possible without leadership. The leaders, we all have a responsibility to see the people and to see the future leaders and future professionals and help them on their journey, because everyone needs to be seen. And I feel really lucky to, as I said, I've only worked with DNV in my professional career, and in these 18 years, I have been seen at several occasions, and they have given me opportunities, and that's why I'm here today. So I think as a global company, it's really inspiring to see how we have developed in terms of diversity. We have a global D&I culture, and I think we have increased in terms of female workforce 29.7%, and in terms of female leaders 20.7% compared to 2013 levels. So that's quite a lot, and there's still more to do, but it's a journey. And then maybe to finish up, I would like to a little bit of a call for action for every leader, every single one of us, to see the people, to give the opportunities to the people, also see the diversity that we have promoted, because that hopefully will contribute and add value, and that will help us to reach the goal on whatever project or company you are. So with that, I wish you all a very successful session and day ahead. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Christina. Indeed, I agree. Being in this industry is absolutely a journey, and an amazing journey. And to enter this topic even further, I would like to welcome on stage the wonderful Geeta Seth. Geeta is Assistant Vice President at JM Baxi, and she's working with sales and marketing at the container terminals. This is a session that is brought to us and powered by NOTS Ship Management. Geeta will lead the panel, and she will also bring with her Annette Hula, and she's the country manager at Kongsberg in Mumbai, India, and also Elena Densienko, who's the president at Vista, Russia. And in this panel, I will also be participating.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Geeta Sheth. I work with JM Bakshi in the Container Terminal Division. I look after sales and business development. I have over 20 years of work experience. I started with an airline, Jet Airways, which doesn't exist anymore. It was not easy 25 years back when I started. I had a few breaks in between. And then I moved into logistics with FedEx, with Maersk Line. My last stint before JM Bakshi was with DP World, where I spent quite a few years in a remote location called Mundra. From that, I came to Mumbai because Mumbai is a land of opportunities. And I'm glad I did that because of that, I'm sitting here on the stage. I'm able to meet all you wonderful women and men and the ladies over here. So let us get into the discussion. Today's topic is entering a male-dominant environment and implementing a change mindset. Traditionally, logistics has been a male-dominated industry, but this trend is definitely changing in the last decade or so. I think all the women here speak for that. And with more and more women entering, with more and more colleges coming in, and some of them climbing the corporate ladder or becoming entrepreneurs and becoming role models for the younger generation. This change is well represented by our eminent panelists, Annette, Siv, and Dr. Ilona. They are inspiring leaders with varied expertise. They continue to scale new heights while driving the diversity mantra. Let's tap into their personal experiences and gain some insights. I have a few questions, whoever would like to take those questions. My first question is, what attracted you to the maritime industry? What was your initial impression with regard to the mindset of people in the industry when you started? Please.
Hello. I personally, I was not really looking into the maritime industry. It was more that the company I was searching for was a technology company. So Kongsberg, we deliver technology for the ship industry, the shipbuilding industry. So first it was like looking at a tech company, high-tech company, and then I applied for a job, and I got it, and it was coincidentally into the maritime market. So that was like I grew into the maritime industry. And my first meeting with the industry was, it's quite conservative, male-dominated, and quickly I moved into sales and marketing, and I started to travel around the world looking at the shipyards, and most of the people I was traveling with was men. I think that I could say from 2007 when I started in the company, it's been a very big change. The mentality has changed a lot. So like from the first travels, I was together with my male colleagues, and I thought it was quite good when I went to bed, because then they could go to the bars that they didn't want me to go together with them. So that was like my first meeting with the maritime industry.
Okay, great. Okay, so the first objection the men had is that they didn't want the women joining at the bar, but I think that has changed now. Do you agree?
Wow.
I agree because, of course, none of my male colleagues are here, but then we have that kind of equality in my team at least.
No, but in that respect, I think we all have different, ways into the industry. And I come from a very small island on the west coast of Norway, where all the guys, all my friends, basically had a job just lined out for them to be a captain and work on one of the vessels. And I wanted to do that as well, and I tried to, but it was too heavy, so I couldn't do it. So I had to find, a different path into it, a little, but so kind of ended up by heart and slightly also by coincidence. But I must say, as compared to Annette, I think I started a few years earlier than you. Looking back, I think maybe I was a little bit naive when I entered the industry, because I didn't accept that there was a difference and that it was a challenge to be a female in the industry. So when I started, I think I paved out that there was no difference between me and my colleagues who started in the company when I first started as well. So I dressed exactly the same as them. I didn't want to stand out. I had always my hair in a ponytail, very little makeup, and all of these things. And when we went out, I think we made a point of, maybe even doing more shots than the guys, and maybe also going to those bars, because you didn't want to be different. So it was actually only when I became a mother and I came back after maternity leave that my eyes got more open to the fact that there is a difference and it is not the same. And that's also, I would say, that my kind of journey and kind of battle to have more female in the workplace actually started, to see the importance of getting more girls into the industry. So that's my note on that, at least.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Dr. Ilona, would you like to answer the same, or can I ask you another question? Yeah. I think it's on. The mic is on. Yeah.
Actually, when now it was mentioned about, the visit of the 7-year-old to IMO headquarters, it's remind me, I'm coming from the specialty which is lying in between two historically mainly male-dominated. It's medicine and maritime. So my absolutely hero when I was a child was a Thor Heyerdahl, because he visited Baku, the city I was born, and I was a fan of archaeology. And his team was built only from the males. And I would say, what is this? I will grow up, I will become a doctor, and I will build a new ship, and I will sail with Thor. And I was, absolutely sure, being a little girl, that it gonna happen. But when I was telling this to to my parents and to the friends, okay, who was taking the little girl seriously, especially when it was about the seafaring? And then I was just following my dream. I became a doctor, and to be frank, I came across a maritime medicine really accidentally. It was in '97 when the Norwegian embassy in Moscow was seeking for the doctor who will be able to make checkups for the Norwegian seafarers. And I flew to Oslo. It was '97 when the International Maritime Health Association was established. At that time, I had absolutely no clue what it's all about. But I remember the auditorium in '97. It was around 98% of males, doctor, and just a few ladies. And the beginning of October, I ran the same conference in Athens, and it was almost half-half. So we're really, really trying to change, and to change not only in seafaring, but in medicine and in maritime medicine as well. Because you have to encourage. Unfortunately, I will be frank, there is some people you will be not able to change. They will still think that the women should be in the kitchen and the church. And there is also a ladies who's thinking on the same way. But we have to teach our kids. We have to teach our cadets. We have to make our boys feminist. Because in this case, this number from 2% will slowly growing. And this is not about being male or female, it's about being a person. Because everybody should have an opportunity, and we have to follow our dreams. Because for some ladies to go to fix your nails, maybe there is the best, she wants. And the other lady, she wants to take instruments and go to the machine of the ship, because these are the goals she built in her life. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So my next question is something in line with what you just said, Dr. Ilona. To any of the panelists, what would be your advice to male colleagues when it comes to addressing unconscious bias and challenging existing mindsets and practices in an organization, which has a vision to increase diversity for growth. So what would be your suggestion or recommendation to male colleagues so that we can drive diversity? Specifically gender diversity now, because we're talking about that.
Okay, I can start. I think that it's not about only the males, it's about all of us. I think it's...
The reason I said male is because at the top, it's still male dominated. We don't have many women at the top.
Yes, I know. But
we are scarce.
Yes. But if I take the experience that we had in our company, is that 7 years back we had these female forums, and it was only females in the room. And I was thinking about why only female? Because it's not really about us. We are not the problem. It is really, it should have been a female forum for men. So it is really for the men to understand what is needed to engage more females. And I think that after this first female forum we had 7 years back, the next one, it was a diverse forum, so we also included men, because it is about also engaging men into understanding that having more female into the business, it brings better business, more creativity, as it's been said, and it's really good for the business. So I think it's from our first journey started 7 years back. We had 13% female leaders in the company, and now we have 25% female leaders. So it has worked.
Wonderful, wonderful, really wonderful.
Yeah.
So would you like to take that?
Well, I think that the challenge with unconscious bias is that it is unconscious. And just observing my leader, I have been very open with him about experience, not very rough experience, but just small situations previously in my career about, for instance, being back after maternity leave, and one of my leaders at that time said, so you have entered into a new trade, usually we send you 2 weeks to South America, but since you just had your second baby, we haven't added a journey in the budget for you, so you can stay home with your family. Looking at that, I think that he has the best of intention in mind. He was thinking about me. He didn't do it, of any bad will or anything like that. He meant it, quite good. So I've talked about this situation with my leader, and I think this has, made him more aware, and he's really now stepping up, trying to also drive change, not only for our company, but also in the community where I originally come from, at the west coast of Norway. Because the municipality that we are in, I would say that most female in all of Norway work part-time. They work in health, and it's also the place where they have more or less the biggest pay gap in Norway. So it is extremely important, from small communities that have, these strong bonds to the maritime industry and sea, that you actually have leaders who step up and explain why this is important and actually do something about it in recruitment, and that he also goes in, start early in high school, and just follow it up. So it's just through conversation, and I think, we just need to share our experiences and have them, become more conscious on what's what and what's not.
Thank you, thank you. I think that is the key. It is to probably, like you said, unconscious bias. A lot of us don't even realize that we are biasing, but it is there because it is difficult for youngsters who enter the industry to even understand that there is a bias, because a lot of times we as young girls don't realize that there is a difference because of our gender. We don't even realize, not even the men realize that. But when we grow up, we see the difference in pace of growth of men and women, and the parity or the difference in the salaries. And by the time it hits us, probably we've lost a decade, by the time it hits us. But I think we are in a better space in today's times because people realize there is a lack of diversity, gender diversity in the organizations, and organizations are consciously working to increase that. Another next question, something similar on this, is that what role should an organization play to sensitize employees? I think Siv said a bit about it, but if Dr. Ilona, you would like to take this question. What role should an organization play to sensitize employees with diversity and drive the change across all levels in the organization? And feel free to speak in if you would like to as well. Dr. Ilona, then, yeah.
Well, 1812. A young surgeon graduate in England, James Barry, and only when he passed away, he was very successful, they discovered that it was a lady. At that time, it was necessary to hide that you're a woman to become something, especially in the medicine. And it's a lot of samples like that. Now, thankfully, we don't need to hide anymore. And we're talking a lot that there is no difference between male and female, and there is, of course, physiological differences. But to be frank, if it will be not controlled in some companies, it will be still not possible. So we do need kind of political decisions, and somebody should really watch this. This is a reality. There is, I'm a doctor, so usually I find the painful point and I press it. So there's a lot of misogynists still. They're very often hiding. But if they will find a possibility not to take the lady, or just to take, for example, we need a woman in the board. So let's take her. She will be not creating any problem. She has no clue about anything. She will be just sitting, but we will look good in front of the world. And this is not right. Telling again and again, we have to teach our future generation. We have to encourage them, because it's really important. And about the physiology, there is some small things we most probably will never think about, like I came across a problem with the sanitary pads. And many chefs, the janitors, they refuse to clean it, especially in India and Sri Lanka and Pakistan, because, it's kind of taboo. So we have to either change these persons and ask them, if you really want to work, you have to change your attitude. There is some other samples when it was no medical assistance to the seafarer, female seafarer, because we were afraid that she will take it as a sexual assault. Come on, the girl is half dead, she's lying with a broken spine. And she was lying until, the professional team arrived. So we really have a long way to go.
Understood, yeah. Annette, yes, please.
Yes, I really think it's about setting diversity on the agenda and putting focus on it. And I think that in Kongsberg Maritime, we had one of our CEO, it was a no tolerance for harassment. That was the first thing. Because there was a culture that was not good, a good environment for women to be in. So it was to break down that culture. So that was like the first thing to be done. And then it was to build a better culture for women to be in, setting focus on employing women, having role models. And 1 year back, we had our first female CEO in the company ever in the history. So I think she's a great role model. And myself, I'm the second expat female heading a country outside of Norway. So it is working to set focus on diversity. And I also think that since diversity brings good business, it could be that like sustainability is being set on the agenda, that you report on sustainability on the annual reports. It could also be diversity, because people want to invest in companies bringing good business. So that could also like be the next step, that you also report on diversity on your annual report. So I think there's a lot to do still, but we are on a journey.
Yeah, I get that. I think something like carbon emission reduction, we should set goals for diversity in the organization. I think a lot of large organizations are doing it. I know I come from my previous organizations, Maersk and DP World, and in JM Bakshi as well. There has been conscious drive to increase the gender diversity, especially the, and not just in the entry-level positions, but at senior levels as well. Yeah. So that is, I think we need more women leaders to drive that change. And whoever is listening today, and all of you who are in really senior positions, I think it is our duty that we contribute and we encourage other women and, you know, bring that small change that we can. Yes, Siv, please go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to add on also what you're saying, and also you, Anette, because in Norway, Vista has this campaign. It's 40 by 30, and more companies now in Norway are actually signing this pledge, stating that by 2030 they want to have more than 40% female in their workforce. Yeah. So many companies are now signing this, and I think it's, you know, something that more and more countries can copy, basically. But another example is that we have companies who are quite stringent on this. And for instance, in the lawyering or being an advocate, many companies within lawyers are also tackling the same challenge. And one shipping company in Bergen that I know is actually saying that if they don't have a female partner, they will not use her. And Pia is nodding, so can I... It's Greg, right? Yeah, so Greg is actually saying that if they don't have a female partner, they will not use that company. And I think that, you know, coming from the owners and from the top management, this is something that more and more companies actually should set up on the agenda.
Anything you would like to add, Ilona?
I think we have no more time, but you know, I teach first aid and trauma, and when you teach the trainers, you're always giving tips, psychological tips, how to make the thing soft. So I think we have to teach our cadets as well how to build your relations with the people, because very often the soft power, it's really working. So if you not just hit the wall, you have to break the ceilings, but softly.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that panel, and thank you, Gita, for hosting it, moderating it. Yeah. As we heard earlier today from the Ministry of Trade and Fishery in Norway, the Norwegian government have worked on and launched a strategy and roadmap on how to increase women working both within the maritime but also the marine industry. It's a work where the industry and industry leaders have been asked to come with advice and input. And it's a work that has continued for more than 1 year. As a result to this, there is a roadmap with 4 clear advices. And while she stated that they will continue to work on this, the question I ponder and wonder about is whether or not a strategy and roadmap
and a declaration of cooperation from our government is sufficient and enough, or if in fact we need harder requirements to get the change that we need. So to discuss this further, I'm very glad to welcome on stage, where we will discuss the topic surrounding this, and that's diversity and inclusion policies, exploring the legal framework and best practices. To moderate this session, I invite Mrs. Priya S. on the stage, and she will also be joined by Katarina Smith, which is the Senior Legal Counsel at Oldendorff Carrier, Magdalena Chu, and she is the Director at Acer Legal LLC. You're okay? Yes, good. Wonderful. And then I would be welcoming up Jacqueline Salapa. She said that, did I say it wrong? Okay. She's partner at Campbell, Johnston and Clark. I welcome up Rania Tadros. She's the office manager partner at Stevenson Harvard Middle East. And Amsha Gangan. She's advocate of the High Court of South Africa. So welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you'll have been having a good time so far. We've got 6 lawyers on stage. And Sanjam comes and tells me, don't look at the timing, you just got half the time. So just wrap it up as speedily as you can. So, getting on with it. Let me just quickly. So our topic for today is diversity and inclusion policies in the maritime industry, and also to explore what are the legal frameworks in place and the best practices that we think are good for promoting diversity and inclusion in the maritime workplace. So before we go further, a very brief introduction of the panel that's here today to speak on this. We've got Catherine, who is one of the senior legal counsel at Oldendorff Carriers based in Singapore. Prior to moving to Singapore, Catherine was based in Hong Kong for 15 years as a maritime lawyer with Holman, Fenwick and Willen, and then as a general counsel and company secretary for a Hong Kong shipowner, Wah Kwang Maritime Transport Holdings. I hope I got the spelling right. Catherine is a past president of Vista Hong Kong, and she's a solicitor, a lawyer, as well as a fellow of the Chartered Institute of Arbitrators. We then have Magdalena, who has set up her own firm, Asia Legal, with 3 others in Singapore in November 2002, which then, she entered into an alliance with HFW Asia Legal in July of 2015. She is appointed to the expert panel of the Singapore Mediation Center. She is a senior accredited specialist in the maritime and shipping law by the Singapore Academy of Law, past president of Singapore Vista, and a fellow of the Singapore Institute of Arbitration. We have Jacqueline, who's a partner in the London office of Campbell, Johnston and Clark. She's a tri-qualified lawyer. 6 were not enough. She comes with 3 of them in 3 international jurisdictions, that's England and Wales, United States and Australia, and has practiced in each of these jurisdictions in the last 20 plus years. She has a particular interest in the Indian market and has co-authored the inaugural maritime law textbook published by India's Center for Maritime Law. It's Through the Lens of Maritime Law, a Worldview. We have Rania, who's the managing partner of the Dubai office of Stevenson Harvard, a renowned shipping and oil gas lawyer. She's also the president of Vista UAE. She's got over 20 years experience in servicing clients in this area, widely regarded as one of the leading lawyers in the market, which is reflected through the various accolades she's received over the years, including the DIFC Lawyer of the Year Award. And lastly but not the least, we have Amsha, who's a practicing advocate in South Africa. She was called to the bar in 1999, and she's here today as a strong supporter of the Maritime SheEO. She's a passionate advocate for women in shipping, and she is the current president of Vista South Africa. So that's the absolutely erudite panel that we have today to discuss diversity and inclusion policies in our industry. Sometimes we often wonder, isn't inclusion actually just an integral part of the society? Why is there a need to define it at times? Why is there a need to specify it, to promote it, to actually perpetuate it down to the last letter? But in reality, inclusion is not always included, and diversity is not often recognized enough. There is a need to keep pushing boundaries. There is a need to ask questions from time to time. There is a need to raise awareness on the subject so as to perpetrate this thought into every aspect of our society. And that's what we are here today to do, to try and bring about some more awareness in the topic. We will first start with Rania, who will speak about the requirement for diversity and inclusion policies and whether there is a requirement to promote it in the workplace when it is really essential and it's so obvious to us. Is there a need to be put down in the form of a written policy?
Thank you. This is a question that actually I always find really difficult because we are stating the obvious. If you ask someone, is diversity important? I don't think anyone would say, no, it's not important. We can't be we can't be gender blind, but the reality is that whatever we've been doing for the past, since humanity began, is not good enough. I attended a conference in Dubai a month ago, and there was a presentation by a big airline about how they started their policies, if you like, for diversity change 60 years ago. And then they report on current progress, and it's still under 10% in leadership. So they are very proud of the fact that they started these policy changes 60 years ago. But what all I could see was 60 years has not done anything. It has not done enough. So clearly we need to do something different. And you can draw parallels, and I think this was done in the previous session, with carbon emission goals, for example. You know, the impact on the environment of shipping, of carbon emissions from a variety of different forms of transport has always been there. But it's been accelerated because we're now afraid. I'm not saying people should have women on their boards and in their leadership because they're afraid, but I do believe that we have to do something differently, in the same way as they're doing something differently with respect to controlling carbon emissions and protecting the environment. I think we do need to spell it out. Is it important to us as a company? Is it important to us as a community? Is it important to us as a society, as a government? And then just simply look at the bits which we can control. I'm not a lobbyist, so I don't believe I am able to control the policies of government from where I sit. All I can do is promote the policies that my own company has. And so I start with that. I start with developing policies within my own company, realistic targets. And then I look to my clients, and then I look to my clients' clients, and then I look to my clients' service providers. And that's the only way I think we can start to impact and have a degree of change. But it all starts from the recognition that we have to do something different. We have to stop talking about it, and we have to do something different.
Well, that's very true. We do have to start doing, but sometimes I believe that in addition to doing, we also got to start talking about it. Unless and until you raise the topic in different forums, you are not going to be able to get a variety or a spectrum of how the other part of the society or the world is really dealing with this. And to that extent, I think it's important that we start raising awareness in whichever form and manner that we think is most appropriate in the set of circumstances that is before us.
You're absolutely right. I was very lucky. I started my journey as a lawyer in a shipping law firm in London in 1998. My first seat was with a female partner.
Right.
She was the only female partner in the firm. But it made me not think that there were barriers, and it also made me realize that I had a role model, whether I thought about it or didn't think about it. I sat with her on a panel for International Women's Day about 2 years ago, and she said something that really triggered me to think slightly differently about this talking. She said it's not only women who don't have role model, it's men who don't have role model. So like in the previous panel, the gentleman who was trying to save the woman from a business trip post her giving birth because he didn't want her to leave her children. It's an admirable thought, but he didn't have a role model of someone who had made the decision for themselves.
Right.
So you're right, we do need to talk to provide role models for the whole of society.
Yes, absolutely. I fully understand where you come from. When I joined the legal profession, and I have Monica for company who would also confirm that, we were in a firm or in a chambers that's full of male lawyers. And when I joined, I was the only female in the office. So you do understand what unconscious bias is, which was spoken of in the last session, and the need to actually make the society or your environment aware of this, of the need for change. Sometimes things go by and people don't realize that there's a requirement for change. I will now call upon Amsha to address us on why she thinks legal frameworks and policies are essential, and also to speak a bit about how it's being given effect to in South Africa.
Thank you, Priya, and good afternoon, everybody. So I think in answering that question, let me begin with the end in mind. And the end, or the solution, or the answer to the question posed is why do we want change in diversity and inclusion? Why do we need it? And we need it because we want the environment and the industry in which we operate to change. And when you begin with that answer in mind, you realize that you cannot do this on an ad hoc approach, and the approach needs to be consistent. So if you want a consistent approach, one needs to understand that these legal frameworks, they are the legal instruments which you require before you can write and embed policies. The policies are meant to drive a behavioral change. That behavioral change is meant to be sustained and to create a change in our behavior. So we need to understand that the legal framework provides us with guidelines in which we can draft the policies. D&I policies have at their core to be fair, to prevent discrimination, and to promote equal opportunities. They are necessary to give effect and to encourage participation across the board amongst women, amongst newcomers. So I think the important point is to understand that we need to have a well-designed legal architecture. A legal architecture that forms the foundation for D&I policies, which encourages a culture where there is equal opportunity for all. Remembering that policies which promote fairness and encourage women participation will ultimately drive the behavioral change that we seek. And to answer your second question, in South Africa, our history, D&I policies need to address two things. We don't just need to address equal opportunity for women. I come from a country, I am part of an ethnic group which is the second minority. Indians are the second minority in South Africa. So it is a historically disadvantaged environment where the women have been oppressed or disadvantaged twice over. One, because of our gender, and two, because of our racial or ethnic minority. But South Africa has come a long way.
most of you or all of you in the room know about Nelson Mandela and the fight for democracy. The South African Constitution is amongst the best in the world. I am aware, and with respect, I understand that the Indian Constitution as well is well drafted. But in South Africa, we now have specific legislation. We have the Equal Opportunities Act, we have the Broad-Based Economic Empowerment Act, and these are all pieces of legislation which not only seek to drive transformation in our country, and that's racial transformation, but they are especially drafted to create and give women a leverage and more opportunity. I always say in a lot of my Worcester interactions that it's great to talk about equal opportunity for women. We have that. As the Secretary General said earlier on, the industry has transformed. There are women in shipping, there are women in shipping law, but we need to recognize that there must be equity. For equal opportunity to truly translate into change, there must be equity. We all have a different starting point. So equal opportunity doesn't mean a lot if it comes on its own. We must recognize and include equity in that so that we give women, and we give women previously in a male-dominated industry, the leverage to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Amsha. Having heard the theoretical part of it, let's just crunch some numbers with Jacqueline. She will talk to us about how numbers are going to paint a better picture, and also some of the initiatives that she believes is going to promote D&I policies in the maritime industry as global and local initiatives to progress sensible diversity and inclusion policies.
Thank you, Priya. Is this on? It's above my pay grade, the tech. You can hear me? Okay. I think what's become quite clear through listening to everybody today is that the challenges of diversity and inclusion extend throughout the shipping industry to all sectors that service it. If we take the crewing industry, for example, the global workforce of seafarers is just under 2 million people. And according to the IMO, under 2% are women seafarers. I live in London, so if we take a quick look at the UK seafarers community, unfortunately those numbers don't improve. 3% of officers are women, and 4% occupy technical roles. So if we flip this, that tells us 97% of officers are men, and 96% of technical roles are occupied by men. So when we hear these numbers, I think they paint a picture quite quickly and better than 1,000 words. The question comes, what do we do about it? There's many things we can do about it, and a wonderful example was given in the last panel of a company that quite frankly won't instruct external legal unless there is a female partner. The only thing I would add to that is make it plural, female partners. So if we look at, again, our industry on the seafaring side, something that is relevant to strengthening the legal frameworks and best practices, let's just look at where our crew are coming from. The International Chamber of Shipping lists 5 countries as the largest suppliers of officers and ratings on board ships. And these 5 are the Philippines, Russia, Indonesia, China, and India. So, presuming that there's a correlation between these countries and the origin of where the female seafarers are being sourced, it would be sensible to start looking very closely at the diversity and inclusion policies of these particular countries. It can be helpful to try and do a lot of things, but I think it can be more helpful to be very targeted with our resources and adopt, for want of a better of an expression, the approach of a sniper to look very carefully at what will be the most effective use of resources. So again, starting with these 5 countries would be a good start. The challenges extend beyond the seafaring aspect. We have 6 lawyers on stage here today. These challenges are present in the legal community. Now, one could be forgiven for thinking that lawyers and law firms would be on top of this and would perhaps be at the front of the room in terms of progress. Unfortunately, my experience of working solely in private practice for the last 20 years in 3 jurisdictions, London, New York and Sydney, I can tell you that there's some work to be done, and I expect the ladies on the panel would agree with me. In the UK, I'll give you some more numbers. The average number of female partners in private practice stands at about 20% across the shipping law firms in the London legal market. Now, what strikes us all as odd, but not surprising, is this is notwithstanding the fact that there's more girls than boys graduating from law school. Now, whilst each law firm, including my own, has written policies to address this stuff, it's not enough. The important question really is, how do we actually implement these policies to see some progress? Now, very briefly, we can look at some initiatives. On the global side, we have the IMO that's launched the Women in Maritime program. This program basically aims to facilitate women's access to maritime education, training, including women in maritime associations such as WISTA. Now, whilst it is of course positive to encourage women's education and access to women's associations, more concrete steps need to be taken to adequately address the present structural imbalances in our industry. And for me, from what I have observed and my own experiences going through the ranks as a baby lawyer to today as a partner of an international shipping law firm, we simply need a transparent means to measure our progress. Unless we're measuring our progress, and particularly the slow rate of it, it's going to be very difficult to move things forward. And an example in the UK of transparently measuring progress can be seen from a UK initiative of 2018 called Maritime UK, and it established the Women in Maritime Pledge. So basically what this is, it's an umbrella body for the maritime sector, and the program's objective is one thing and one thing only. It's to encourage companies to sign up to a diversity in maritime charter. And it attempts to do a couple of things. The firstly is to challenge companies to take concrete steps to make progress on diversity and inclusion. All well and good. We all can have our policies that set out what we're going to do and where we'd like to be. But again, the pledge also measures performance because the national performance of those companies participating are being published. So again, just to conclude, promoting diversity and inclusion is good, but measuring our progress is much better.
Thank you, Jacqueline. From the west, let's go east. And we'll hear from Catherine on the different ways in which the Hong Kong SAR region and the Singapore governments are approaching legislations and D&I policies in the workplace.
Thank you, Priya. Thank you very much. I'm following on the really
Just
interesting...
Before you start, sorry, if you could just pay attention to the timing.
I will pay attention to the timing.
Thank you.
So, I was going to use Hong Kong, which is a city-state whose history is entirely entwined in maritime and international trade, as a little case study and as an example, following on from the wise words of my dear panellists here. And I'm going to start with a statistic, if I may. According to the Hong Kong Labour Rights Monitor report in May 2023, taking data from the Hong Kong Census and Statistics Department from the census in 2021, the unadjusted gender pay gap in 2021 in Hong Kong was 21%, compared to 18% in 2018. So that's our starting point. Now, just following on from Ashma's points about the importance of the structure, architecture of discrimination legislation that needs to be in place to try and reduce these types of gaps, getting down into the detail of this, in Hong Kong we have the sex discrimination ordinance, as well as disability discrimination laws, family status laws, and race discrimination laws. If we drill down particularly into the SDO, that law is there to, it states that discrimination on the basis of gender, marital status, and pregnancy are prohibited under the ordinance, and that applies both to men and women. And it covers 8 specific areas, being in respect of employment, education, provision of goods and services or facilities, disposal of management of premises, eligibility to vote, participation in clubs, activity in government, and interestingly and very specifically, participation as a barrister. Now, to try and implement this legislation, in place is an organisation called the Equal Opportunities Commission, and that was set up in 1996, and it's an independent body publicly funded by government, and it seeks to work towards the elimination of discrimination on the grounds of gender, marital status, pregnancy, disability, and family status, and so on. And it carries out investigations. It also seeks to try and reach conciliation between employers and employees. And if that can't happen, then the matter may have to go to the court, into the court system. The Equal Opportunities Commission also produces codes of practices and guidelines from employers around trying to seek to reduce discrimination in the workplace in particular. And it produces particularly codes of practice on employment, education, and race discrimination. Interestingly, if we go back to our point at the beginning about our gender pay gap issue, again, the view of the Hong Kong Labour Rights Monitor is that the SDO ordinance does not go far enough because it doesn't have sufficient teeth to implement principles in particular in relation to equal pay for work of equal value. And also, interestingly, the Equal Opportunities Commission last carried out studies in relation to equal pay for work of equal value back in 1997. It did a further consultation in 2004 and an additional task force review in 2006, but nothing further following that. So I absolutely agree that the architecture of necessary legislation to avoid discrimination in all fields, particularly in relation to gender and diversity, is essential, but I can also see that it's really essential that such legislation has teeth, and that the statutory bodies that are there to defend this legislation and ensure that it's being enforced have to have the powers and teeth to be able to do that. Having said that, and following on again a little bit about the point that Rania was making, and interestingly talking about disclosure, and in the context we were talking about carbon auditing and disclosures, again around ESG and other types of disclosure. In addition to the legislation, the primary legislation in Hong Kong, there's also other legislation that hopefully will have the effect of helping to reduce these discriminations and gaps. For example, the listing rules. So the Hong Kong Stock Exchange requires listed companies to produce and self-report ESG reports. And that also includes disclosure in respect of labour practices. And their guidelines, their specific guidelines in respect of employment and labour practices, recommend that the disclosure that listed companies include are their policies and compliance with laws, relevant laws and legislations that have a significant impact on the issues relating to compensation and dismissal, recruitment and promotion, working hours, equal opportunities, diversity, anti-discrimination and other benefits and welfare. So that information and the policies that companies have is a matter of public record that has to be provided in their annual disclosures in listing. The other thing that the exchange recommends is disclosing information in relation to total workforce by gender, employment type, whether full-time or part-time, age group and geographical region, as well as employee turnover rates by gender, age group and geographical region. So that's a sort of an example of a policy and a type of legislation that's not the primary legislation but secondary legislation that can hopefully bring light and assist in moving the gender diversity needle in the right way. So that's a quick trot through the Hong Kong legislation, using it as an example, as a sort of a case study.
Thank you, Catherine. But you do have some secondary legislations in place, which is indeed heartwarming to hear, because I think the need of the hour is to now move it up to primary legislations and then increase the effect of it across all aspects of workforce. I will now invite Magdalene to give her perspective on the Singapore approach to regulatory guidelines, as well as unconscious bias, cultural differences that exist in society, the very touchy issue of positive quotas, and with your special expert in mediation, how does mediation help us in this particular field? Over to you.
Thanks, Priya. And thanks, Sajam, for inviting us to take part in this panel. When I was preparing to give my 2 cents worth, I was reminded of something that happened to me around 2015, 2016. At that time, I was newly elected as the Vista Singapore president, and my law firm, which I had started with 3 other people, 2 men, 2 women, was also in several discussions with a few international law firms about doing a formal law alliance. And these 2 instances coincided, and let me think about this issue of laws and behavior. As Mr. President, we asked a very senior lawyer, and at that time she was also a parliamentarian in the Ministry of Transport in Singapore, to be our guest of honor at one of our Vista Singapore events. And she declined, her office declined rather, someone declined on her behalf. And on her behalf, they said that she felt there was really no real need for organizations like Vista, because there are sufficient laws and regulations in Singapore to ensure that equal opportunity for women and men in Singapore. Okay? Then, as my law firm, our directors were going the rounds with several international law firms, I remember being introduced to all the partners of one firm at that time, 10 of them. After they explained what they do and what we done and all the niceties, and they asked, do you have any other questions? And I said, I looked around the room and said, so, no women? And their reply, well, one reply, most of them just kept quiet, smart. One reply was, but we did try, but they are not, it's quite difficult. Sometimes they don't like going out in the evenings to entertain clients, right? So there is a difference, I feel, between rules and laws, guidelines, and actual behavior. In Singapore, you'd be surprised to find out that there is actually no gender-specific statutes or legislation on fair employment practices. They have adopted a tripartite approach and a sort of cooperative tripartite approach. So they have a tripartite guidelines on fair employment practices, and the 3 parties involved: the trade unions, the Ministry of Manpower, and the Employers Association. But there is, other than provisions in the Employment Act that say that you cannot be unfairly dismissed based simply on race or gender, and provisions in the Constitution that talk about you should honor and respect everybody's race and religions, because Singapore is a multiracial, multicultural country. There is no actual statute. But recently, there has been a committee formed, and their recommendation is that there should be an act to reinforce the work of the tripartite guidelines, not to do away with the guidelines, but to supplement them and to reinforce them, because Singapore has no natural resources. The only natural resource we really have are the people. So Singapore's emphasis has always been everybody works, everybody's productive, everybody's encouraged to get a best education possible and make a best living possible, because that, and innovate and all that, because that is our only natural resource. So in a way, that senior parliamentarian was correct. All the rules that were in place were in favor of meritocracy. Meritocracy, everybody had the equal right to education, everybody has equal right to employment, everybody gets equal pay for equal work. But the guidelines and the committee's recommendations, to me, show a slight mindset shift in Singapore. And this is just my take on it. Away from pure meritocracy towards fairness and equity. Away from ensuring everybody has the right, or protecting your right, to enabling people who may not be aware of their rights. The people who are disabled or have other incapacities, or who are older, and to try and even out the playing field, and to try to recognize systemic biases and subconscious biases. Rules per se may not always be able to address this sort of subconscious bias, as the previous panels have said. And part of the solution is not just enforcement, but enforcement through mediation, which means that to continue to build a tripartite cooperative relationship, and as and when disputes arise, to try to educate, reconcile, and resolve the problem.
Thank you, Magdalene. I think what we've heard thus far, we're quite clear that almost all jurisdictions in the world are now at least conscious that there is a need for a legal framework. There is a need for some kind of a structure to be put into place so as to give gender neutrality in the workplace. Question is that enough? And I think consensus from what we've all heard just now is that currently what's done is not enough, and there is a need to do more. There's a need for more awareness, there's a need for more discussion, and there, at least on the part of the lawyers, there is a need to bring in a bigger framework which is going to reach out to a larger audience. So having said that, I think we are out of time, and I think it's been a fruitful session. So thank you all very much, and it's been good. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Priya, and thank you also to the panelists. I think they want your photo. This session was brought to us by the PDP group. Good.
Thank you very much again. And I think it's quite interesting, the discussion that you're having, because it is actually a discussion whether or not it should be a push or a pull strategy. And I think that we all agree that this industry, and probably other industries as well, need to improve their numbers. But the numbers, they are what they are. So the real question to be actually answered is, how are we going to do this? We are therefore moving on to the next session, where the topic will be to leveraging the diversity strategies, best practices, and impact. This is a session that is brought to us by Diabos, and it will be moderated by Ms. Meera Kumar. Meera Kumar, she is the CEO at Diabos Global. So, Ms. Meera, maybe you can be joined by me on stage. She will also, please, and I was advised that you, along with the panelists, should take a seat underneath where your photo is. And the other panelist is Messina Sujit, which is the General Manager, Shipping Lines, UAE, KSA, Iraq, and Gulf-Tyner. Uma Qureshi, which is the General Manager at Emirates Shipping Association. And Sara Al-Lavati, the Group Chief Audit Executive at ASEAD Group. Welcome. Hello. Just take a seat underneath your photo.
As long as all of you can hear me. Thank you, and thank you, Sanjam, for arranging this panel. I'm delighted to have with me some very lovely ladies. I must tell you, we've had the entire panel discussion once before, when we started discussing this topic and got lost along the way. I have, however, promised to contain ourselves to 25 minutes, so let's do that. Let me start by introducing the people I have here with me very quickly. I'll start with you, Huma. And if you can please give the biggest smile so they know who you are. Huma has over 15 years of experience working in the Middle East and Canada in various NGOs in varied roles at Terry Fox Run Foundation, United Way Campaigns, and the WWF. Not wrestling, but wildlife. Huma has significant professional experience in engaging with private, government, and non-governmental organizations to formulate multi-year, multi-facet partnerships. Whilst being at WWF, she led the campaign Rethink Plastic for 5 years, which has been instrumental in implementation and launching of plastic bag fees within UAE. To strengthen her experience and knowledge in the field of sustainability, she has undertaken certifications in Sustainable Business Strategy by Harvard Business School and Packaging in Circular Economy from TU and Delft. Within the capacity of General Manager at Emirates Shipping Association, she works on building partnerships that unify the entire maritime community in the UAE and contribute to placing UAE as a global maritime hub. Privileged to have you. Thank you. Moving on to Zara. Zara Al-Lavati, Group Chief Audit Executive at ASEAD Group, which is the leading Omani integrated logistics provider in the MENA region. With over 15 years of experience in the field of internal audit, she has been board member and chairwoman of the Audit Committee of the SME Development Fund Oman, chartered member of the Institute of Internal Auditors, CMIIA UK, Masters in Audit Management and Consultancy from Birmingham City University, UK, and she has other certifications in the fields of risk and fraud management. Zara has been selected in the first batch of the global program of the Maritime SheEO Leadership Accelerator sponsored by IMO, with only 30 participants, I understand, shortlisted globally. Thank you. Really happy to have you with me. Moving on to you, Zina. Now she's the one with the biggest smile. Zina has over 18 years of experience of which 3 were in the banking sector, and then she moved to the shipping industry. Her current role includes covering regions like Iraq from the UAE, and hence she's constantly traveling to these regions. She's responsible for terminal-related discussions with shipping lines and carriers. She says she's the only general manager lady in ports and terminal industry in the UAE, which is wonderful. She has a master's in foreign trade and MPhil in international business. She's an internal auditor. She's CILT UK certified and LPA London certified for terminal management. So thank you so much. So trying to be brief, I'll keep my introduction even shorter. I'm a fellow of the Institute of Chartered Shipbrokers, London. I've been working close to 30 years now in maritime. I've been really, really lucky to be a Jill of all trades. I've done some stevedoring, some agency work. I've been in the liner industry. I've recently, in the last 9 years, moved over to technology in maritime. And I now head the company Diabos, which does global port cost optimization for ship owners. Delighted still to be associated with this industry. Thank you. So very quickly now, looking at our topic, I'd like to start with you, Zina, if I may. What does diversity really mean to you? How do you define it? And anything else you'd like to say to us in terms of, setting a stage or definition of what we're looking at?
Thank you, SheEO, and thank you, Meera. I hope everyone is having a nice time out here, all the ladies especially, and I'm really thankful to SheEO to conduct such an event. Now, diversity in maritime industry, it's a representation and inclusion of not just the individuals which is coming from a certain background. It's with various background, and it's not restricted to any age, gender, or an ethnic group, or even a socio-economic background. And coming from even educational background. So it's various inclusions are there. Now, coming back to I have read in Harvard Business Review, this has been mentioned. Earlier when we take the term diversity, with a certain sort of assertion, they would say, oh, it's not right morally or legally to take that word, the term. But now, when we say diversity, there's a second notion that puts a lot of interest, because that is a organizational effectiveness and progress is there. That means business will improve if you have women. The thoughts, the ideas, the diversions we have got, women, and I don't say that male don't have it, but we kind of seep through it and deep-rooted, we find solutions. That in a different way we find solutions. And I always feel, from my own experience, that we are dedicated to it. We want to find solutions. We just want it solved, resolved. And maybe that's by birth we get that. I think almost all of them out there would agree to that we are different. When it comes to resolving, problem solving, we are really different. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. So diversity as in we are different and owning that. Nice. Over to you, Zara. I would like to know, how do you see the current scenario with respect to diversity? What is it you'd like to share?
Thank you, Meera. And again, thank you to Sanjam for the invitation, as well as for pulling such diverse conference together. It's been quite many times discussed the word diversity today. It's been a real focus today. And I think every panel has been bringing a different perspective slightly, but then again, there is a common platform that we've been discussing diversity in. When I was first invited by Sanjam and given the topic, I was a bit curious to know what is it going on apart from what we discuss in the maritime industry. So taking a step backwards from the maritime circle into the bigger circle of the corporate arena globally, because we're part of that as well. So I did some research and quite interesting figures came up. And these are from McKinsey, BCG, LinkedIn research done to various corporations and individuals. And like, for example, employees would like to be more associated with companies who has diversity units or diversity under their people unit by 79% more than being associated with different companies. And this is a quite high percentage given the different generations that are now blending in the corporate world, which we need to have a different perspective on. Also, 22% people said that 22% of companies are higher perceived as more inclusive if they did have those diversity teams, where it can be, the profit line also can be much, much more higher. Also, one very interesting statistics came up in June 2020. Diversity-related posts on LinkedIn received 1.9 times more attention and attraction from the people using the platform, as opposed to other topics. COVID, people were at home, but then again, still diversity was something that people were still looking at by working online and not experiencing actual, lack of diversity. Another interesting number was in June 2022, 500,000 posts on LinkedIn were on diversity from over 100,000 companies. Is this a trend? Because people were talking about diversity, so everybody wanted to talk about diversity, going back to the previous panel where we were discussing now, okay, how to make it actually happen and work. Ethnic diversity in the leadership team actually increases the EBITDA of the companies by 33%. Good stuff. Now let's move to how others are perceiving diversity from the other perspective, other side of it. So for example, 69% of companies say that they are pro-diversity and they are adopting legislations and rules into their policies on diversity. But only 47% actually hold whether the recruitment management accountable for the lack of actual actions on ground. Guess what percentage Fortune 500 companies are celebrating for having women CEOs? 6.6% only. But we're still celebrating this number. And to conclude this mathematical piece, it was very surprising to me to see that only 50% in the US corporate world actually agreed, and I would quote, that our workforce should reflect the communities we serve. Only 50% agreed to this. So we are actually nailing down where the problem is, and perhaps it is, again, is it unconscious bias, or we already believe we're doing enough?
Yes. Thank you. Thank you so much for the numbers. I think it really paints a good picture. And looking at this, setting a stage to you, Huma, I want to ask whether you can share some strategies for us in terms of implementing diversity campaigns, initiatives, and policies. Over to you.
Thank you, Meera. Hello, everyone. Thank you for staying in the room awake post the heavy lunch that we had. And thank you, Sanjam, for having us here. One comment is to possibly have a side event next year known as the HEEO conference, where we can get the gentlemen more involved and try to address the challenges right then and there and come up with solutions.
Lovely.
So going on to what you have mentioned, Meera, there are majority of the strategies have been spoken about in terms of best cases that the different speakers have talked about, be it in the presentation of Allison's or the one being practiced at Greenwich. What I would like to talk about is how can you implement those and realistically do it while having a commercial point of view as well, because that's where the decision happens, making sure it's pragmatic, ensuring that it is involving everyone over a period of time. Yes, it is true that we have a long way to go, but the good news is we have started, we have realized it, and that is one of the biggest strategies we can start off with is awareness and education campaigns. These awareness campaigns can be undertaken either by the government, through the government. It can be done through associations such as ours. It can be done within your corporates as well. And this is where I can just highlight quickly about one of the initiatives that we are doing to advancing awareness for diversification is a maritime leadership program, which is a cohort of about 25 to 30 people coming in phases to visit us in along with our partners, which are the 12 leading organizations and semi-government, government organizations in Denmark, including the Maersk Moller, including the Danish Maritime Authority infrastructure, and building capacity of theirs to be attaining knowledge and bringing it back to your particular organization, reflecting it in terms of solutions and optimizing your assets. So again, making a commercial sense for your training is very important for getting placement. So that is one of the ways of how one could implement and introduce the strategy. The second one is about leadership commitment, that it needs to be part of the DNA of an organization. It shouldn't be just one of the boxes that you need to tick. Yes, we have hit our minority target and there you go, publish the report. It needs to be much more, much beyond that, because that's what we see. I know one of the panelists had mentioned that let's do it sort of like a target of carbon emissions and include it. Would it work? Would we not see that individuals would start recruiting women or the minorities at a lower grade and not get them progression? I would definitely encourage more of leveling the playing field by having inclusive recruitment processes. It could be either the blind recruitment process or it could be through a panel which is diverse, through which these recruitment processes are done. So we are leveling the playing field. It is important that the outcome happens for the right person with the correct competence and not just because they are preferred one over the other. This is again what I feel will help advance in the right way and not discriminate against anyone. One of the areas where, and this is me just taking a step back, yeah, and trying to understand why is there such a massive gap? Why are women so, why are the numbers so low? And then you start realizing it's because of the nature of this industry it's extremely rigorous. Everyone's working around the clock. Does it mean that we have the capacity and bandwidth to do it? Yes, maybe, maybe not, it depends. For me, straight up, I don't have the bandwidth and I refuse to do that. I have to have a perfect work-life balance. And I would encourage everyone for the same, irrespective of which gender you come from. It is, and hence it is the role of leadership to introduce policies which can encourage work-life balance, flexibility, and adaptation. One of the examples I can talk about is recently we had this set of cadets who needed placements on vessels, and everyone were a bit reluctant because these cadets were a youth. Again, a little bit of discrimination there. Second is they were women, and then third, they were Emirati, which means they were Arabs. So no one really wanted to place them. The question was why? What have they done that they are not able to get the placement? The challenges that came from businesses was very clear. Are you sure they'll be able to go through the hardships of what a cadet needs to go through over a period of time? Would they be able to deliver? Would they be able to cross borders? And that is where it was an education, even with the cadets or even with the workforce, that this is the kind of requirement of this particular role. Are you able to with it. And I can say very proudly that we were able to place close to 20 of these in just a matter of like 6 to 8 months. And these are the opportunities we feel it needs to be opened up at every level. So that's more or less in terms of identifying it. And someone earlier in one of the panel discussions had mentioned that they had changed the way they are in order to be unseen within the leadership. And I just felt that it was so ironic that you're here as a woman trying to advance your career and you're still trying to be invisible and trying to imitate them. I do feel that as women, we need to embrace our femininity. We need to dress the way we like, and we need to realize that the strengths that we have, no one else has that. And we will be able to make remarkable achievements just by being ourselves.
Thank you so much. So ladies, you know why we got into a healthy debate outside. So there were some of us who talked about being one of the guys, and there were some of us who said, no, we're never going to be one of the guys. You're just going to be yourself. But thank you so much. I think it's wonderful having you on the panel, particularly for the role that associations play. And this need not be a lonely journey for each company to traverse if there are associations like a SheEO, like a Vista, like each industry association at regional level. Thank you so much, Huma, for your thoughts. Looping back to you, Zina. So we've talked a little bit about definition, we've talked a little about strategy, we've talked a little about we haven't touched on the best practices. Would you like to go first? Yeah? Would you like to go first in terms of some of the best practices that you have personally observed during your career in terms of what people have got right in this journey? Sorry, Zina.
So just to add to what Huma has said, I think, again, because it has been discussed all day today about equity versus equality, and I think from my experience, yes, being an executive in my organization says a lot about equity. Because I chose that path, it helped me reach it. Are we there yet? Of course not. Everyone is not there yet. More of the best practices, again, adding to Huma, is, and that was also touched upon, like to make disclosures, annual disclosures. We have it as part of the ESG disclosures, but they're still very shy. There are only 79 companies out of the 500 Fortune companies that make specific D&I annual reports. And these companies surprisingly see stronger bottom line from the research and surveys. Now, people would say it might not be directly correlated with diversity, with their diversity plans, but the percentages are excluding the other factors that can hamper the outcome. Another very interesting experience I have had is when you have a B2C company and you do employ people who can correlate with the ethnic group of the customers you are serving, that can definitely add significant positivity to the bottom line as well. Why do we all talk profitability? Because that is the key objective eventually to our organizations. We're not here to just enjoy and showcase who we are, but we need to make that bottom line. And it has been proven that diversity can add to that. So I mean, easy, right? Let's just do it. So that's, and one last survey again from BCG was they interviewed 1,700 representatives of companies where they have above average total diversity measures, and they have scored 19% higher in innovation revenues, 9% higher in EBITDA. So I mean, numbers speaks, and if we reflect that, if IMO did the same surveying into the maritime sector, I think we will be seeing very similar numbers, and then we can further nail down and narrow down our actions.
Thank you so much. Zina, I'm going to step over to you. In your understanding, what should be the outcomes of the right strategy and following, or at least attempting to follow best practices? What would this give back to the company?
Well, before I come to that question, I would like to just mention that Huma had told that, So I come from an operational background on the terminal and shipping line. So where we say 24/7. Okay, so shipping is related to 24/7. And I'm sure many of them who sitting here out there, they would agree as well. But operations and men are more likely to be known in the industry more than operations to women, because they think that, once you, after 5, you become mother, you become wife, you become daughter, you become everything, but you can't work. That's not true. And what changes I have, personally, I would say, what I have got from the past experiences is, these things were never a hindrance for me, and it never stopped my growth. And I would never let it also happen, because I want to prove that there is absolutely no difference. Look-wise, yes, I do agree. Otherwise, absolutely there's no difference. When the job comes that, men can do it and women can't do it. And I would relate to the past, some of the panels wherein they made a reference to drinks after office hours for a meeting with a client. I've gone through that as well. In one of the previous jobs I had, and my reply was straight. I won't drink. I don't drink. I don't smoke. I can drink a Coca-Cola or a Coke or a 7-Up, but still I'll go for the meeting, and still I'll do the meeting. And if I have to conclude it, I'll still do it. But I wouldn't take a step back just because I don't drink. I am there because I am from operational and a commercial side. If it's required and the job demands it, I would rather do it. And there are ways to do it too. So we'll do it. And coming back to you, on the outcome, yes, outcome would be high standards of performance and stimulate personal development and encourage openness. That is valuing the workforce. Now, sorry, I need to also say that there are a few things which in leadership positions for women, initiatives basically. So, for example, Japan has done an initiative where they wanted higher number of women to be included in the maritime industry. UAE, where I reside, and I call that my second home. I'm born in India, grown up here, but I love UAE as much as I do India as well. The reason because of the empowerment being given to women, and now inclusion of women in their maritime sector, and they have told it's a male-dominated area, but then still we can have them, have women included as well. Now, on a global initiative, UN Women have, encouraged men, and I'm very happy to see that men is becoming an advocate for having to talk about gender equality. So that's what I would say about the outcome.
Thank you so much. It's really strange. I have show cards here, right here in front of my nose, and I have this lovely lady here gesturing. So we had planned a rapid fire round, but I'm afraid we will not go through with it if it's okay with all of you as well. We'd love to engage with you outside and tell you what we had in mind. We had a couple of questions for a rapid fire, but to respect the larger audience, we shall give it a rest. Thank you so much for joining.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. So then we have one more session before we will take a short break. So we'll We're slightly amending the program because I see that people are becoming thirsty and wants to chatter. But before that time, thank you so much for the previous panels. I've been sitting in the corner here and thinking about, all the things that you have talked about and presented, and especially also about all the numbers that was presented by Sarah. It's quite evident, that diversity is a no-brainer, to be quite honest. But I'm also working in a company, Norwegian Electric Systems, and we have, I don't want to brag, but close to 15% of the female workforce. So it's not good. But if I'm being completely honest, maybe it's more close to 10%. And I'm working on this, but it's really, really difficult, because how are you going to get more, female people into the organization? I cannot, just throw someone out of the organization because I want someone else in. So the first time I met Sanjam, it was in Tromsø, in the Vista conference that we had here in Tromsø, and that was when she came up with the idea of Maritime SheEO, and now we are here. So if I want to give something back to Sanjam, it's actually, maybe you should get us a white paper or a description, actually, of very good advice on how we are going to actually succeed with getting, the more diverse workforce that we actually need, because we know it's a very good idea, but it's really difficult to come up with, a guidebook on how to do it. So that's my key takeaway from the corner here. But before we take then one more, or we take the break, we have one more session, and it's a little bit of, it's slightly different. And our next session is also powered by an organization that we know quite well, and who is also a very good sponsor to our journey of increased diversity, and that's the International Maritime Organization. So the next topic that we're digging into is breaking barriers, women's inclusivity and gender diversity in biofueling and marine plastic litter. This session is moderated by Captain Arvind Sanjar, and he's working with Myrseth, a company that we know have put diversity up on the agenda, not only on shore, but also at sea. Mr. Sankar, he works as a culture and capability manager, a combination that I'm sure will actually make our next session quite good. And with us on stage, he is joined by, let's see, Reem Hassan, Tashi, Sandra Okole Ubong, and Paula Okuna Chakon. I think I pronounced these names wrong, but please welcome on stage.
Just checking. Mic check. Yes, so good evening, everyone, and I'm sure all of you are ready for the coffee break, aren't you? Yes, I can see a lot of smiling faces ready for coffee. Yes, so am I. And welcome to the session on breaking barriers. This is an IMO-powered session, and I'm extremely delighted to host three powerful women here who have broken barriers in the maritime industry to rise to the position they are in. And also, they are fighting the battle against maritime litter and biofouling. So with us today, as introduced, we have Paula, Reem, and Sandra. A brief introduction I will give you about the project. Biofouling is one of the main vectors that creates invasive species in the maritime ecosystem, and it's one of the greatest threats to maritime biodiversity. Biofouling also increases the vessel's drag, thereby increasing the amount of fuel we consume, at the same time increasing the greenhouse gases that vessels emit. In 2023, the IMO published the guideline on control and management of ships biofouling to minimize the transfer of invasive aquatic species and to assist developing countries in effective approach to biofouling management. Another very significant factor in maritime pollution is plastics. And this is where the Glow Litter project assists partnering countries to prevent and reduce plastic litter through legal, policy, and institutional reforms at a country level. Both these projects have also taken a stand and seen to it that gender diversity and gender action is specifically built into the inclusivity, diversity, and sustainability measures. With that, let's hear a message from IMO that we have for you.
Wakame is an edible seaweed, yet it's been identified among the most invasive aquatic species on our planet. In one European country, the power generation industry spends more than $10 million annually trying to stop the Australian tube-worm clogging up cooling water intakes. These are just two examples of an insidious problem that's occurring all over the world. Invasive aquatic species introduced by biofouling. But how does it happen? When surfaces and structures are exposed to the sea, aquatic organisms, some of them invasive, can build up rapidly. Left untreated, they can have severe consequences. Once introduced, invasive aquatic species are almost impossible to eradicate, and they can pose a major threat to biodiversity and destroy healthy marine ecosystems. They can damage human health and have a negative effect on tourism. And dealing with invasive species can cost huge sums of money. A range of key maritime sectors and activities, including shipping, oil and gas, renewable ocean energy, recreational boating, deep-sea mining, aquaculture, and fisheries, can be affected by biofouling and spread aquatic invasive species. And biofouling on ships can also increase hull resistance, resulting in higher fuel consumption and more greenhouse gas emissions. But there is a solution. A global project led by the International Maritime Organization has been set up to tackle this problem head-on. Backed by the Global Environment Facility and the UN Development Programme, IMO's Glow Fouling Partnerships is bringing together stakeholders from all over the world to develop and share solutions to biofouling. Working closely with pioneering countries, industry, and institutional partners, Glow Fouling Partnerships will raise awareness, foster research and development, share best practices, including IMO's own biofouling guidelines, and help promote technical solutions. So if you want to help protect biodiversity and be a part of the global solution, see how the Glow Fouling Partnerships project can help you.
Yeah, thank you for that. And that was a message from IMO on biofouling. And Glow Litter, yes, definitely. Thank you for that. So, my first question is to Paula. Paula's traveled all the way from Costa Rica, and she promises me she's not having any, sleep disorders, or she's not tired at all. She's energetic and ready to go. But I saw her drink a lot of coffee, so you know what's keeping her awake. All right, Paula is also the national focal point and coordinator to the National Task Force of the Glow Litter Partnership Project. And Paula, can you just tell us about your roles and responsibilities at Glow Litter, and what led you to this unique career? Maybe also highlight a little bit about the challenges that you faced in your initial years as you stepped into this role.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much, Arvind. For me, it is really an honor and a pleasure to be here. Thank you, IMO, for the invitation, and thank you, Samjan, as well, for the invitation. As the national focal point and the National Task Force coordinator of Costa Rica for the Glow Litter project, I have the opportunity to facilitate the cooperation from Glow Leader in accelerating the incorporation of IMO conventions into our national legal system and support capacity building for all stakeholders of the maritime and fisheries industries, and create awareness about the plastic marine litter and its negative impact on the marine environment, tourism, and fishing industries. I have been able to facilitate the work of the institutions that are involved in the project to implement step by step our NAP, our National Action Plan, in order to eradicate the plastic litter. But the main challenges that I have been facing as the coordinator of the National Task Force, it is that, I don't know if you know that in Latin America, we don't have a lack of financial resources. I think that what we have, it is a lack of coordination and communication among the institutions that are involved in the maritime and the fishery sectors. So as the coordinator of the National Task Force, I have been able to bring together all the stakeholders that are involved in these two sectors, and it has been brilliant how they have been collaborating and contributing with their competencies and capacities in order to achieve every step of our National Action Plan. But also, of course, at the beginning, unfortunately, I was facing or challenging that I was not getting support of my colleagues. So, but that was not an excuse for me to continue. It was the other way around. It was for me a challenge to keep working hard to achieve all the goals of the Glow Litter project. And also, we have another problem, a big one. It is the lack of maritime education in Costa Rica. So, unfortunately, we don't have a strengthened legal system in the maritime laws, but with the project, we hope that soon we can adopt and ratify the MARPOL and the London Protocol in order to strengthen our legal system and can achieve good regulations in order to tackle this big problem of the marine plastic litter that we have in our seas.
One more question to you on this line. This plastic litter which you're talking about from sea, is it possible to reuse them, or what do you do with that?
Thank you for the question. It is an excellent question because I would love to tell this beautiful audience what we have done in Costa Rica with the plastic. With this amazing project, we have received a big contribution of the Global Ghost Gear Fund from Canada. We won a 350,000 Canadian dollars in order to achieve or to implement a project to recycle our fishing gears. So, as you know, one of the objectives of Glow Litter is to establish partnerships between the public and private sectors. So our National Coast Guard and two NGOs come together and we create this beautiful project to recycle the fishing gears of our coastal areas. So right now we are converting or transforming those fishing gears into reusable materials such as plastic wood to construct benches and decks. And with that, we also are motivating the fishermen to collect their fishing gears and to collect them in these beautiful small bins that we have created from this plastic material. So we are hoping that for our next Oceans Day, World's Ocean Day, we can give a recognition of the fishermen or the fishermen community that most collect fishing gears in this big bin that we have established.
Wow, Paula, that was amazing. You quite are the face of transformation in Costa Rica, right from the grassroots level, training in schools to going to the rural areas, I believe, with the fishermen training, and also working along with your colleagues and inspiring them to take action. Hats off to you, amazing. So moving on, we'll move to Reem. Well, Reem is a member of the National Committee of Biofouling in Jordan. Of course, she's from Jordan, and also she's the treasurer, again, treasurer of the Arab Women in Maritime Association. You know what that means, what treasurers do.
Good evening, good afternoon, everyone. First, I would like to thank all who are organizing this conference. Especially, I would special thanks for Sham. I'm very grateful to be here with you today. Now, the reason for my entry into this field and to be a member of the National Biofouling Committee in Jordan because of the importance of the biofouling in environment and in environmental balance, and the ability to be present in sensitive topics and fields related topics considered professional, and the impact it has in the world, in human, in animal life, and balance cover. And regarding to gender equality, we want to talk about this and how women can contribute to solve the issue of biofouling. We want to have everyone on board, including women in maritime. We need you. We need all the women in the world, especially Arab women in the maritime sector. We have to discuss the contribution that women can make to tackling the issue of invasive aquatic species introduced by ships biofouling. In order a woman to engage into this field, they must be well educated and have a very high experience in both environment and maritime sector. By working together and hand in hand, we can reach. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much, Reem, and it's a pleasure to have you here today with us. Well, the next person, Sandra, a long list of accomplishments. I'm going to mention a few of them. She's a marine and mechanical engineer. She works with the ABS Bureau of Shipping. She's a marine and offshore surveyor and also a member of Women in Biofouling Network. Sandra just finished a vessel inspection and she flew straight in here. I'm fortunate when I was sailing, I didn't get a strict surveyor like Sandra. So I did not have any detentions. All right, Sandra, on that note, I want to understand what inspired you to pursue a career in biofouling research and technology, and have you faced any unique challenges in this male-dominated industry? But wait, I always add a twist. I like to add twists to the questions. What were the benefits of being a woman? Nobody talks about that, do they? They always talk about what are the challenges women face. What, you know, let's add a twist to it. What are the benefits of being a woman, in this, I would say, clearly in the past male-dominated industry?
Okay, I'll start with what inspired me to pursue a career in biofouling. What inspired me to pursue a career in biofouling is the need to reduce greenhouse gas emission. If you look at all the strategies that are brought together by IMO, you see they are all interrelated: energy efficiency, reduction of greenhouse gas emission, and all of that. In the bid to protect the environment, as a surveyor that I am, I got inspired when I go for surveys in the shipyard. It started at a very early age. I started my career quite early. So I worked in the shipyard. I used to wonder, this foulings found on the ship, what effect does it have? And a lot of owners and ship masters, they complain about the IMO regulations. You know, the shipping industry is quite slow in adjusting to new technologies, even though the world depends on us so much. In September, there was a trending video on sustainability reports of Apple. And one of the statements that was made in that sustainability report is that Apple will be transporting their products via shipping. That meant to them that will reduce greenhouse gas emission. So it's obvious that the world lanes in the shipping industry, the maritime industry. So there's a lot to be done to reduce the greenhouse gas emission. And this is why the Department of Partnership and Projects was created by Mr. Kitaklim, the present IMO Secretary General. This is to help the shipping industry to adjust to the changes. Biofouling management is one of the IMO strategies to reduce greenhouse gases that makes business sense to ship masters and to ship owners, because this helps to reduce the amount of fuel that is being used by these vessels. So it's a very, very interesting and intriguing topic, and I like the fact that it's a new technology, it's a new format, and all hands are on deck, and everybody is trying to bring out new innovative ways of fighting these invasive aquatic species. Then I'll go over to the next question, which is what are the challenges and the benefits of being a woman in this industry? If I start talking about the challenges, it's not going to be different from what every other person has stated on this stage today. So I would say this: my challenges, I turn them to my benefits. I started my career as, I studied marine engineering first before I studied mechanical engineering. So after studying marine engineering, it was quite difficult for me to get placements on board due to obvious reasons, gender inequality. So I started off as a cadet. I did my first 6 months, and I had a very good appraisal. But you know, whenever there's a major challenge, the women are always thrown out. They find an excuse to throw the women out, no matter how qualified you are. So I turned my challenges to skills. I could remember when I went for a training, I was the youngest in the room and the only female. The trainer told me something. He said, "Sandra, you have the passion, you have the tenacity, and you're smart for this job, but you have to really equip yourself." In the process of trying to equip myself, I get myself skilled. The reason why I went back for my second degree, and it has helped me to go always over and beyond. As a surveyor, I do survey after construction. Most of my surveys are after construction. I don't just rely on the information that I have that is being curated by my company. I go over beyond to know what's happening in the industry, what's going on. I do a lot of audits, and I audit in-water survey companies. So anytime I go to survey a ship, the IMO biofouling guideline the new one was released by the Marine Environmental Protection Committee in July. Every time I go for a survey, I drop that guideline on board the vessel. I explain to the captain, this is why. I've been a seafarer, so there are sometimes most seafarers just do things because this is what is required. This is what IMO says. They are trying to protect the environment. So coming from that perspective as a surveyor now, I get to explain to them, this is the reason. I give them more insights, and they always get impressed. So I always drop the biofouling guidelines on every vessel. That's my own contribution in fighting invasive aquatic species. And also when I audit in-water survey companies, I tell them this is where the industry is going. By tomorrow, there will be an IMO meeting, IMO CARES meeting on how to bring in technologies to fight glow litter and also biofouling. So I go far and beyond. I drop this, I enlighten these in-water companies. I tell them this is where the industry is going. It will be a proactive means for a company to begin to think of how to clean this in a more efficient, clean ship hulls in a more efficient way, and also how these biofouling, these microorganisms are being collected. They have to be collected in a sustainable way. I give them this information. I'm presently working with some team of people where we are coming together to go into the maritime school, where we inspire these young ones. As you're going to the ship, you're no longer going there to just maintain your machineries, to walk on board and just do your bit and go. Now, we are inspiring them, telling them, when you go there with an innovative mindset. What can I change? How can I contribute to the changes that is happening in the industry? What can I do to contribute? So these young ones are now being inspired. So when they go to schools and they are doing their projects as marine engineers, nautical scientists, marine operations, at whatever the case may be, they are being inspired, like, okay, I'm going on board, I'm going to contribute to these new technologies and these new formats that IMO is bringing into place. And IMO has been doing a lot when it comes to women, supporting women in the maritime industry. That's the reason 3 of us are seated here, right? So IMO has been so instrumental in supporting women through her Women in Maritime project. We have a lot of women that have gone to the World Maritime University sponsored by IMO. I've been sponsored by IMO for a couple of courses, and IMO actually walks the talk. I wasn't able to attend the Arab Women Maritime workshop that happened, but I sat back in my house to watch the video. And within a short while, I saw IMO implementing most of the outcomes of that conference, which was the creation of the Test Biofiling Women Group, which is headed by Sanjam and a couple of our colleagues. And this is really great. And
thank you for that, Sandra. Wow, I can say in India we say direct dil se. Translates into straight from the heart. You spoke straight from the heart, and it had a lot. I think a lot. Very often we men don't understand how entitled we are with the opportunities that are at our beckoning. And I think a great role model for a lot of these cadets who are seated here on how you turned a moment of adversity into a greater opportunity. And I love the fact that you said, there are a number of challenges, but you made that your benefit, and that's such a strong statement for the generations to come. Thank you for that, Sandra. We'll just close with the last question, and this is an open question to all of you who wants to take it. Have you witnessed or implemented any specific initiatives or strategies that improve inclusivity and diversity in the biofouling industry? Just a quick note on them, please.
In May 2023, a workshop was held in Jeddah to increase awareness of biofouling and best practices in management to protect marine biodiversity and tackle climate change. The workshop was a forum for women in the biofouling management sector to identify barriers and gaps related to gender equality and to explore possible solution. I was very grateful to be there and to be one of the speakers to talk a little bit about our procedures in Jordan regarding to the biofouling. Thank you.
I will take one closing statement from Paula in the want of time, and yes, one final one. I know the coffee is brewing, the pot is hot.
Thank you, Arvind. I think that, as I mentioned, Glow Litter, the main objective is to establish partnerships between the public and private sector, but also to encourage and promote more women to be part of the sector. And with a Glow Litter initiative, we have been taking advantage of all the plastic litter that we have been collecting in the coastal areas of Costa Rica for being a beautiful opportunity for women in the coastal areas to start a new business as a circular economy project. So they can, for example, with the plastic litter collected from in the beaches, they can start creating structures and beautiful jewelry. So that is a good project that we have that involves women. And that is a way how, as Glow Litter says, we can impact globally to eradicate the plastic litter in our seas and to promote more women in the maritime sector.
Well, then, thank you very much. Okay, Sam.
Just one more thing.
Get one more
I just have to say this. This is a global conference. A lot of women are watching from different parts of the world.
I remember when the first time this conference was held in 2020. I was in a very challenging time in my career where I have been discriminated over and over again, and I was almost depressed at that point in my life. So I don't know who is watching me. Maybe one marine engineer somewhere asking herself, how long is this going to continue? What I would say to a younger version of me and a young marine engineer or whoever at this industry that is facing any challenge, what a time to be in the industry. This is a time where diversity, gender inequality is being spoken. It might look like there's so much talk that is going on about this, but things are happening. Things are changing. So don't give up. Keep pushing, and you'll succeed.
Thank you. Thank you for that wonderful note, Sandra, and thank you, Reem. Thank you, Paola.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Arvid, Reem, Sandra, and Paola. And I agree actually with Sandra and her last statement that this is the time to be in our industry. So now we will take a short coffee break, which is brought to us by DNV and also Marshall Island. And I just have a short message. If you, by any chance, leave before the conference is over, please leave the lanyard back at where you registered, because they're recycled and we also plan to use them for the next year's conference. And later there will be a raffle draw, which means that everyone actually needs to leave their business cards, because now the jar is, well, it's almost empty. So if you want to participate in the competition later, please leave your business card in the jar outside. So then we take a short break and we'll see you back here, I would say 15 minutes, but I'm guessing 30, we'll see.
In the quest for a sustainable future, the maritime industry finds itself at a defining moment. The 2020s has emerged as the decisive decade for the decarbonization of shipping. The action we take now will determine our future success. Together, we must create sound and sustainable decarbonization strategies that consider all available options and technologies. A fast-evolving greenhouse gas regulatory framework is already taking shape. It brings about accelerated cost pressures on ship owners, reinforcing the importance of short-term energy-saving strategies. While the new regulatory initiatives are bound to speed up the production and use of sustainable fuels, infrastructure development is still in the early stages. This year's Maritime Forecast to 2050 dives into different options that can propel maritime decarbonization forward. We analyze how new regulations will shape the future fuel market and calculate future fuel demand. We explore selected technologies that can enhance energy efficiency right now. We investigate technologies that can help alleviate future demands for carbon-neutral fuels. And we outline a three-step approach to creating green shipping corridors, facilitating the adoption of carbon-neutral fuels by addressing barriers on a manageable scale. The possible routes to decarbonization are multiplying, and ship owners should consider all available options when they map out their own optimal journey. The 2020s is a decisive decade for all of us. The quality and effectiveness of the plans we put in place today will dictate how successful we will be in reaching our decarbonization goals tomorrow. Dive into the Maritime Forecast to 2050 and embark on a voyage towards a sustainable future. At DNV, we help you turn uncertainty into confidence.
Dive into the world of O2X.
a trade facilitation platform that is revolutionizing the way we handle documents and payments. Experience the ease of seamless transactions, the secure transfer of vital information, and the convenience of the digital workspace. Streamline your export and import journey. Join in the network of our existing 50,000 plus stakeholders. In a world that's always evolving, ODEX is your trusted partner on the journey to efficiency. ODEX, where innovation meets convenience. Live now in more than 10 plus countries. Sign up with ODEX now.
Some gifts are very special. You open them at a leisurely pace and savoring them all by yourself, without any haste.
Taj Mahal gift box. 3 unique flavors, 1 special gift.
Oman is on a mission to become a global investment powerhouse, spending $26 billion on infrastructure upgrades across the country, spanning international airports, interconnected roads, major ports, and free zones, building a resilient supply chain to export to the world and enable international businesses to unlock their potential.
The location helps a lot. In terms of the outlook to the Indian Ocean, the proximity to Africa and the proximity to India as well, 2 of the fastest growing economies in the world. And of course, we provide a whole host of incentives, tax breaks, bonded storages, fast turnaround of decision, lands at competitive price, of course, energy at competitive price.
Its tourism industry is rapidly growing, with $7.8 billion invested here in 2023 alone. The country's natural beauty, from mountaintops to rare marine life in its surrounding oceans, makes it a year-round tourism destination, with historic landmarks and rich cultural heritage offering an added appeal. The tourism industry here is projecting more than 11 million visitors by 2040.
Today, the contribution of tourism in the GDP is around 2.5%. And we would want to see this grow to anything between 7 and 10% by 2040. So this requires a great deal of investments, whether from the private sector here in Oman or even the most welcomed foreign direct investments into this sector.
Muscat International Airport welcomes up to 20 million passengers a year, and that number is set to nearly triple as the airport aims to become a critical hub for long-distance stopovers and a gateway from Asia to Europe and beyond. With direct flights to 93 destinations, a state-of-the-art expansion could see passenger growth to 56 million per annum in later phases, testifying that, whether it's land, sea, or air, Oman is ready for liftoff. Connect to Oman, connect to the world.
To get where we are has been an incredible journey. As pioneers who set off into the unknown, as innovators who uncovered new paths, as achievers always hungry to go one step further. We are the sum of decades of experience, achievements, and successes. Through the continuous evolution of lower carbon oil and gas to enabling change through renewables and emerging energy, this is how we differentiate ourselves. By early engagement and system innovation, leading to optimized solutions and predictable project delivery. Through collaboration and partnerships, which are locked into our DNA. We operate on a global scale,
while building strong local relationships and partnerships. Our integrated services make standardization and optimization of systems across the full subsea spectrum possible. Through our commitment to sustainable delivery, we mitigate the impacts our activities may have on the environment, and we treat people and communities fairly and with respect. Using digital solutions across the full energy life cycle puts us at the cutting edge of efficiency and competitiveness. And through a market-leading portfolio of advanced enabling products that builds on 50 years of experience, ensuring we are uniquely positioned in the global marketplace to adapt. At Subsea 7, we create sustainable value by delivering offshore energy transition solutions for today and tomorrow. And so our journey continues, making possible a future as dynamic and exciting as the past.
In the quest for a sustainable future, the maritime industry finds itself at a defining moment. The 2020s has emerged as the decisive decade for the decarbonization of shipping. The action we take now will determine our future success. Together, we must create sound and sustainable decarbonization strategies that consider all available options and technologies. A fast-evolving greenhouse gas regulatory framework is already taking shape. It brings about accelerated cost pressures on ship owners, reinforcing the importance of short-term energy-saving strategies. While the new regulatory initiatives are bound to speed up the production and use of sustainable fuels, infrastructure development is still in the early stages. This year's Maritime Forecast to 2050 dives into different options that can propel maritime decarbonization forward. We analyze how new regulations will shape the future fuel market and calculate future fuel demand. We explore selected technologies that can enhance energy efficiency right now. We investigate technologies that can help alleviate future demands for carbon-neutral fuels. And we outline a three-step approach to creating green shipping corridors, facilitating the adoption of carbon-neutral fuels by addressing barriers on a manageable scale. The possible routes to decarbonization are multiplying, and ship owners should consider all available options when they map out their own optimal journey. The 2020s is a decisive decade for all of us. The quality and effectiveness of the plans we put in place today will dictate how successful we will be in reaching our decarbonization goals tomorrow. Dive into the Maritime Forecast to 2050 and embark on a voyage towards a sustainable future. At DNV, we help you turn uncertainty into confidence.
Dive into the world of ODAX, a trade facilitation platform that is revolutionizing the way we handle documents and payments. Experience the ease of seamless transactions, the secure transfer of vital information, and the convenience of the digital workspace. Streamline your export and import journey. Join in the network of our existing 50,000 plus stakeholders. In a world that's always evolving, ODAX is your trusted partner on the journey to efficiency. ODAX, where innovation meets convenience. Live now in more than 10 plus countries. Sign up with ODAX now.
Some gifts are very special. You open them at a leisurely pace and savoring them all by yourself without any haste.
Taj Mahal gift box. 3 unique flavors. 1 special gift.
If everyone can come back in, please. We're about to start the next session. If everyone can come in, I'll introduce you. Don't come up. I'll introduce you. Yeah.
Yeah, right. Yeah, right.
Hello, hello. Hello. Is everyone ready to take their seats? We're about to start again. Hello? Oh. Is everyone ready to come back in? We're about to get started. It's just a short session, and then we will have the networking and dinner and the cocktails in a short time. So if everyone can come back in. Okay, I think we will just get started, everyone. So our next speaker is someone I was very glad to meet, also during the Vista Tromsø conference back in 2018. Her name is Helen Buni, and she's working with the IMO. And since I first met her, I think we've had multiple, contacts and dialogue, and she's my go-to person whenever I want to, knock down the doors at IMO and require some change. And with that, I think she's equally passionate about the 3 Ds as I am, and that is decarbonization, digitalization, and diversity. So please welcome on stage Ms. Helen Buni, as she will present to us how she sees tackling tomorrow's key maritime issues. So Helen, please welcome on stage.
Thank you, Sif, for the warm introduction. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon. I've been waiting all afternoon for this. For those of you who don't know me, and there's actually quite a number of familiar faces in the audience today, my name is Helen Buni. I am a technical officer in the Marine Environment Division of IMO. As I've reiterated the sentiments of many speakers who've gone before me, it's a real honor for me to be here today. I've received such a warm welcome and hospitality since arriving. In fact, when I arrived here to the hotel yesterday, expecting a somewhat subdued atmosphere after the cricket result, sorry, but it has been mentioned previously, what seemed like the entire hotel staff were waiting in the lobby with welcome signs. It quickly became apparent that this welcoming committee was not organized by Sanjam, as I first thought, and wasn't in fact meant for me, but for the celebrities from MasterChef who are filming here at the hotel. So when I joined the IMO in 2003, a specialized agency of the UN responsible for maritime safety, security, protection of the marine environment, and efficiency of international maritime traffic, it was a largely male-dominated environment. Fast forward 20 years later, and that is still the case, certainly in my experience. Although we are seeing progress in terms of greater participation of women in the maritime sector, more women in leadership roles, but this change is not happening fast enough, and certainly not as fast as we would like. But sometimes a fast reaction doesn't bring about the change we would like. And for change to be deep-rooted and effective, and that we are interested in and striving for, takes time. You heard Mr. Dominguez's pledge that if we want to attract the best people and not to lose out talent to other sectors, retain that talent, then we have to value people based on their competency rather than any other factor. But how can we expect industries and economies to evolve when we're excluding 50% of the most promising leaders? We know that women are severely underrepresented in the industry, 1 to 2% according to the first IMO Worcester survey, an industry that controls 90% of world trade. And to reiterate an earlier statistic, because I love data, at the current rate, it would take 100 years to reach gender parity in the shipping industry. I am really excited to be here, to learn, to network with you, and at the same time, thank goodness my presentation didn't stand in the way of the coffee break. My sincere thanks go to Sanjam Gupta and her team at Maritime SheEO for organising this event and to the sponsors of this conference. It's not only important, it's timely. And also thanks go to Sanjam's wonderful family, without whom the success of this conference would simply not happen without their support. Now, it's no coincidence that I'm wearing the colour orange. Each year, the United Nations coordinates a 16-day global campaign to raise awareness of gender-based violence. The campaign begins this Saturday, 25th of November, and runs throughout December to the 10th of December, at Human Rights Day. The colour orange represents a brighter future, free from violence against women and girls. And I'm pleased I'm not the only one in the audience today, I'm looking at you, Kathy, that got the memo to wear orange. We've heard from previous panelists that the world faces unprecedented challenges from climate change, technological disruption, and social inequality. That the shipping industry must adapt to remain relevant for generations to come. Before I quickly do a sort of overview of the 3 Ds of shipping that I consider important, digitalization, decarbonization, and diversity, these are not just buzzwords. And I want everyone listening here today in the audience and online to tweet about attending this year's conference and share a key takeaway from the informative presentations you've heard using the hashtag #MSheEO23, which appears on the screen. Technology works. I'm very happy. I'm relieved. I spoke too soon. Now, it would be remiss of me not to mention this year's World Maritime theme, Marpol at 50, Our Commitment Goes On. Earlier this month, 2nd of November, IMO marked 50 years of the adoption of the International Convention for the Prevention of Pollution from Ships, MARPOL. MARPOL is the primary global treaty for the prevention of pollution of the marine environment by ships from intentional, operational, or accidental causes. Over the last 50 years, MARPOL has had a positive impact on the marine environment. Not only has it changed how ships are designed and operated, the number of oil spills have fallen by over 50% over the last 50 years. And this is due, in large, not just to the convention, but other targeted interventions. With respect to the discharge of plastic garbage into the sea, is banned, and operational waste, such as garbage and sewage, cannot simply dispose in the sea and are very strictly regulated. We've heard a lot about decarbonisation of shipping, supporting the global fight against climate change. And thanks to MARPOL, air pollution rules have immensely cut sulfur oxide emissions from ships. And of course, there's still more work to do. We've heard how shipping must embrace decarbonisation, digitalisation, and innovative technology, including automation, while ensuring that no one is left behind. MARPOL has made a difference to shipping and to the health of our oceans, and we continue to work on this as we look ahead. Now, we've talked today about realisation of the 17 UN Sustainable Development Goals. With respect to the MARPOL Convention, you'll see 3 on the screen before you, in particular SDG 9 on innovation, industry, innovation and infrastructure, 13 climate action, and 14 life below water. With respect to supporting member states in attaining to the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, IMO's technical cooperation activities directly contribute to the achievement of the majority of SDGs, but in particular 6 are priorities for the organisation, namely SDG 5, gender equality, 9, industry, innovation and infrastructure, 13, climate action, 14, life below water, 16, which addresses the needs to promote peace and inclusive institutions, and 17, partnerships for the goals. Now, as I just mentioned, I love data, and I was very interested in hearing some of the statistics that have been highlighted in the previous speakers. So according to figures provided by the World Bank Group's Atlas of SDGs Index 2023, the figures that you see on the screen before you represent a concerning picture of the SDGs progress. So we're at the midpoint of the SDGs. And obviously, challenges caused by the COVID pandemic have hampered attainment of the SDGs, but it really is a concerning picture that at the midway point, and somewhat underscores the urgent need for intensified efforts to ensure that the SDGs stay on course. I think shockingly for me, when I looked at the report, and I can certainly share the link and this presentation with you afterwards, 15%, only 15% of the SDG targets are on track to be achieved by 2030. Nearly half, 48%, that can be assessed, show moderate or severe deviations from the desired trajectory. And 1/3, 37% of these targets have experienced no progress or have regressed below the 2015 baseline, which is a very worrying statistic. So focusing on the 3 Ds. Now, they're not in my order of priority, I might state. It was just the easiest way to say it during the presentation. So the first one, D, digitalization, is transforming the shipping industry by enabling greater efficiency, transparency, and sustainability. So we have digital technologies that some of the previous speakers have covered, blockchain, AI, Internet of Things, and how these can improve vessel trafficking and navigation, optimize cargo handling and logistics, and of course, enhance safety. Such technologies also reduce the environmental impact of shipping by enabling more efficient use of resources and reducing emissions. And by leveraging digital technology, shipping companies can adapt to changing market conditions and stay competitive in a rapidly evolving industry. So just on the screen before you is a couple of points, but I'm very conscious of my speaker here on the right who is monitoring the time. Moving on to the second D, decarbonisation. So we know that shipping contributes to about 2% of global emissions. And as the world seeks to limit global warming to well below 2 degrees and pursue efforts to limit it to 1.5 degrees under the Paris Agreement, the shipping industry has a critical role to play in reducing emissions. And while not strictly a part of MARPOL, the adoption of the strategy in July 2013 and incorporating a net zero GHG emission goal to be achieved by or around 2050 is a significant development. Decarbonisation efforts, such as improving energy efficiency, adapting low carbon fuels like hydrogen, ammonia, and exploring alternative technologies such as wind, solar, and nuclear power, are all avenues being explored. So the photo on the screen in front of you is the moment when the 2023 IMO GHG strategy was adopted at IMO headquarters in July this year, and it really marked a significant milestone in IMO's work. Because for more than a decade, the organisation has been working on addressing GHG emissions from international shipping. Because of time restrictions, again, I would just touch upon this. In continuing the 2023 IMO GHG strategy, the screen before you outlines the pathway to net zero emissions. Now the real meat of my presentation, the third D, diversity. Last but by no means least. Mind the gap for better data. So we've talked about data. We know intuitively that diversity is good for business and that the case for establishing a truly diverse workforce at all organisation levels grows more compelling each year. And the moral argument is weighty enough, or it should be, but then the financial impact, as proven by multiple studies, makes this an economic no-brainer. And I still quote a McKinsey Institute study released in 2015, where the headline takeaway was that advancing women's equality can add $12 trillion to global growth. We've heard throughout the day of the benefits that a diverse team brings, including enhanced creativity and problem solving, amongst others. Because team members can offer unique ideas based on their experiences. This is why assigning more women, both on board and in leadership positions ashore, is considered critical for improving efficiency. And an awareness of the importance of gender equality is also considered a key pillar of an organisation's reputation and legitimacy. And it can attract a wider pool of talent and help retain employees because it shows a commitment to equal opportunity and fair employment practices. It's about levelling the playing field. Just to touch very quickly on a few initiatives that haven't been raised outside of biofouling and marine plastic litter. The launch of the second IMO Worcester International study, as Mr. Dominguez mentioned in his presentation, will happen next year. And again, to measure progress and to serve as guidance for the appropriate allocation of resources and capacity building by various stakeholders. In October 2022, IMO, together with Worcester International, launched a Speakers Bureau with a view to contributing towards more diverse panels at maritime conferences and conferences beyond the sector on a wide range of issues. To date, more than 300 female experts have registered as speakers. And I hope after this conference, that figure will increase exponentially because there's a wealth of talent in this room. There soon will be a circular letter issued by IMO on a project called Smart Sea Women. It's a program, a new training program to strengthen women's competencies in sustainable maritime transport sector by upskilling with respect to maritime digitalization and marine environmental protection. It's funded by the Republic of Korea, and it aims to promote career development of women in the maritime industry in Asia and Pacific countries, so very pertinent to this region and to strengthen their capabilities in eco-friendly and digital technologies. Moving on to the SheEO Leadership Accelerator Programme. So to date, IMO has sponsored delegates through 2 intakes to undertake this programme. It's a very important programme because it prepares women in the maritime industry to take on leadership roles, covering 4 themes, primarily personal mastery, strategic thinking, leadership, and personal brand. Now, I know my time is short, but it's a bit lonely up here. So if I could be allowed, and I beg your indulgence for just a few more minutes, because I have one more slide after this. We have Mrs. Meenakshi Brunka, Senior Maritime Officer for the Ministry of Blue Economy, Marine Resources, Fisheries and Shipping in the audience. She's a beneficiary of the LEAP-funded IMO program. And if I will allow, Sanjam's looking at me thinking, where is she going with this? If I can invite Meenakshi to the stage, just to share with you firsthand her experiences and how she benefited from the program. Because I could stand here and tell you what a wonderful program it is and all the benefits. But I haven't been through the program. I haven't lived it. I haven't experienced it. I haven't benefited from it. But Meenakshi has. So, Meenakshi, come join me and stop making me feel so lonely.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much, Helen, for this opportunity. The LEAD Accelerator Program, an initiative of Maritime SheEO and generously funded by the International Maritime Organization, is one of its kind in pursuance of SDG 5, achieving gender equality and empowering all women and girls. I humbly seize this opportunity to convey my heartfelt gratitude to Maritime SheEO and IMO for having had the privilege to be part of the 2022-23 program. It was a very challenging, but at the same time, a very enriching journey among awesome maritime professionals. My personal appreciation of this flagship leadership program would be aligning it to the ongoing IMO Global Partnership projects, to name a few that you heard about earlier: glow fouling, glow litter, glow noise. If you allow me, with all due respect, to refer to it as a Glow Woman in Maritime project under the IMO's gender program. For me personally, firstly, it is beneficial in terms of opportunity. Left on our own or relying solely on our organization resources, we can never benefit from such a tailor-made and outstanding continuous professional development program, especially without having to leave our home country or foregoing our other commitments. Instead of us going to the well, as they say, it is this program reaching out to us to empower us, taking into consideration our varying time zone, individual constraints, among others. Secondly, the high standard of the training delivered by a team of seasoned professionals was incredible. It allowed us to take stock of what we know, discover what we do not know, and also take cognizance of what we need to know for our personal growth and professional growth as leaders in this sector, which keeps innovating, and growing. Thirdly, the LEAP program was instrumental in allowing us to appreciate the diverse perspective on different subjects in the industry and about ourselves and embrace diversity. It taught us to not only read on what's on the line, but also see what's below the line, and in other words, read in between the line to promote unity in diversity. Fourthly, this unique platform builds our social capital by connecting us to maritime professionals globally and fostering a strong sense of belonging and sisterhood in supporting each other and growing together as maritime professionals. And finally, ultimately, being conferred this special designation of being a Maritime SheEO alumni, you benefit not only from the ongoing initiatives of the Maritime SheEO, activities such as a monthly mixer, the monthly or quarterly webinars, but you also get to attend annual conference like this incredible forum to continue growing your network and yourself as professionals. So for me personally, I strongly encourage employers to consider offering the employee this opportunity and employees to make the most of this opportunity. For this snowballing effect that it produces is invaluable. So thank you once again to Maritime SheEO and its wonderful team and IMO for this unique opportunity. On a personal note, thank you, Sanjam, for being the torchbearer, and Helen for being my guru since the beginning in the maritime sector, because you took us out of darkness to bring light to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Meenakshi. And you, as modest as you are, failed to mention that you were the recipient of the Brilliant SheEO Award. So thank you for sharing with us that experience. Now, before I really get thrown out, I'd just like to move to my last slide. Oh, I can do it myself. Empowering the next generation. So, Mr. Dominguez, in his speech earlier today, mentioned a visit to IMO headquarters last week, whereby we had 22 children, 22 6-year-olds, keen to learn about the sector, what the work of IMO does, how to protect the oceans, what does a career in maritime look like. And during the visit, the children were asked to draw a picture of a ship's captain. Of the 22 children, 19 drew men, 3 drew a female ship's captain, of which my favourite female captain was called Captain Rainbow Sparkles. They were then shown videos. Sadly, I didn't have the opportunity to bring real-life versions of their drawings into IMO headquarters. But it was really wonderful seeing through the eyes of a 6-year-old what this, the potential of this sector. And we've talked a lot about gender stereotyping, about jobs, which we know is set from a young age and is a global issue. And previous speakers have spoken about campaigns such as If She Can See It, She Can Be It. And it's wonderful to see a number of cadets in the room as well. That is something in terms of efforts to increase visibility of the maritime sector, to make a career at sea more attractive to all, even from a young age, and the importance of studying STEM subjects. Although my role has changed somewhat within the organisation, and I'm now in the Marine Environment Division, are key areas that I'm still very passionate about, and as an organisation, IMO is keen to progress and work with you. Now, for those of you who know me, you know I like to walk the talk, and I really look forward to networking with you and not waiting another 365 days to continue the conversations. And my final message, not only of one of thanks to Sanjam, our powerhouse here, for bringing us all together, but Sanjam, my plea next year is please can we have another day to the conference so that we can really deep dive into these topics and perhaps share a directory or network of contacts so that we can exchange ideas in between conferences. And for my part, I guess that means I've got some homework to do when I return to IMO headquarters. Thank you for having me, and apologies for overrunning. Thank you.
Thank you, Helen, for that. And also thank you to Meenakshi for sharing your story. I must say it's quite important, and it's quite actually pleasant to hear that organizations such as Maritime SheEO is supporting initiatives that help people with less privilege coming up in this industry. So that's good. Then moving on to the next session, it led me to think actually a little bit, because when we are working with change, you know that many people in an organization can become quite uncertain. Maybe they're afraid and also out of place. And my own personal experience is that we as leaders driving change sometimes underestimate the importance of psychological security. So therefore, I'm very happy to welcome back on stage Gillian Carson Jackson. Please join us. And with her, she will also be joined by some panelists. Chris Hall, please welcome back on stage. We have Gayani De Alves, please welcome back on, come on stage. And then we have Mrs. A.K. Joshi. And last but not least, we also have Avishkar Shrivastava.
I'm just checking that we're all sitting in order. There we go. And I think we have microphones, one for everybody. This is fantastic. Thank you very much. And I've been given my marching orders with time, just like I was given time before. So I'm just going to, 1 second, start my little clock here. Thanks, Chris. And it's going. Well, this is an incredibly important topic. It's one that's very close to my own heart. And I often find that when we think of safety, we tend to think of slip, trips, falls, maybe PPE. It's more on the physical side. If we are to truly focus on diversity for innovation and growth, however, we need to think about psychological safety. Now, I expect you all intuitively have thought of what that means, but I thought I would go to Amy Edmondson. She is the author of a great book. If you haven't read it, you probably should. It's called The Fearless Organization, Creating Psychological Safety in the Workplace for Learning, Innovation, and Growth. And she defines psychological safety as, I have to read this word for word, otherwise I won't get it right. A belief that one will not be punished or humiliated for speaking up with ideas, with questions, concerns, or mistakes, and that the team is safe for interpersonal risk-taking. From a seafarer's perspective, this is really the basis of that speak-up culture that we all learn in our bridge resource management training. Really that opportunity that you feel safe, no matter what your position, the lookout, the master, the officer of the watch, the VTS officer, the tugmaster, everyone feels safe to speak up. In July 2022, Safe Work Australia, and yes, I apologize, I am from Australia. I know the cricket's been out there before. I can't help it, they were good. Everyone was good, it was a great game. But in July 2022, the Safe Work Australia highlighted the issue of psychologically safe work environments in the Code of Practice for managing psychosocial hazards at work. This is the law in Australia. It's very exciting. So psychosocial hazards are those that can cause psychological and physical harm. And I think, as we all know, psychological injuries have a much longer return to work time. They have a greater impact on the work environment, and they significantly impact on our ability as an organization to move forward. So there's so much that we need to talk about with psychological safety. Let's get going on the discussion. Now, I have had a wonderful chat with all of my panelists, and I think we're all on board. What I would like to do is invite you each to introduce yourselves briefly and why you're so passionate about this subject. So I'm going to start with Avishkar.
Thank you, Gillian. Hello, everyone. So I'm Avishkar, and I'm a proud young logistician. I'm from the company, the PDP Group. We are a logistics company based out of Calcutta with over 5 decades of industry experience. Yet I would like to say that we are a 50 years young logistics company, because at a time when the world is changing at such a frequent pace and is becoming such a challenge to stay relevant, we are investing, not just spending, but investing in transforming our human resources, and which is going to have a big impact on the workplace culture. We are the first Indian logistics company from the small and medium sector to have in-house industrial psychologists who are working full-time in our organization. These industrial psychologists helps us understand the underlying issues which may be hampering the workplace culture, which may be hampering performances of our employees, which we often on the top leadership may not be able to get because we are so busy in growing the company and going for quick results. So it is indeed an honor for me to be a part of this panel, and I really thank Sanjam and Maritime SheEO for having a topic on having a discussion on such an important topic, because psychological security, it is not just a luxury, it is a requirement in the current era. And I look forward to sharing more on this in this panel discussion and hearing the views of the distinguished panel. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. H.K. Joshi.
I'm the former CMD chairperson and managing director of Shipping Corporation of India Limited, which happens to be the largest shipping company in India. I've served on the board of SCI and several other companies for 7 years. And by profession, I specialize in financial management and human resources. With respect to the subject that we are going to be discussing today, it's something again which is very close to my heart, and I wouldn't say that I studied it or practiced it, but I think I was lucky or unlucky, whichever way you look at it, that during my term as the chairperson, COVID hit us. And that was the time I think there was a lot of uncertainty, and empathy was something which was most important for an organization to ensure that everybody felt safe, because I think insecurity was in abundance during the COVID. One didn't have to ask it, it was there everywhere. So a lot of empathy, a lot of servant leadership is what I practiced, and that is what actually helped Shipping Corporation to break decades-old records during the COVID. So I have not only practiced it, I've seen the positive results of this.
Thank you so much. Gayani.
Thank you, Sanjam, for inviting my first experience. It's really an interesting environment. I learned a lot in the morning. I'm Gayani Dialvis. I call myself a prontrepreneur and a pracademic. Professional entrepreneur, later on after working for Unilever for almost 2 decades, and then joining as an entrepreneur, and a practical academic. That's why I call him pracademic. So I'm an engineer by profession, but later on moved to supply chain. So I call myself a supply chain professional now. So why this is very close to my heart is, fortunately for me, during my childhood, I didn't undergo any gender diversity, whatever the issues that are, because my parents treated two of my siblings, my brother and sister, and myself the same way. So for me, I didn't see there was a difference. But the moment I joined the world of work, you start seeing that, because I was the only female in an engineering environment at Unilever. But luckily for me, the company was very supportive of women, and therefore, cut a long story short, I ended up in the board. So when I joined Unilever with that background, and I realized how difficult it is for women to really thrive in this world of work. So therefore, I formed Women in Logistics and Transport as part of the Chartered Institute of Logistics and Transport, which is a 106-year-old professional body based in the UK. So I founded that in Sri Lanka. Then I realized what a lot of challenges that women go through. If you don't have peace of mind, there is no, passion in whatever you do. So I'm an optimistic, so I always look at things in a very positive way. So if you have negativity, you will not be able to thrive in your workplace. So that's why I'm really, passionate about this particular topic.
Very passionate indeed. Thank you very much. Chris.
Hi, my name is Chris Hall. I'm the Managing Director of the Hong Kong office of the American P&I Club. So I run a team there, and essentially I want them to be happy, harmonious, and effective, right? And who knew, but underlying all three of these things and more is psychological safety. Google kind of discovered this. They discovered the work of Amy Edmondson about 20 years ago, and they found it was the single most important thing to have effective teams. And it's not that the teams made fewer mistakes, they actually made more mistakes, but then they talked about those mistakes. And it's that feedback loop between the team, up and down, back and forth, that allows for more effective outcome, and also happier and harmonious teams. And so if we care about the 3 Ds that we heard about in the last presentation, we need psychological safety. If we want diversity, innovation, creativity, good business outcomes, we need psychological safety.
That's fantastic, and actually that's really great lead into my next question. And I'm going to actually look at the links between workplace culture that you were just mentioning and psychological safety. So we had a really good example of the work of Amy Edmondson, who keeps coming up. And maybe, I think, Chris, you've put a really good start on that discussion. Maybe I could ask Mrs. H.K. Joshi if you have some thoughts on the link between workplace culture and psychological safety.
Gillian, I think there is a positive correlation between a good work culture and psychological safety in an organization. It's just not that psychological safety is just required. It's actually, according to me, a necessity. Like my co-panelists just talked about, if you've got teams which feel safe, they would speak up. And once they speak up, you've got ideas flowing in the organization. And today we are in such a volatile world where we need to create and innovate all the time. So one person, if at the top, cannot do all the thinking. We've got very productive brains throughout the organization, and we need to ensure that all of these get channelized into the new innovative ideas and thought processes which are there. So the organization culture has to be supportive, it has to be inclusive, it also has to be a little pardoning, because like you just mentioned, mistakes we all make. If the team is scared of making mistakes, they will not take on risks, and if there is no risk, there is no gain. So it's very important that the teams take on risks, learn on the job, are more productive, contribute, and there are challenges which keep them going. That's very important. So the organization culture has to be tuned for that.
That's a really good point that you've linked it into being attuned to this aspect of psychological safety, which sort of makes me think a little bit about innovation in teams. I might just go to Avishkar as well and think about that link between safety, that harmonious and happy environment, the organizational culture, and now let's, if we can bring innovation into that. What are some of your thoughts on that?
So yes, a workplace culture, if we could just put it in a short sentence, it's how an employee would define the organization to their friends or their close family members. Like how does the organization, what is the organization they are working in, the core values. And yes, coming into the innovation part, so one of the things I feel for innovating the work culture, it's very important that as leaders we set our company's mission statement. What is your company's vision? How are you going to have, what are your key value drivers? Once employees are aware that yes, the company I work for, this is the company vision. In order to have a structured vision gives a lot of clarity down the line as well. Because again, psychological security and safety, it's about openness. It's about, as you mentioned, not being punished for voicing our opinions. So if a company's vision is to become a benchmark company in their sector, how are they communicating that vision down the line as well? Because once you're, so I believe that is the innovation which needs to be done. We often have these companies' mission statements in our websites, but even your managers may not remember it. So if we can actually know that by heart, communicate on that and have a dialogue, okay, maybe we can change it around a little bit to adapt with the modern times. So I believe that is an innovative thing which can be done. Yeah.
What a wonderful idea to actually know your mission and vision statement and live it. Have that at your heart. Wouldn't that be amazing? Because you're right, so many of the vision and mission statements say all the right words. But then when you work in the organization, are they actually living that word? Are they actually providing that safe environment? And actually, I'm very grateful. We haven't been told our time's up yet, so that's really good. Thank you very much. I would like to sort of take that innovation line, and I guess before I move on to the next question, I say, did you want to say anything more about that, either Chris or Gianni? Yeah.
If I may add here. Now, I mean, we know the world around is changing at a rapid pace, right? Once upon a time, we spoke about VUCA world, now we talk about Bunny world, right? The brittle, anxious, non-linear, and incomprehensible. I mean, we cannot fathom what's happening around us. So it's the new normal. So if you don't allow people to challenge the existing status quo and the conventional wisdom, we will not achieve any creativity from them. So the organizations will not try. So it's important for us to give that freedom of thinking, the decision making, challenging, so that you can create a different picture which is going to be very beneficial for the organization, right?
Thank you. Yes.
Just very briefly, the world is a very complicated place and getting ever more complicated. No one leader can possibly know everything. And so it's up to the leader to be humble and curious and confident enough and secure enough to ask questions and to allow for the innovation to come from the team and the larger company.
That self-confidence in the leadership is, I think, a core element of psychological safety, because when you are trying to be inclusive in an organization, when you're trying to present that psychological safety, you need to have an extra level of self-confidence. We spoke about that earlier today, that you have to be able to give over and realize that, yes, your organization might actually think differently than you. And that could be a good thing. Yes, H.K. Joshi.
Just adding on to that, while leaders should have self-confidence, I think to build up psychological safety and security in an organization, there's no harm if a leader would admit that there's something they don't know. That brings in a lot of team participation, rather than isolating yourself in your glass chamber and saying that you know it all and you're going to dictate. So there has to be self-confidence of being able to admit that you don't know everything, and ideas should generate.
I think that's wonderful, that concept of self-confidence and also removing the isolation. And actually, maybe Gayani, that brings me to a thought for you perhaps. Because of your experience and your work, that I think most of us as girls never really felt there was anything to do with gender bias. I mean, it never existed in our own minds because we just did what we wanted to do. But going into an environment in marine engineering, in an environment which is even less than that 2% of women, what did you feel within that environment from the support, and what might be some practical examples of what we might do better?
Yeah, but I think it's all about how you look at a situation. So yes, there are biases around you, conscious and unconscious, and also there will be challenges around us. But if you're very strong-minded and strong-willed, and if you know this is what you want to achieve in life, and you have to understand how to deal with different situations, because especially in psychological safety and security, if you're not comfortable in uncomfortable situations, you will not be able to achieve what you want in life. So you have to have that conviction in you that you got to somehow do it, but do it in a way that it is not, make people's relationship, become a bit severed, right? So you need to make sure the relationships should be intact, and especially as women, we are good at that. So we should use our emotional, intelligence and social intelligence, all of that. See, all of that put together, I think that's how I really wade through the storms in my career. I mean, yes, there are senior people who wouldn't want you to progress in your career because they think that you're a threat to them. But if you show them that you really mean well and you're there with them together, go up on the career ladder, plus at the same time, you will add value to them as well. So they start accepting you. I think you have to be important. I mean, you have to actually conquer your inner inhibitions and move forward. I think that's what I can talk about.
That's a wonderful thought, and actually it follows in line with a discussion I had at break time on the concept of emotional intelligence, so psychological safety, the concept of stepping back and maybe giving away a bit of power to end up with a much better result is all part of emotional intelligence. And I think I would actually like to just give each one of the panelists just one last opportunity to say your final thoughts on this concept of psychological security, psychological safety, transforming the workplace culture. And this time I'm going to start with Chris.
I think we want to leave today with some maybe practical tips on how we can start with psychological safety or add to what we already have. And one thing, again, coming back to Amy Edmondson, who's the OG in the space, she talks about something that I think we can all do. That, companies could do polls and have all kinds of elaborate programs, but something that we can all do if we're leaders is to go to our teams and set the stage for the challenges that we see ahead of us. And by setting the stage, we're saying, these are the problems, this is what we have to overcome. What do you think we can do, right? Apparently, most leaders, or many leaders, don't ask questions. And so this is kind of flipping the script. It's not just waiting for people to feel safe to come up with something. It's going to the people and saying, look, this is our problem, this is the stage, what do you think we should do? And keep doing that. And if you make that part of your regular practice, I think within a year or so, within your team, you'll have a different organization.
Thank you. Gyani, one tip.
Yeah. I think all of us, most of us who are here today are leaders. I think as leaders, we also have to show our vulnerabilities. If you show your vulnerabilities, that your team also feel it's okay to fail, it's okay to make mistakes, and that is a leadership moment for you as well. So therefore, once you create that conducive environment around you, people will start coming to you. Then you don't shoot the messenger, just ask what is the issue, not who's at fault. So I think if you practice that, then we will be able to create a better environment.
Thank you. Mrs. Yoshi, one tip.
My message is that while psychological safety is very easy to do in small organizations because you can really connect with your teams, it becomes very difficult in large MNCs. Even though Google has done it, Microsoft is working on it. So my message will be, it's a subject which is less talked about, but we need to practice it more, and especially in the larger organizations, because today life is full of stress. Employees should be running to come to office. They should not be dragging their feet to office. I think that is what the objective should be.
Thank you. And last but not least, your top tip, Ashkar.
So one tip which I would like to give is, we talk a lot about the word delegation, how delegation is so important. Yet sometimes delegation is like, you do this project, you do this work, you do that work. So then it just becomes someone is your extended arms. Whereas I feel delegation is about, we have to define the roles and responsibilities of our employees, give them what we expect from them, but let them find their way. So kind of let's give the maps to our managers, to our team leaders, let them find their ways, and we are always there to guide. That would be a tip, like effective delegation is important for growth.
Thank you so much. So our top tips are, ask the questions, turn the tables, be vulnerable, take the chances and practice really what you're preaching, and do that delegation with passion. So I would like to thank all of my panel to their insights that they've provided to this often overlooked topic of psychological safety. It is critical, it is core, and it is something that we really must pay attention to. I would also like to thank the session partner, the International Maritime University, and note the vision that they have as well with continuing to shape that future of seafarers so that we can all be psychologically safe in the future. Thank you.
Okay. Then a warm thanks to Gillian, Chris, Gayani, HK, and Avishkar. And this session was brought to us by IMU. So it was actually a very good session that I would also say is a very good intro to our next topic. And that is the CEO's commitment. Because today we have talked a lot about the challenges that we stand before, the problems with this, and I'm very glad to welcome on stage the CEOs or 5 leaders who will share their experience, but also maybe dig a little bit into how we are going to succeed with the change and the diversity that we want to. And this session is powered by Goodrich, and it's moderated by Captain Dinesh Jairam. So, Captain, please welcome on stage. And he will also be joined, as I mentioned, by 5 leaders, and that is Ted Mutia, Vinita Venkatesh, Yayati, I'll skip that, Raima, and Uday. So please, everyone, welcome, come on stage. Sorry about that, my apologies. Maybe you can help me to pronounce it in the break. Okay, okay.
Thank you. So good evening, everybody, dear friends. We try and, I know it's a little bit late, we try and shave off some time and knock off just to help everybody. So thank you, Sanjam and the Maritime SheEO team for giving all of us this opportunity to come and share our thoughts this evening. We have, I'll introduce briefly all the panelists. And so Jayati, who's in the center, she is Managing Director with Hapag-Lloyd, Quality Service Center, looking after India and Middle East and based in Mumbai. Then Raima Chaudhary, sitting on my right, second, is the MD of HR Lines. She's also the President of Vista, Bangladesh, and Executive Member of Vista International, based at Dhaka. Ted Mutia, COO, South Asia Gateway Terminal, based in Colombo. And Uday Ganivada, next to on my right, is the Country Manager of DNV, looking after India, Sri Lanka, and Bangladesh. And he's based in Mumbai. And Vinita Venkatesh, she is the MD of Ocean to Door, and also a partner of Magic Hire, Manpower Development Company, based in Chennai. So that's a brief description of my esteemed panelists. So as you can see, they are all very diverse in different verticals of the maritime stream. So I'm going to ask a common question to each one of them. And let us start with Jayati first. Jayati, how is diversity addressed at your organization, please? Briefly.
Hello. Is it working? Okay. Good. Good evening, all. I think it's almost evening. And first, maybe a great thank you to Sanjam for inviting me to participate in this panel. So a good question, Dinesh. Well, as we have seen through the day, the maritime industry is typically taken to be a men's domain. And hence, it becomes all the more important for the organizations who take part in this industry to address diversity. Within our organizations, we have a lot of focus in increasing diversity across teams and at all levels in whichever geography that we operate in. How do we go about doing this? Well, we do actively encourage women to participate in all the internal job postings and also external candidate searches. What we also do is that we do have leadership programs for developing young leaders, and there also we strive to have equal participation of women leaders so that they can also go through the development cycle. We do have a hybrid working policy in some of our jobs, and this really provides a great support to all our women employees who also have to take on the role of a mother or a caregiver at home. Our senior leadership, in fact, always advocates diversity and increasing diversity in all key employee communication. Now, if I speak about the Quality Service Center, which I lead, we have initiated the management trainee program for fresh MBAs a couple of years ago. And there also, we actually set out to ensure that at least 50% of our management trainees will be women. And I'm really happy to share that we do have equal participation from women as fresh MBAs who have stepped into this management trainee program. They are no longer hesitant to step into the maritime industry and build their career there. So that's what we are doing as an organization.
Thank you, Jayati. So the same question again to Raima. How is diversity addressed at your organization? Maybe HR Lines or Vista?
Is this on? Can you hear me? Okay, great.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dinesh, and thank you, Sanjam. Congratulations already on what has been a really fantastic conference and day. I wish to thank, all the attendees and also all the panelists that have come forward. I know I'm not just speaking for myself when I say we've all learned a lot. So to answer your question, Dinesh, I'll start with Vista. I know we have lots of well-wishers, friends, supporters, members in the room. Very happy to see you all. So Vista International, for those of you who don't know, is it's Women's International Shipping and Trading Association. We currently span over 4,000 members across 55 different countries around the world. And diversity is the core of Vista, is what I would say. We are a network of women who mentor one another, who provide opportunities for one another. We come together to face challenges together, and we also come together to challenge policies, frameworks, how business is done in the maritime industry. And I would say the success that we see is because we literally have members who represent every part of the maritime industry. So it's really a place where all of our voices come together as an organization, as an association. And to speak a little bit about HR Lines Limited, which is the company I work for in Bangladesh, as managing director, I will say that we started our company at the height of COVID. It was July 2020 when we had our first vessel sail out of the port of Chattogram. And today, in just 3 years, we are on Alpha Liner's Top 100 as we have the ranking of number 71. And I credit diversity entirely to our success, because I will say that all of our employees and our entire team, they were very open-minded. They were very open-minded to trust a company at a time when there was a global pandemic. And I really think that being open-minded is the first step in diversity. It's when you are sitting in a room and wanting to listen to other people, but also wanting to put your faith and your trust in other people. And as Chris Hall said very nicely in the last panel, asking the right questions, and sometimes asking questions that you might not be comfortable with. So I would just say briefly, those are the two ways that we have seen diversity and brought it into our companies.
Thank you, Raima. And I think you're the only company which flies the Bangladesh flag, right?
That's right. We are currently the only container vessel operator flying the Bangladesh flag.
Okay, congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. So the same question, how is diversity addressed at your organization? I'll pose that to Ted. Ted, over to you.
Thank you, Kat. Good afternoon, everybody. I'd like to preface all of my commentary by saying that I've had about 40 years industry experience, but don't take my words as an expert. I have some experiential learning and exposure, but by no means am I an expert. Having said that, listening to most of the speakers before us, I think that's just the point. You don't need to be an expert on the subject. It's just common sense. But sadly, common sense is uncommon. So I'll share with you, the question is, what have we been doing at SAG in the Port of Colombo with regard to gender equality? We started off with making a commitment to getting a quota, if you like, or targets. And about 4 or 5 years ago, we said we want to be at 20% in 2025. We are about 2%, which is about the global average. We soon realized that going from 2% to 20% is quite fanciful unless we made some genuine, specific milestones along the way to achieve that target. But along the way, we've had supporting policies, working from home, paternal leave, maternal leave type of policies that we've explored. We've also looked at collaborative arrangements. Speakers before us talked about telling your suppliers that if they didn't conform, they could not be a vendor to that organization. So trying to encourage that behavior also. We did mentorships of educational institutions, universities, schools, specific to our area of challenge. So we are a terminal operator. We have technical expert positions. We have front end, which is a lot more manual intensive. And we have office staff also. We found it very difficult to attract female engineers into our cadre. So we started going out to universities and telling them about what work we do. And because you have mechanical engineering, electrical engineering, many areas of expertise. But to many people in the community, a terminal or the port is very unglamorous, and many of them really don't know what goes on in there. And most of the understanding is quite, I wouldn't say negative, but not glamorous at all. So what did we do? We have then since realized and said, hey, look, there's this organization called the UN Global Compact. We engaged them and said, look, this is where we are, this is where we want to be. And they got us, they obviously brought us on board, shared with us what is required, and got the senior management team to commit to their 10 principles. Now, I won't go through all of them now for sake of time, but if you look it up, it's very simple on the internet. It'll tell you all that needs to get done. So that's our journey so far, Captain Dinesh. It's not impossible. You start with what is possible, and you'll be very surprised, as the old cliche goes, start with what's possible, and soon you'll be doing the impossible. So I think we are quite encouraged. We are not nearly where we want to be, but we're quite encouraged that we are getting on the radar of a significant part of the community that has eluded terminal work thus far. Thank you.
Thank you, Ted. So Ted's family, he calls Melbourne home. His wife and daughter are far away in Melbourne, and Ted is in Colombo, which is closer to us here. So the next speaker is, a panelist is Uday. Uday is the country manager for DNV, and Uday, same question for you. How was diversity addressed at DNV?
Thank you, Dinesh, and thank you, Sanjam, for having me here. So, in many ways, diversity and inclusion, promotes well-being and inclusiveness in the organization. So we in DNV, we are over 13,000 employees. So our female to male share is 35 to 65. 35% of our workforce is women employees. Every year, the recruitments that we are having, last year we had 40% of our new recruits are women, which was 35 and 37 in the previous years. So this is across the board from the leadership team. We have 7 business areas. 2 of the CEOs we have are women. So we promote the diversity across the organization. And some of the measures that we take in DNV are we celebrate some global initiatives as well as the local initiatives based on the regions. We celebrate the International Women's Day, the Pride Month, etc. And also some of the local initiatives like in Asia and also for black people in US, etc.
Okay, thank you, Uday. So Vinita, the same question to you again. How is diversity addressed at your organization?
My company, Ocean to Door, it belongs to a group called Vishwasamudra Group, and we are about
say 15 companies in this group, which covers not only maritime, but also other activities like construction and technology. Diversity, equity, and inclusion is personally driven by the chairman of the group. His name is Mr. Shashida Chinta, and he's very personally involved. I don't know of any single meeting that I have attended where if a lady has not participated with her ideas, she is specifically requested to talk and share. And, you know, when we are talking about psychological security, I'm so happy to, when the panel was discussing it, I felt so happy because I know that in this group, everyone talks openly without any fear of being chastised. And the reason for that is because the group philosophy is that only through innovation you can grow. So every idea, no idea is too small, no idea is too insignificant, and every suggestion needs to be evaluated. And I think that's a lovely environment for women to feel free and to be able to grow. There is also a family culture in the organization, and you know, in a family, all of us feel a sense of ownership, right? And that's how it is in the company. Everybody feels a sense of ownership. And there is also then in the family a sense of kindness. It's a very kind company. There's a lot of thought given to if everyone's having some personal issue, not only the women, but also the men. And, you know, to just describe to you a small thing, we have a chopper, we have a company chopper, and we have a company airplane, right? So that goes up and down wherever it's needed. And let's say there is a program in the port and the chopper is at Chennai and needs to go to the port. It's not about only the top management going. Anybody who's going from Chennai, it can be a manager level person. So can you imagine for a lady who is told that, yeah, just go off on the chopper. There are 2 seats available. Why don't you go? Can you imagine her delight at being given this opportunity? And more important, can you imagine what her family position becomes after that? Nobody in that family has traveled in that chopper, but here is a young manager, a young mother, who her company finds her so important that she has traveled by chopper. So I think, yeah, we are blessed to be in that situation.
Thank you, Vinita. Very interesting. So now we all know who to contact if we need a chopper ride. So make sure in the break, get a number. Okay. So Vinita, we'll continue with you. So I want to hear some stories, personal stories especially, and the journeys of these great leaders who I have in the panel. So can you share any experience or a challenge that you faced in your journey as a woman leader, focusing on diversity? Any nice story that you can tell us?
Yeah, so I'm actually very grateful for the opportunities that I've received and how far I have come in this industry. Truly grateful to all the organizations I've worked with. But I'd like to share one experience when I started my career with the Shipping Corporation of India, and those times were very different from the time that Mrs. Joshi was heading the organization. So this would be some, I don't know, 20, 25 years back, before the advent of mobile telephones, because when I had a vessel in port, I used to sleep in the living room where we had the landline connection till my husband put an extension in the bedroom. So that if there was a problem on the ship at night when the vessel was loading, we wouldn't waste the whole night because I couldn't get in touch. But one of the experiences that I wanted to share is that, you know, as MBAs, we get very rapid promotions in government companies. I'm hoping that it's because of our performance and not because of our qualification. But there was one head of the branch who put me in charge of the port operations team when I got a promotion. And there was at that time a captain with due respect to all the master mariners here and all the captains here, there was a captain who was heading the department and I went above him which was not very, not a very happy situation for him and also not for me, because I didn't know how to be the boss to a captain, because I didn't know anything about a ship. And so I quietly, in the way that all of us women do, we nicely managed the relationship so that there was no controversy, no conflict, and all the work was done till one day when we got a message saying that a vessel is reaching the port and she is out of lube oil and she has to be given urgent supply of lube oil. And I called up my captain and I said, you know, this needs to be done. And he said, I'm sorry, I'm on leave. So I said, well, this work needs to be done. So he says, well, you have to figure it out. And I said, okay, because, you know, to be fair to him, he was on leave. And then it was really a big challenge for me. I had no clue how to order lube oil, but I managed, went to the oil company, and they said, okay, we can't blend it, but we'll give it to you in drums. And I was so relieved. I was like, okay, otherwise I really thought my career was going to go down the drain. And finally the day arrived, the vessel was alongside, the drums were delivered to the port, and I was like, yes, I did it. And then I get a call from the vessel saying, ma'am, the drums are on the other side of the pipeline and our crane is not reaching. Guys, I can't tell you how petrified I was, really. I was like, I'm going to become the laughing stock if I don't, and I had no clue how to resolve it. And then I called up, I activated my whole network. Institute of Chartered Shipbrokers, Company of Master Mariners of India. Every master mariner who was there was calling me, was giving me references to crane operators, and they just helped me so much. They managed the crane on a Sunday. The crane went to the port. The drums were lifted on the other side of the pipeline. The vessel lifted it and took the drums on, and the vessel sailed. I was so relieved, and you know, I want to say that experience taught me that I don't care if this is an industry of men. There is nothing that I can't do. And I want to say to everybody here, we have a lovely network. We have a fabulous maritime fraternity, not only in our cities, not only in our countries, the world over. And with that support, we can achieve anything.
Thank you, Vinita. What a lovely story. So there were some captains who helped you in the end, not that one captain, right? So good to hear. So next we go to Uday. Uday, please share an initiative with respect to diversity, focusing on cultures, perception, and your experience in Korea and Norway on how perceptions drive behavior towards diversity.
Yeah, I think on your first question about the initiatives, what we are taking in DNV, as I mentioned earlier about the workforce that we have, where we are 35 to 65. So what we do is that not only recruiting the people, but various measures that are being taken about this buddy program, about the mentoring and coaching, about how when we select like a mentor, like so that, you know, the new person can go and easily communicate with them, and how they can excel, like especially in the science, technology, engineering, and mathematics and all. There are several programs that are being done so that, you know, they could continue after joining in DNV. And then on the second question, with respect to my own experience, I would like to talk about something called as unconscious bias, where I've spent around 5-6 years in India after joining DNV, and then I had the opportunity to work in Korea on an international assignment. So after going to Korea and working for 1 year, I was made or asked to handle a project for Equinor being built at HHI in Hyundai Heavy Industries. So this is the world's largest power, and this is an offshore structure. So that time I was 28 years old. And when I was made the project manager, and I was leading a team. So Hyundai Heavy Industries is the largest shipyard in the world. So when DNV said, okay, that he will be a project manager, then obviously there were a lot of apprehensions initially. So the point is that it's mainly because coming from, okay, coming from India, relatively much younger than the rest of the team. So as long as this unconscious bias is not coming from a place where you want to provide you're not providing any harm, I think all of us do go through this and experience this on a day-to-day basis. So something which we call as stereotypes or something. So that is taken care of, I think, because at that point of time, I can tell you that at the starting of it, I was not getting a lot of support. But then those are the people, after working with them over a period of time, this has been now 6-7 years since I've completed that project. And many of those people are in now leading positions, and those are the best colleagues or friends that I have made of. So it could have been very easily a bit of demotivating at that point of time. But again, if you look at the longer run, so I just want to mention about this unconscious bias from where this is coming from.
Thank you. Thank you, Uday. So when Uday mentioned about unconscious bias, and many other panelists also mentioned throughout the day, there are over 200 biases listed, which each one of us has. And we recently did a training for all our employees across the board for unconscious bias, 2 levels of training. And also we're looking at an inclusive workplace. So these are the things that organizations need to do to go ahead in the right way. So my next question is to Raima, you. What are the challenges that you faced at Vista? Maybe as the president in Bangladesh or on the international level? If you want to share with us, please.
Thank you so much, Dinesh. So Vista Bangladesh was founded in 2018, and I would say that one of the most common challenges that we have had, and I know we share this with the rest of the NWAs and the rest of the chapters around the world, is diversity and membership. So for those of you who don't know, Bangladesh is a very garments-heavy country, and women represent the bulk of this industry, and it's really fantastic. But when it comes to shipping, it's been a little bit harder to attract women into the industry. And the reasons are quite blatant, and I'm sure that my South Asian neighboring countries will also understand and appreciate that the pay structures there's a huge disparity. Women are definitely not paid at par. Sometimes it's even less than half compared to the male counterparts. Accommodation, it's, I would say, on and offshore. Women are not accommodated enough in the maritime industry, on vessels for sure. And when we talk about the ports, when we talk about offices, it's not still a safe place for women to be. And the irony is that, WISTA is an association that is created to come together, band together, and fight those exact challenges. But when you can't have enough women come in and put a voice to that, because of the challenges that we are actually trying to fight, it's very difficult. So I would say that, one of our biggest challenges is trying to make it a more attractive industry. And things are changing every day. I would say that, things are becoming more and more positive. But it's still, I believe, on us to, make it a more attractive industry for females. And when more women are hired and more women are present, that's when we can start to, really come together and fight things like pay structures. And companies will no longer have the excuse to, say that it's not a priority or it doesn't really matter. So I would say that that's one of the biggest challenges that we face in Bangladesh and as well in the region, in the Asia-Pacific region.
Okay, thank you, Rema. So the next, go to Jayati. Jayati, your challenges on embracing motherhood as a leader in your story, or anybody that you know in your organization you want to talk about.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you for that question, Dinesh. Maybe a short story, maybe not as interesting as yours, but a real-life story when I become a mother as a leader. I used to work for a multinational bank then, but I was in the collections domain, the people who go and collect money from the delinquent customers. There were no men in that unit before, and let alone leadership. So I was the regional collections head at that point of time. time when I was actually expecting my child. It was one of the toughest career jobs that I have had at that point of time, because my team's monthly performance was actually determining the NPA or the profitability of the bank. There was no work from home, no flexi timing, no 5-day working, right? So I was out every day going to office, working for 10 hours, handling a very complex team, again, 90% men, including, collection agencies, and also, of course, a very, very tough daily reviews, both internally and externally, with targets and numbers. So those 9 months was really a roller coaster ride for me. So I went to my doctor to gain some sympathy, but lo behold, my doctor said, Jayati, very good. Please be busy with your leadership stress in office so that it actually takes away your mind from whatever will happen with your delivery. So I was almost completing my 9 months when we were gearing up for the financial year-end closing of the bank, which happens on 31st of March. So I was there working with my team till almost midnight, pulled off a fantastic financial year-end closing, and within 7 days, I delivered my baby girl. So, I managed to pull off both my targets very well. But maybe a couple of minutes, the toughest challenge actually came when I had to go back to work after my maternity break, which was around 3 to 4 months at that point of time. And I think this will resonate with all the working mothers there. Leaving a small child at home and going to work is the toughest thing that you can actually do. The brain plays a trick with you. It keeps asking some questions like, am I being selfish for my own career? This is the only time I'll get to spend with my small child. Should I give it away and go to work? But the passion that I had for my work and the extremely strong support that I got from my family and my team members actually really helped me overcome the dilemma and navigate me through those challenging years when my child was so young. So this is a shout out to all the young ladies who are listening. Please believe in yourself. You will be able to handle a successful career and motherhood at the same time. Thank you.
Thank you, Jayati. What a lovely story again. So we move to the next, switch gears. Ted, a question for you. What's the role of as a husband or a father supporting the family, especially when you live overseas? Your experience, please.
Yep. Thanks, Cap. Well, the journey we've been talking about is what a woman does, or the challenges they face. Jayati just told us or reflected upon her journey. I have worked in about a dozen countries, lived and worked in a dozen countries. I've been there on my own. My family, as Captain Dinesh already mentioned, live in Australia. Now, I could not do what I do successfully. Certainly, I would have been terminated long ago if I wasn't impactful. I couldn't have done it without the support of my wife and daughter, of course. At that time, she was quite small, living so many thousand miles away. Now, as I reflect back, there's a tremendous amount of sacrifice the family made to enable my success, which ultimately we trust is also in the family's benefit. But now turning it around, going in from, we live in a much globalized world, increasingly so. I went off to Australia in 1984. Culturally, you didn't wash a plate, you didn't cook, you didn't do housework, you didn't clean the toilets. And if you're in this part of the world, having paid domestic help was not a luxury. But if you went into Australia and you had paid help, domestic help, it was a luxury. So we were not in a position to be luxurious. Very quickly, I had to adapt and start to do. It was not impossible. It was simply a cultural mindset shift, and it was possible to do. Now, two of us, my wife and I, then survived to become 3 with my daughter, and we got along mighty fine. So the case in point, or the reflection point, is that today in a globalized world, right, there are some cultural norms. We call it Eastern culture, Western culture, not right or wrong or indifferent. It is a fact that there are certain differences of perception and accepted code of conduct, if you like, right? So when you reflect on that, you're moving from one Eastern country to a Western country. How do you adapt? How do you support your wife? My wife is also a career woman, still is. When she comes home, do I just put my feet up, watch TV, watch the, Australia-India cricket match, and expect that she's going to put food on the table after doing a similar long hours of work like I did at office, then come back, wash up, do all the other preparation, pick up around the house. So in reflection, I think men have a tremendous role also to play. We are talking only about gender equality in business or in the industry, but there's a lot more that we can do behind the scenes in the house in support. Whether it's just taking your child to dropping off at school or picking up. Those are simple things that possible to do, but it's not my role. Like I said, I'm not the expert, but I'm just reflecting on how I transformed from an Eastern culture to a better culture, if you want to call it that, because the relationship got stronger. And I think reflecting on that personal side of gender equality, there's a lot more we can do in support of women in our lives. Time's up is a sign there, so I'll throw back to you.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Ted. Actually, I wanted to speak about C-SPAN and what we do as a ship owner manager. So, because of paucity of time, I'll skip that. If anybody wants to know, you can ask me, meet me in the break or email me. But I just wanted to share, also, I wanted to ask some action points from my panelists. Unfortunately, again, we don't have the time, so we'll skip that. So I just wanted to share a CEO Action Group CEO Diversity Pledge. It's a very short one. So it talks about, this group brings about 2,400 CEOs who have pledged across 85 initiatives, representing 21 million employees in the US. It's co-founded in 2017. And the CEO's Diversity Pledge addresses, it cultivates, implements, share, and engage. So cultivate an environment to support open dialogue around DEI, implement and expand unconscious bias education and training, share best known DEI progresses and initiatives, as well as those where you are unsuccessful, and engage the board of directors when developing and evaluating DEI strategies. So with that, we close this session. And if you have any questions, we are all there during the break. And Sanjam, I hope you're happy we cut short this panel. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for listening to us. Much appreciated. And to all the panelists, thank you.
Thank you very much to our panel, moderated by Captain Dinesh. It was Ted, Vinitya, Yaya, Raima, and Uday. And thank you very much for your closing remarks. That was actually quite very good. Very, very good. Thank you. So then, I would like to welcome on stage our banking partner. This is Head of Business Development, and it's Ruhi Ansari. And she is with HSBC. Is she in the audience? Yes, here she is. So while you walk on stage, I say that also the banks can be a part of the change, as you have done with the Poseidon Principle. So I'm looking forward to hearing your speech.
Hi, everybody, once again. Well, it is an honor to stand here being a part of such a significant program that empowers women. I stand here representing an organization, a bank, which also encourages women, workforce across all grades. Truth is, without maritime industry, there is no global trade. And we, as an international bank, as a banking partner, are there to support global growth. Studies have shown that with diverse and inclusive culture, companies do perform better. There is a stronger commitment in the maritime industry to promote diversity. What's also coming out is that maritime industry is no longer confined in the onshore jobs, but also in the offshore jobs. I believe there is a lot of work that is done, and also it is heartening to see there is so much of work that is underway, like fair representation of gender and ethnic diversity, creating workforce where there is pay parity, creating opportunities for gender and ethnic people at all levels and beyond onshore jobs or restricted offshore jobs, like maybe cruise vessel having policies to protect and promote gender balance, creating visibility by showcasing role models and creating such a strong advocacy. I congratulate every individual of this fraternity on taking serious initiatives on this agenda and building a future for women within the maritime industry. Thank you so much.
And then, before we enter into the last session, we would like to call Shipra Saxena from Transworld once again up on stage, as we have more selfie winners. So how many of you had taken selfies in the break? Yeah? Is she, there you are. I'm sorry, I didn't see you. Oh, okay. Okay.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
So here I am, back again, to make the announcement. I would like to call upon Captain Milind K. Patankar to come on stage and announce the winners. The two more winners. I hope all of you really put it out on social media. Our first, rather second winner of the day is Paula Acuna. Paula, please come on stage. Third winner is Rohit Agarwal. Is Rohit there? Thank you so much.
So then it's time for me to give the baton on to the next one as we enter into the final session. But before that, I would like once more to thank you, Sanjam, for inviting us to join this conference and to setting and arranging everything here. And I would like to also to thank all the sponsors for making this possible. And I would like to thank the speakers and the panelists for sharing their experience. You are all champions of change, I would say. And with that, I'm very glad to welcome back on stage Ms. Pia Meling from Gregorine, as she will be hosting the final session, which is the award session, the more winners session, and then giving on the baton to Sanjam for the closing remarks. So thank you.
Thank you, Siv. You did a great job, Siv. A hand for Siv. So just like Gillian said, we are more people here replacing Birgit. She was supposed to also do this part, and I'm also not Birgit. But I'm very happy then to be leading you through the last session of today, which is the Maritime SheEO Awards. And I'll also skip part of this speech because of time. So I think we'd actually just start with inviting the jury on stage. And we have Captain Rajesh Tandon. Yes, here you are. Welcome. And Gillian Carson-Jackson, you're also here. Thank you, welcome. And the last one member of the jury is Karin Orsel. She's not here, unfortunately, and she's not on the video either, I think. But this is the excellent jury that we have. And we want to start with the company awards. So the first one. Okay. Thank you. We are now ready with the first award, which is the Media Company of the Year. And this award is given to a publication company that reports news that are free of bias, and that's truly important to project diversity in our industry. And this award was selected by the jury. So we'd like to call on stage Mr. Rohit Agarwal from Bansal Shipbreakers Private Limited to present this award. And the winner is Daily Cargo News. A video from the DCN team, I believe. They're not here, no. But Jillian, you can come and accept the award, please. Yes, but I guess we will show the video. Yes. Do we have a video, Dare Tech team?
Thank you, Maritime SheEO, for this award. It's so exciting. We're here tonight at our own awards night, but it's really exciting to be accepting this award from you. I'm the publisher of DCN, Lindsay Reed.
And I'm the editor of the DCN, Ian Ackerman.
And I'm a journalist, Abby Williams. And we hope that you guys are all having a great night down your end.
So thank you again, and we're really delighted that Gillian can accept this award on our behalf. She's been contributing to our Women in Maritime and Diversity columns every month since we started those in 2018. So we're delighted she can accept on our behalf, and thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now you can accept it. Okay, and the next company award is Best Practices in Diversity Award. Since 2020, the Maritime SheEO has been presenting these awards to companies that have included best practice in their firms. And we would like to call on stage Mr. Samir Shah from JBS Group, please. Okay, and the winner is C-SPAN. Yay! We'd like to call Captain Dinesh again on the stage to collect his award together with his team, please. Probably deserve it. Thank you. And now we move to the next company award, which is called Best Practices in Sustainability Award. And this is given to a company that has proven sustainable practices and truly makes our industry sustainable. So I would like to call on stage Ruhi Ansari, Head of Business Development at HSBC, and also two people from Gujarat Maritime University, please, Dr. Mayuri Neve and Ms. Mili Trivedi. Are you here, please? Hello, thank you. Welcome. And just as we have two people handing out the award, there's actually also two companies that win this award jointly, and those are Fleet Management and SAGT. So if Captain Deepak Korea and Captain Randir Mahadik from Fleet, could you come up and collect your award, please? And Udara Kumantunga and Ted Mutaya from SAGT, please. And this is the second time that SAG has won this award, so that's well done. Okay, and now we have another award, the last one of the company awards. It's the Most Diverse Board Award. And this is probably a very important category for a diversity conference that we have, right? And that means if you have a diverse board in this contest, you must have more than 50% females on your board. And actually, last year, this was also an award category, and there were 0 applicants. But this year, we're very happy to announce that we do have applicants and even a winner. So could please Tarkesh Tiwari, Vice President of SR Ports, come up and present the award? And the winner is Allied ECD Services Limited. Please, the members of the board, Divya Shrivastava and Avishar Shrivastava, can you come and accept the award, please? Okay, and now we are moving to the awards for remarkable individuals. And the first one is called Brilliant SheEO, and it's nominated by association. And this very special award is presented to a woman who's nominated by a Maritime Association for her remarkable contributions. And this nomination was done by Xeris Master, President of AMTOI, And we'd like to call on stage Captain Santanu Ghosh and Mr. Sivanand Ray from Pacific Basin to give this award. And the winner is Dr. Sharmila H. Amin, Managing Director, Southeast Asia and India, Bertling Logistics. And we have the next individual award is called SheEO to Watch Out For. This award celebrates women in the maritime business who show exceptional potential and excel in their roles, positioning them for future success. So please could Captain Pradhan from MUI come and give this award? Thank you. And the winner is Dr. Deepti Mankad, founder and director at Mindspeak.
It's really nice to see that Deepti's got her father because he's been very encouraging and supportive. Congratulations to you too.
And the next individual award is called SheEO of the Year. And this award commends outstanding leadership exhibited by a woman in maritime. The winner could not be here today, so she sent in a speech. But the winner is Karen Avellino, Executive Director of Business Development for Shipping and Senior Vice President of Cruise Operations at Philippine Transmarine Carriers. Maybe there's a video from her?
I am deeply honored and humbled to accept the SheEO of the Year award from Maritime SheEO for my contributions to the maritime industry. This recognition is not just a personal achievement, but a testament to the collective efforts to amplify the voices of women in this vital field. The maritime industry has long been a bastion of tradition, but today we stand at the forefront of change. I'm grateful for the support of my company, the Philippine Transmarine Carriers or PTC, my colleagues and mentors who have paved the way, proving that a woman's perspective is not only valuable, but essential in shaping the future of maritime endeavors. Together, we are breaking barriers, challenging stereotypes, and ensuring that every woman's voice resonates across the waves of progress. This award is a symbol of the industry's commitment to diversity, equity, and inclusion. As we navigate the challenges ahead of us, let us continue to foster an environment where women are not just participants but leaders, where their insights guide us towards safer, more sustainable, and innovative practices. Thank you to everyone who has been a part of this journey. Let us set sail into a future where every woman finds her place in the maritime narrative, steering the course towards a brighter, more inclusive horizon. Again, my heartfelt thanks to the organizers of Maritime SheEO, especially the founder, Sanjam Gupta.
Okay. Congratulations. Let's move to the next, where I believe at least one of the winners is present. And this award is the SheEO Entrepreneur of the Year, which recognizes women entrepreneurs who have achieved significant milestones in their own businesses. So could please Sanjeev S. Vakil, the founder and CEO of HIMT, come to the stage and present this award. So I believe one of the winners is in the room, and that winner is Kruti Yuban Putra, Director JV Ventures. There is a second winner of this award, and that is Alison Cusack, the founder and principal lawyer of Cusack and Company. She could not be here today. Do we have a video of her?
Hi all, I'm Alison Cusack, and I'm thrilled to accept the award of the SheEO Entrepreneur of the Year 2023 at the Maritime SheEO Awards. Very disappointed I can't be there. Very busy time in the shipping world, as is always. I want to give a huge big thank you to Sanjam and her team for having these events, having these awards, promoting women, and really trailblazing and supporting and lifting up women and building this amazing community. I'd also like to thank my team. When it comes to entrepreneur, you need a team who will go with what it is that your vision, and they're right there for me. And to anyone who's watching and would like a message of inspiration, break rules, not laws. As a maritime lawyer, very important, break the rules of what you think you should be, what you think you should think, and how you think it's supposed to be done. Have a great conference and see you all soon.
A hand to Alison. And there was somebody earlier today who said maybe we should have a Maritime SheEO conference, but at least we have an award for a man. That is the Champion of Diversity Award, and it honors men who have made exceptional efforts to amplify women's voices and to promote diversity in their organization. Very important job. So please could Ms. Patali Karanutane, Principal Consultant at Centrum Marine, come and present the award? Thank you. And for the sharp observer, you see there are 2 awards here as well. So there's actually 2 winners. There's more than one man who's working for diversity. That's great. So the first winner is Captain Dinesh Jairam, Global Talent Acquisition Manager in C-SPAN. And the second winner is Pirosho Sakari, or Phil, MD and CEO of Gati Express. Not Mr. Phil, he could not be here today, so it's Gati's Chief HR Officer, Meher Noshab Mehta, who is here to take the award on his behalf. But I'm sure you're also working for diversity, right? Yes, thank you. Thank you. Yes. And I think we are actually moving in on the last award of the day, which is a very significant one. It's called Lifetime Achievement Award. And this is given to a woman who has done incredible work over the whole lifetime in this maritime industry. The jury has chosen this person to win because they really believe in her work. And to hand out that award, we would like Christopher Gardner, the Offshore Development Manager of Subsea 7, to come to stage, please. Actually, I have a few things to say about the winner before she comes to the stage. Mrs. H.K. Joshi. She is the former chairperson and managing director at SCI. She was conferred with the CEO with HR Orientation Award at the 28th edition of the World HRD Congress in 2020, and also with Sailor Today's Seashore Awards 2019 under the category Woman of Substance. She has also been honored with the Best Woman Employee Award first place by the Forum of Women in Public Sector in 2018. She was awarded the 10th India CFO Awards, Excellence in Finance to Enable a Turnaround in 2016, hosted by International Market Assessment India Private Limited. And she's also been the recipient of the Most Influential CFOs of India Award from Chartered Institute of Management Accounts, UK, for 2 years in succession, in 2015 and 2016, and also with the CMA CFO Award 2014 from the Institute of Coast Accountants of India. She advocates a promotion of gender diversity culture, ingraining in one and all the positivity and confidence to deliver through perseverance and a focused work approach, and raising the bar constantly. Her vision and strategic skills with her domain experience in finance add great value to the operations and projects that are ventured into. To sum up, she's a focused leader, guide and mentor, taking the path untrodden and reaching the goal through sustained efforts and taking it all the way. Come on up to stage, Mrs. Joshi. Remarkable. Congratulations. And now we would like to have all the winners of all these awards back on stage for a one big group photo. Is that possible? Yes. Come on. Yes, all of you. We'd like to have a group photo with all the winners, please. Come back up. If you can bring the awards, that's even greater. But yeah, we'll have some extra here.
Before I give my closing note, we have a raffle winner to announce. Can I have Captain Sahi, my dad, if he's in the room? Is he there in the room? Okay, if he's not there, Vikram, could you come and do the honors?
Gillian? My eyes were closed when I took it out, so.
All right, it's time while I give my closing note, and thank you all firstly for being a very patient audience. I know we overran with the time, but thank you so much. You have been a wonderful audience. So as we draw the curtains on this incredible journey that has been the Maritime SheEO Conference 2023, I am filled with an incredible sense of gratitude and inspiration. I think together we have embarked on a journey with the collective exploration of ideas, experiences, and perspectives that have the power to transform not just our workplaces, but our world. First and foremost, I want to express my deepest thanks to each and every one of you to contributing to this conference. A lot of you have come from very far away, and I really appreciate the effort that each one of you has taken to be here today. Your insights, stories, and commitment to fostering diversity and inclusion have been the driving force behind the success of the conference. As we leave this space and return to our daily lives, let's not forget about what we spoke about today. Let's carry the lessons learned and the connections made. Let us all be the ambassadors of change, advocating for diversity in every interaction and decision that we make. The real impact of this conference lies not just in the discussions we've had, but in the actions we take henceforth. Remember, diversity is not a destination, it's a journey. It requires continuous effort, unwavering commitment, and a shared responsibility. Let's be catalysts of positive changes in our workplaces, communities, and beyond. In closing, I would like to thank all our sponsors, volunteers, speakers, and everyone who played a role, no matter how small, in making this conference a resounding success. I cannot not thank Tenaz, can we have a round of applause for Tenaz, please? On a personal note, I'd also like to thank my family, who's been my pillar of support, my entire family, and my husband Vikram, my son Sahej. May the spirit of diversity and inclusion continue to guide our path forward. Thank you, and here's to a future where every voice is heard, every story is valued, and every individual is celebrated. I now invite you all to join us for cocktails sponsored by the Rastec Group, followed by dinner. Thank you all very much. Thank you.